Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth,
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Women Empowerment and Self-Care. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very warm global namaste to all of you from wherever you're connecting to us from the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 114th event. Yes, you heard it right. It's our 114th
Recording.
event.
We forgot to put recording on. Okay, done.
Yes, indeed. A very warm global namaste to everybody once again who's connecting to us from all over the globe. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is our 114th event, and today it's all about women's empowerment. But before we begin, I would like you all to come along with us and let's say a prayer or an affirmation, anything that you have within your heart, holding the intention collectively and globally for our planet to heal from this pandemic. So let's all gently close our eyes. I will be saying the Gayatri mantra 3 times, followed by 1 Loka Samasta, but you may wish to say any affirmation that you wish within your heart. So let's all close our eyes. And let's all take a deep, long breath in. And breathe out. One more centering transition breath in. And just let go. 3 Gayatri mantras. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Holding the intention deep within your heart. When you feel centered, whole, and complete, you may very slowly and very gradually, you may open your eyes. Welcome once again to our 114th event here at Healing Our Earth. And we have today a very, very special guest. As you know, our event is all about empowering women. And our very special and wonderful guest today is Rupa Parmar. Now, let me tell you something about this incredible lady. She was raised in a middle-class family and she had no business background. She landed a job in sales and events with one of the biggest nightlife operators here in London. And she also set up her own wedding planning business soon after graduating. Having worked for 12 to 18 hours a day for 5 years, she decided to get back her most valuable asset, which is time. And she went into online entrepreneurship in 2013 to study Forex and financial education. Whilst finding her passion in helping others achieve their goals, Rupa is now a full-time Forex and crypto trading coach and is building a global business which has already impacted and helped the lives of over 2,000 families. How wonderful is that? 50% of which consists of none other than women, of course, and mothers. She empowers them financially to grow and multiply their wealth for the future generations. Rupa continues to inspire as she works from the comfort of her home while looking after 2 younger children in a joint marriage household. She can be found on www.parmarnet.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Rupa ji. How are you?
Thank you so much, Seema, for that wonderful introduction. I'm honored to be on this call.
We are so honored to have you, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. What an exciting journey you've had.
Yes, nothing that I ever thought I would go through in my life, to be honest, but that's the great thing about life, unpredictable.
It's the unpredictable things that fall in your lap that give you the most surprises.
Exactly, yeah.
So you've had quite a journey, right? You're from the UK, right?
Yes.
Yes, and you started your career in the events business, and then it catapulted into wedding events, of course.
Right.
And after having all those long shifts, and believe me, I do know what the event business entails. It's a very busy schedule, as we all know. You reinvented yourself. I mean, what was the inspiration behind reinventing yourself? We'd love to hear this from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think from growing up, it started at quite a young age where I was always a black sheep of my family, first of all. Didn't quite get the dream grades or the dream results that my parents wanted for me. I've always been very visual, very sort of creative in my own way, been into sports, been into dancing, all the things that, my parents had said, that's not a career, you can never make a good money out of it, you've got to study, you've got to become a lawyer or a doctor or do something like that. And I think for me, I always felt a little bit different. So I had these big dreams, of living this kind of lifestyle that you most of the time only see on television, and you think, is it real? Is it not real? But then as you do, growing up, finished university, got married, settled down, and just was working in a job which I loved. I was absolutely passionate about working in hospitality. It's something that I thought, thank God I've found something that I enjoy doing, because I know a lot of people don't enjoy their full-time jobs, which I think it's very sad. So I was very blessed. I was on a good salary, I had a good team, I was working long hours, but it was fun, so it didn't really matter. And then I came across an opportunity where I was shown where there's a way I could just do something from home alongside my job, make money from home. And I thought, make money from home, it was very new. And this, I'm talking 8 years ago now, but I was open. And I think that's the biggest first lesson, is just to be open to whatever is out there. Because as far as we know, if I was not living the lifestyle I truly desired by doing what I was doing or knowing what I knew, I had to be open to new information. And so this industry that I've been part of for the last 8 years has truly changed my life, only because I was open to learning something new, something that's not taught in traditional education for obvious reasons, something that the average person may not know about, because we follow what our parents have told us to do, what their parents have told us to do, and generations from a long time ago, go to school, get a good education, and go out to work for somebody else. And that's all well and good. And again, if you're working today, you're very blessed because of the situation. We know what's happened in the last 2 years. A lot of people have been left jobless without any income. So that's a blessing. But I think for me, I always knew that wasn't a good idea to only have a job, to only have one income stream. And so I made a decision 8 years ago. I decided to go into online entrepreneurship. I didn't quite get the results I had wanted in the first few years, but I understood in delayed gratification. I realized the work and the effort that goes into any business to begin with is going to take a while, and it gradually will build. And so I really kept very stern and strong on the idea that I had in my mind, that I wanted to create this future for myself and for my family. And I knew working for somebody else wasn't the route personally for me to go and do that. So this is where I am today, really.
What you said was so powerful just now, that that if you took that step, you actually took that step to re-educate yourself in a totally new field, and you said the element of instant gratification, there's delayed gratification, there's no shortcut, there's no quick fix formula. And this is very empowering, for men and women, I have to say, although we talk about women's empowerment here. It's very powerful for men and women, because a lot of us look for a quick fix formula. And we look for that quick fix formula, and then we fail. And then we suddenly go slump down, and we're like, oh no, But this saying, slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important to be very clear on exactly what you want. A lot of people start businesses, something online or something on the side, and they think they're going with the mentality of, let me just see how it goes, let me see if it's for me, let me give it a couple of months or a few weeks, let me try it out. When I went into this industry 8 years ago, for me it wasn't let me try it out, it was I need this to change my life, because I can see that someone in the world has used this platform or used this industry to change their life, and if they can do it, why can't I do it? So I was very fixated on my goal. I was very clear on what I wanted from this journey. And that's really the persistence is what kept me going. And I think that's very, very important to be clear on why you're doing anything, right? It keeps you going.
Absolutely. And in that aspect of changing your lives, you have changed the lives of so many. And that must make you feel really wonderful.
It does. And this is why I came into this industry, because it really is an ethos where you cannot become successful without helping multiple hundreds or even thousands to also succeed in some way. And I love that, because I always believe in giving before receiving, and so if you're just thinking about yourself in your business, either you're going to be the only one to get on the top and it's very lonely on the top, or you're not really going to succeed in long-term impacting, making a bigger impact in the world. So it's financial education, everyone needs it. Everyone, looks for ways to kind of multiply wealth without putting a huge investment and investing so much time into it, because people don't have time. It's really something for today's day and age. It's for today's generation of busy people, not much finances, not much time, busy lives, and it just works for the average person. It's incredible.
It is indeed. And with this pandemic, we've seen a surge in home-based businesses. It's been a lot of people have the time to do something from home. And of course, forex trading in cryptocurrencies, there's been a surge in that area, in that industry as well. Now I know that you are a mother of 2 children.
Yes.
And you live in a joint family household. Now, how do you manage the time to look after the children, your work, and your whole extended family?
It's such a common question. Maybe me being a wedding planner by profession helps a little bit. I'm all about planning. I'm all about organization. And the key word, what you use, and a lot of people use, is how do you manage time? And one thing I would say is, don't look at it like managing time, because time is something we're given. Time is something that we cannot manage. But what I look at it is as a way of managing priorities. So I would say, okay, well, the dinner needs to be done at this time. The kids needs to be dropped off to nursery at this time. I need to take them here at this time. I need to do something with my husband at this time. And it's really, okay, what is at the top of my priority? What do I need to really focus on first in the day, to be able to do other things that are necessary as well, especially around my business. I think the other thing which is very important for me, what I've learned is, whatever you're doing, be 100% present. If I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking, I'm not then on my phone or talking to someone. I'm focused on cooking. If I'm sitting with my mother-in-law, I'm focused on being my mother-in-law. If I'm in a meeting, you know, in my room, because I work from home now, which is just a blessing, then I'm 100% focused in that time. So it's not really about how much time you give something, it's about the quality that you give that particular project or task or whatever it is. And that actually creates more production. It's not keeping busy, it's being productive. So everything is about planning. And another very key thing is, and especially for me, I mean, I'm actually Gujarati. My husband is Punjabi, Sikh. So I've gone into a Punjabi speaking household. Now, bear in mind, I didn't even know a word of Hindi before I got married, let alone Punjabi. So now that is also another challenge. Everything is different. The key thing is communication. If you can communicate with the people in your household, because, you know, I mean, look, my in-laws are very traditional. I think even parents, that generation, very traditional still. My parents took a long time to accept, what is this thing you're doing online? Why don't you go out physically and go to work in a job? Why don't you open up a physical shop or a restaurant or a business? What can you do sitting on the computer? It made no sense to them. So it's really about communicating how the world has changed, what we now have in our hands, and also why we are doing it. You know, I've said to my mother-in-law, look, this is our goal and this is why we are doing it. We want a better life for you. We want to be able to give more away to charity. We want to be able to do this, this, and this. And so if we're just earning an average income, we're going to live the average lifestyle, which is fine, but it's not what we wanted, myself and my husband included. So communicating why we are doing things helps them to understand what our goals are. And so they can also put together, you know, the fact that we are focused for a reason. We're not just wasting time on something where we don't know where we're going. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I think when you give 100%, like you said, you get 100% back.
Exactly.
You know, you give as much as you receive as much as you give, really. The equilibrium is there. And I love the way you said, you know, you structure everything, you know, you're very disciplined. I'm sure you have an extensive to-do list.
All the
Plan
time.
well in advance,
Yeah.
you know. And how do you handle it when hiccups come in, you know? Because I like to have a to-do list as well, but you know, inevitably the universe will always challenge you and say, okay, you've got to do this, you've got a meeting here, you've got this. This is when I was living in Hong Kong especially, and suddenly I'd get a call from school and they would say, Mrs. Bhatia, your daughter's not well, you need to come and pick her up. And you've got a meeting, you've got something. How do you handle, I mean, especially for the women out there, you know, women always have this huge to-do list. We're working, we've got the home, we've got the in-laws, we've got the children, and suddenly this one hiccup comes up. And a lot of people I feel get blown off, get blown off board, and they're like, oh my God, you know, they get flustered. How do you maintain your calm, and how do you just handle it? You know, this would be a great message for all the women.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I always believe in everything happens for a reason, even if at the time it seems like it's really you know, hindered your day or it's really ruined your plans. I just look at it like, okay, there's a reason why, you know, what's happened now has taken me away from what I needed to do now. So let me focus on what I need to do. That's number one, is really being positive still in your mindset about what's just shifted in your day and adapting to it very quickly. The other thing for me is that the reason I worked in this particular industry is because I understood the power of leverage. Leverage is really when in the beginning you're working very, very hard. And I was probably working in this industry harder than I was working in my job, but I knew also what the outcome was going to be. It's kind of like working 30, 40 years in a job, but we're cramming it into 3 or 4 years. So it is very, very hands-on. But I also knew that once I've developed a system, I would have something called leverage. So if I'm not available to do a meeting or to do a call, I would know at least 5 or 10 other people that I could pick up the phone to and just say, hey, can you do this meeting for me? Or, hey, can you see this person for me? One of them would be my husband, because although he's a criminal solicitor by profession, he's also partnered up with me in this business. And so we do this together from home, which again is incredible to be able to share something with your partner that you can do without getting into arguments and, you know, oh, why did you do this? Why did you do that? It's just not that kind of a business. So it works really well. So really utilizing the resources around you, I think, is very, very important to identify. And I say to a lot of mothers, I said, hey, make it a goal. If you're not as blessed as me to have been able to live with extended family, because living with my in-laws has been a huge, huge blessing. Having my parents still around where I can drop the kids off is a huge blessing, but not everyone has that. And so what I say is, look, make it a goal to reach a certain stage in your life financially where you can then hire help. Hire someone to come home and clean the house once a week. Hire someone to come home and cook for you once or twice a week. Do what the rich do. And when you start living and thinking the way the rich think, and what they do is they leverage their resources, they leverage other people's time so that they can continue to work smart. And that's just a key thing, really.
Well, that's very powerful. And what you said, to have that mindset, to be able to do that, and to have the mindset to actually, really say, okay, I am going to leverage on this. Sometimes we're very hesitant to ask for help.
Absolutely.
Even though we have the family around us, we have the support system around us. Oh no, I don't want to bother them, and they must be so busy themselves. But sometimes, of course, they're going to be there for you. All you have to do is ask for them. But now you have this, very busy schedule. Okay, you've got, of course, the extended family. You've got the children. You've got your work and everything. What is your self-care prescription? I'm big on self-care. I think as women, we really have so many hats. We wear so many hats that we really need to take optimum care of ourselves so that we can be 100% present, for everyone else. Not in a narcissistic way, in a way of nourishing ourselves to be there for others. What is your self-care prescription?
So it's a very good point that you've made, because a lot of women and mothers especially, we go out and we put everyone else first. The kids and the husband and the in-laws and the friends and the colleagues and the business partners, everyone else is always at the forefront of our thoughts, but we never think about what do we want for ourselves, what do we need for ourselves. And so, once a week or even twice a week, I say to my husband, I need this time this evening for myself, or I need this few hours for myself. I mean, I went a few days ago to have, a massage done, and it could be something so as small as 1 hour away to get a massage done for yourself. Not only it feels good for your body, but it feels good for your mind, because you're really at ease. There's no noise, you're in silence. And this is where you need the time for yourself to think and to really listen to your thoughts of what you want. But for me, I think the biggest self-care, what has helped me, is surrounding myself with the right people. And that's helped my inner thoughts, and that's helped my inner power, is, listening to the right audios, reading the right books, being in the environment of being at the right events. I do a lot of personal development. I've followed people like Tony Robbins and Bob Proctor and so many, huge inspirational personal development coaches, because we are surrounded with negativity in our society and where we live. And first thing you read in a newspaper is bad news. I've stopped watching the news a long time ago. In fact, I've got a family group, and I just ask my sister-in-law every now and then, can you update me what's going on with the COVID? Like, I don't even want to know. It's that bad, because what we think about goes into our minds and it goes into our heart, and that's what's creating the vibration out there. And so when we sometimes feel, why is everything going wrong? Nothing's going right for me. Well, it's because of the vibration and frequency we're surrounding ourselves with. So being in the right environment is absolutely key to your self-growth and to your self-care, because then you will know how important it is to look after you.
Absolutely. I'm 100% with you on this, being in the right environment and cutting out what doesn't serve you.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we have to be very ruthless with that. And say, okay, this is not good for me. This is not helping me. It's pulling me down. I just have to cut the cords here, there, and that. Very, very powerfully said, Rupaji. What your journey is so inspirational. I wanted to ask you one thing. You're wearing all these hats. You do all this. You do your self-care. But when you began your careers years ago, did you ever imagine this would happen? That you would go away from events and suddenly get into the financial world of forex trading and
I
cryptocurrency. Two different
never.
industries.
Completely different. And I was honestly the least likely person. If you ask my friends from when I was in school with and college with and university, they would have not in a million years thought I'd be doing what I'd be doing, and I didn't. I've never been into economics or IT or finance or maths or anything like that. So I never thought I'd be able to do it. But that's actually what didn't help me. I was prejudging myself and I was prejudging my own ability as to what I could do just because I had bad results in school. Whatever results you have in school has got nothing to do with what you're capable of adapting to in the real life situation. And so why I went into financial education, knowing that the euros, the yens, the dollars, the pounds, they're not going anywhere. And I needed to get into something where I knew that, first of all, it's not here today, gone tomorrow. Secondly, it was a lifelong skill because we do today what the banks have been doing for decades, what the richest people in the world are doing, but with very small amount of risk and starting with very small baby steps. Just learning slowly how to multiply your wealth 1-2% a day. But what really, really interested me is the fact that I could be doing it from anywhere in the world, just using my mobile phone or using a laptop. For me, that's the ideal life. You know, I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to live in different parts of the world. That's the dream. But I thought, as a wedding planner, is it realistic? No. My husband as a solicitor, is it realistic? No. And this is why he also got into it. But the biggest, I would say, reason for me is I truly believe in serving the masses would lead to greatness. And so finding a way where I can serve as many people as possible will automatically just raise me, you know, in so many different ways. And this is a way that I thought, wow, if I educate people, I help to educate people and open up their mind as to what they can do financially, it can be a vehicle for them to then do something that they really enjoy doing. You know, this is simply a vehicle for me to then put my time and money into other places that I'm really passionate about, such as charities, or, you know, I want to open up a children's orphanage, you know, all over India. That's not going to happen with me just saying, well, let's just see how I get by. Let's just see how it goes. No, I need to have a very clear goal, and I need to help as many people as possible. That's just the way I see it. So what I would advise to the ladies out there, if you've got a burning desire to do something, or you're even a little bit, I would say, what's that word? Begins with C. Oh my God, I lost the word. If you're a little bit curious to what something may be about or how it works, don't question it. Don't ask anyone. Just put both your feet in and try it. The worst that will happen is that it's not going to work out, but at least you've tried. You know, we stop a lot of things from happening because of fear of failure, fear of what people are going to think, fear of, you know, what if it's not going to work? Forget all the fears. False evidence appearing real. Just literally think about your dreams. Think about why you need to make an impact, why you need to do something to change your life, and just have full belief. You know, find a mentor, find someone that can guide you, have full faith, and give it your all, because women are extremely powerful, extremely powerful. It's amazing.
I couldn't agree more with you. And funny that you said find a mentor, because my next question was for you was, do you have a role model or a mentor?
Absolutely. And I think it's very important for everyone to find that person. It may not be someone physically who you know, or personally, sorry, who you know. And if there isn't someone in your life personally who you see as a mentor, then find someone, you know, online, find someone in the world of entrepreneurship. One of my role models is Oprah Winfrey. I've read her autobiographies. I know her stories. I know how much impact she's made. I know how much she's contributed to charities. She's one of my role models. But I also have a very close mentor in my business that I'm doing, where I am following him every step of the way because he's got the results I want. You know, we stopped listening to the people who didn't have the results or weren't living the life that we wanted. Everyone said to us, no, don't do trading, don't do forex, you're going to lose money, you're gambling, risk is high risk, all these things. But one person, just one person said, do you know what, give it a go. You never know, it may just work. And we knew people were making money from it. So we did it. We didn't listen to any of the noise. We found the right coach and mentor to guide us, who was humble, who was more successful. And this is where we are today. It's changed our life. It's changed our life massively.
That's amazing. And what advice do you have for women looking to start up and grow their own business, to step out of that cocoon, and really just explode and expand, and embrace all that the universe has to give them? What are your words of advice or inspiration for all the women out there?
I would say stop hanging around the naysayers. Spend time with people who are going to encourage you. Make sure you're around, the right kind of atmosphere, because it's really the energy that you get from who you're around or what you're listening to and what you're reading that's going to give you the confidence to then go out and take the action. And once you've taken the action, the result will come. So I really believe that in any business, the success is actually 90 to 99% spiritual. The physical aspect and the skill is a small part of it, but I really believe the spiritual aspect, and again, this is not my words, this is from my mentor, who's extremely successful, earning multiple millions, close to a billionaire. And again, it's not about monetary, because success isn't money. Success could be anything. It could be, you wanting to get educated at a higher degree. It could be you going for a promotion in your job. Whatever it is, have full focus. Don't listen to any negative noise, and just believe that you can do it. Increase your belief. Find a way to increase your belief. That's what I would say.
Very strong, very powerful, and extremely empowering, and so inspirational. Getting out of the nay mindset into the yay, I can do it, and I will. In a span of less than a minute, you use the word believe at least 3 or 4 times. They say ask, believe, receive. And I think the key word is believe. If you believe in it, you can achieve it. Believe it, achieve it. Very, very powerful and inspirational conversational, Rupaji. And
Thank you.
what a journey you've had, so strong, and, a great message for all the women out there. It's never too late, right?
Never.
It's never too late to start.
Never.
That's what I say. It's never too late to start. And if you're looking in for more financial freedom and more financial literacy, you know who to get in touch with, Rupa Parmar. Thank you so much for being on our session today at
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
And do stay on with us, because later on we'll be having a panel chat, and we'd love to have you on board.
Great.
And in the meantime, a very warm global namaste, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
What a beautiful, powerful talk from Rupa Parmar. We've been here in the UK, and now we will be traveling to India. And later we'll be traveling to a very special country, which is my country of birth, which is Kenya. And today we're going to meet now a very, very inspirational lady who says, are you kind and right to your own self? Dimple Anil, let me tell you something about her. She's from Jammu, India. She's a born educationist, a radio broadcaster, a theater artist. She has a master's in English literature, education, ecology, and environment. She is also a mother, a life coach, a counselor, a mentor, and a clairvoyant psychic medium. In her notable career, Dimple Anil has garnered particular acclaim and organized many workshops on youth leadership, personality development, parent-teacher associations, counseling single parents, stress management, personal effectiveness, personal development, life skills, attitudes, values, literary, creative, and scientific skills, art, music. Oh, she wears so many hats. Behavior, recording, organizing, and interpreting data, working on your happiness quotient, so important, dimensions of learning, difficulties, learning disabilities, micro-teaching, planning and implementation, creative problem-solving techniques, diverse minority community relations, and she aids solutions for children affected with substance abuse, and And this is one of her most highly celebrated workshops. Dimple can be found on www.dimpleanil.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Dimple. How are you?
Global namaste to all of you. I am very, very fine. In fact, bright and beautiful after coming to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much for your very kind words. We are very honored to have you here today with us. And you have so much to share with us on women's empowerment. And you know what I love? I was going through your website and you said something about weaving with me. Could you tell us more about how you'd like others to weave with you?
Okay. A very warm global namaste to all. Thank you, Healing Our Earth, for having me over. Seema, your question, how do we weave or knit? I lay a lot of emphasis on weaving our days, our moments, our hours, our minutes. The way we weave this moment, the next moment will be the reflection of this. Now, if in this moment I carry the baggage of the previous moment, this moment is spoiled and the next one. So therefore, I lay a lot of emphasis on self-care as the topic of today goes. And in that self-care, I say, be aware, be alert, be conscious of what you weave here. If you are conscious and alert of the weaving that you are going to do in your mind, think and then move. And think whatever makes you feel happy and good. That is very, very, very important, Seema. So lot of emphasis on knitting and weaving here.
Having that positive mindset, this is so powerful. And I'm sure you have some techniques, several techniques that you use. I was going through your website, you have all these different quotients. You have the spiritual quotient, you have the physical quotient, you have the mental quotient, you have the social quotient. There's so many quotients you work with your clients. I would like to ask you, how do you start your day every morning? Because I feel most people who actually want to implement that positive mindset work with the subconscious mind, and they work with it last thing at night and first thing in the morning. And this would be a very powerful message for all men and women, but since we're talking about women's empowerment, for all the women out there, let us ask Dimple Ji, what is the most powerful way or technique we should be starting our day to have that mindset?
A very, very powerful technique, a tool that can empower each one of us, like Seema said, whether men or women. Start your day by feeling good. Most of the people that come to me for sessions get up with anxiety, get up with fear, get up in a rush. This is to be done, that is to be done, what is left behind. So they are in that jargon of running. I insist and tell them this tool of waking up with a powerful feel-good factor will pave, it will pre-pave your path towards the day that you spend. So even if you get up with anxiety, doesn't matter. Don't beat yourself. Don't be harsh to your own self. Doesn't matter. Go to the washroom, come back and lie down again, and try and think of anything, everything at minuscule level or at a macro level that will make you feel good. So deliberately create that feel good factor. And this I would like to tell everybody, nobody can do it for you except you. So how empowered you are. The tool is with you. You do not have to open a wardrobe or pay somebody for it. The tool is with you, and that tool is ensure that you leave the bed with a good feel, not in rush, not with fear, not in anxiety, not with anything but a feel good. That is the tool that I recommend, and it works. And it works. It's a practical tool. Yes, it's a practice and a process. You cannot say that I'll do it for 10 days and it's okay. Just make it a habit and you will see how your day unfolds, how you step on a day where people are just smiling at you. Somebody is opening the door for you, and you go to the airport and the gate is closed, but somebody tells you, okay, I'll put you on the aircraft. What is this? It is you who has pre-paved and paved your own path. So, Seema, this is a very, very important tool. Starting your day by knitting a feel good factor.
Starting your day by knitting a feel good factor, so that's actually programming your mind to some extent to have that feel good factor, to feed in those good thoughts. So would you say that you would advise us to use I am affirmations, like I am perfect, I am happy, I am joyful, my day is wonderful, even though I'm feeling this way, it doesn't matter because I am wholesome and complete, and that's my true essence? Is that the way you would advise everybody to start their day?
Affirmations are very, very important, but at times when people come to me, they say they are unable to do the affirmations because of the state, because of the fear, anxiety, negativity, sadness, feeling low, whatever is it, it is too heavy. They cannot affirm. So the tool that I say, okay, if you cannot do an affirmation, just think of something that must have been good in your life. Why can't you milch that? Unfortunately, what I have seen is that if there are 10 things that have happened well in your life, and even if there's one thing that is not good, the entire focus is there, and the focus becomes larger than your body weight. It sucks you. Why can't you focus on something that is good in life and milch it? And there are people, you'll be amazed to know, who say, feel good, good. I have nothing good. Ever since I'm married, XYZ, PQR, ABC things are happening with me, and therefore I cannot feel good. So we say, you've got up, you are breathing, and do you believe that there is somebody, somewhere, some energy working on you, and your digestion is working, your blood is circulating, the lungs are expanding, you are inhaling and exhaling? Can you be grateful to that and feel good about that? That is what works a lot. So as far as an affirmation is concerned, there are people who are unable to do the affirmations, but most of the people are able to say, thank God I'm alive. Thank God I've got children in my other room. Thank God my partner is there or my parents are there. So just being in gratitude also helps you to feel good. So more than an affirmation, I lay a lot of emphasis on gratitude. And here I would like to add, before you ask another question, there are people who are not able to even see what they can be grateful for. For them, the best is the bed and the pillow. Just say thank you to your pillow and thank you to your bed, and you will see a smile comes. Even if it is a fake smile, even if it's an artificial smile, the brain doesn't register with the fakeness of it. The brain starts giving you the signal of being happy. So being happy, getting up, leaving your bed with a feel good factor, howsoever you may do. It can be an affirmation, as you said, or it can be a past event or a future event that you want that to manifest. Either that or your present condition that you are inhaling and exhaling. So howsoever you feel good and then leave your bed.
This is so interesting, and it's a topic we could talk about for, I think, days and months and years on end. And there's if you go onto Instagram and Facebook, there's so much happening on the area of manifesting. Manifesting your career, manifesting your future life, manifesting your happiness, manifesting your health, which is very big right now, and also gratitude and gratitude journaling and starting your day with gratitude and gratitude. I do personally say that it's a very, very, very powerful process, and my mother always shared with me that you could either look at your cup half empty or half full. It's your choice how you want to look at that cup. And I would like to ask you, what has helped you most? I know you have a journey. I know you had a very inspirational father as well who put you into, a very good school, and it was Irish nun run, like, and it was a convent. Am I right?
Yes.
And I mean, what has helped you most in developing yourself, with all these cautions? Because you wear so many hats and you've worked on so many avenues, even substance abuse, in children.
Yes.
What has helped you in developing yourself to become all this wholesomeness and completeness that you are?
I would like to bring about a very, very sensitive statement here. I lost my elder sister when she was 28. I lost my elder brother who was 42. Then, of course, father went and then mother went. These two exits, these two people exiting from my life empowered me a lot by telling me once they had crossed over that there is a lot to do. Do not, because I still remember my elder sister once she crossed over. I don't know if this is the right forum, but since you have asked what has helped me, this is what has helped me. That I see her sitting across a river and I wanted to run and hold her. She speaks out my name aloud and says, "No, stay there. There's a lot to do. I will hand you down some information which you can give." And that kept me going. That kept me carrying the torch for other people to know that there is so much to be grateful for. And death is just of the spirit, just the death of a physical world. The spirit has gone, but if you look at it, it is always with you. Like 1984, my elder sister left, and unbelievable for many, but it is that I get a hug from her every morning. And that empowers me to steer forward. When I was heading various institutions, I used to tell the staff that, do you stop and think what you are thinking? Or are you just working like a machine? Earning money, having a big car, big house is very, very important. No qualms about it. But are we aware of our thought process? Do we ever stop and think, what am I thinking? It's such an important and a powerful skill, tool, process that if we empower ourselves, we'll be able to sift and sieve our thoughts. And once we are able to sift and sieve our thoughts, the skill is far, far developed further, because then we are able to pick out and focus on what we are wanting. And all of us, any part of the globe, wherever you are, want to be happy.
Absolutely. Everybody is in search of true inner happiness.
Yes.
And happiness that is permanent, not momentary happiness.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of things we do for momentary happiness. Let's talk about substance abuse, for example. It gives you a high, right? And you want to, but it's temporary. It's a temporary high. What we want to achieve is we don't want to have substance abuse. We don't want to indulge in it. We want to have that high that is permanent. And those tools that you've spoken of, yes, the thought process is very, very important, shifting your mindset. Very, very, very important. And they say it takes at least 40 days to do that, to make it a habit, right?
Absolutely.
Now I can see from your aura and the way you're seated, you have this calm about you. You have this real stillness about you. How do you, besides, of course, the positive thought process and being very much in the vibration or the frequency of gratitude, how do you stay grounded, permanently? Because I think this is this is, it's a permanent state for you. And this is very inspirational for all of us out there as women who are juggling jobs, family, children. How can we reach that state to be so still and grounded so that there can be perfection in everything we do? So we're not flustered and stressed. How do you do this, and how do you take care of yourself? Because that would be a very powerful message for all us women out there. Please do share with us, Dimple Ji.
Yeah, very, very pertinent and a very candid question that you have asked. It is very, very important for all of us. First, appreciate people, appreciate whatever you see. There was a time when my son-in-law had asked me, when did you last criticize? He says, when we go to a restaurant, I say, how was the food? You say, very fine. You meet people, you say, very good. It has become a part of me. Appreciation, if all of us can do it, not fake, because there is so much good in everybody. And I firmly believe if I cannot see good in you, in somebody else, it is not them who are to be blamed or who are at fault. It's me. It's me who's not able to see. So from morning till evening, there is so much to be appreciating. So let us appreciate, that is one. Don't be unkind and harsh to your own self. Doesn't matter if you are thinking low. Doesn't matter if you are competing with somebody else. We are humans. We are not geometrical patterns and parallelograms. It doesn't matter if you are feeling sad and negative. After all, there is a variety. So choose from this variety. That wisdom, that divine wisdom I call, that Sadbuddhi, all of us have. So don't assume what she must have said, he must have said. Assumptions will pull you down. Appreciation will take you a long way. Be kind to your own self. And how can you be kind to your own self? How can you be right to your own self? By seeing the good, by appreciating the good, and feeling good. And feeling good can only and only happen when we stop, when we are conscious, when we are aware. Do not let negativity suck you. Do not let anything that is disturbing you take you down. But remember, we are humans, and if we feel bad, it's no big deal. But know that you are feeling bad, and you have to make a conscious effort to move from feeling bad to feeling good. This journey is beautiful. And in this journey, if still something goes wrong, how beautiful it would be if we think that it is just a component. I always feel it's an assembly line technique like we have in the automobile industry. Anything that is happening in my life, let's say the exit of my elder brother and elder sister, it is just a component leading me towards a good life. So if I can take those two big tragedies as components, a small here and there, somebody said bad about you, you didn't earn much, COVID came, you were out of work, etc., 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 etc. Can you take it as just a component which is going to lead you to fearlessness, which is going to lead you to a good life, which is going to lead you to a wholesome life because you are working? That is one. Second is, let's trust the process. There is a process. There is some power. You call it Khuda, Allah, God, Guru Nanak, whatsoever, energy. But somebody is doing something. So many of us are there today on this small screen. Are we aware that our circulatory system is working? Is it not a wow thing? So this makes me feel, it's a wonder for me. I'm breathing. I don't even know how much my lungs are expanding and contracting, but it's happening. So there is so much to be grateful for. Let us pick those things and move, and lows when they come, consider them just a component in the bigger picture. Step back and see the huge picture. You are a beautiful component of the universe.
What a beautiful message that we are a beautiful component of the universe, And if we can just hold that as a mantra in our hearts, and say that to ourselves every day. I feel sometimes we're very good at saying kind words to others, but how about saying them to ourselves?
Yes.
Yes. Making friends with your own self. It's so important. We tend, especially women these days, we handling the home, we have our children, we have our husbands. Some of us, like Rupa, are living in extended families, and she's handling everything so amazingly. I don't know if you were on the
Yes, I was watching
before this. What a dynamic young lady.
Yeah.
And many of us are out in the working world, and sometimes, of course, there are areas where we cannot perform 100%. And we batter ourselves up for it, I wish I'd done this, or I should have done this better. But every challenge that comes towards us is to push us to grow, and every failure that comes towards us, through our failures, is how we learn to succeed. This is something. Otherwise, how will you learn to succeed?
Absolutely.
How will you know where you've gone wrong? Right? So everything, it's a journey step by step. And I want to ask you, what are the most powerful messages you have? I know you have a very dynamic daughter as well, and she's learned from the best, you. So what messages do you have for women out there to empower them, to really lift them out of that? There I see Shubrata. Very warm global namaste to you, Shubrata. You're on mute.
A very warm global namaste to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you for coming on board. Now, there's your daughter, and I know you have groomed her into this very dynamic, strong, smiling, positive human being. And I mean, it speaks for itself. So what message do you have for all the daughters, the mothers, the sisters out there on this women's empowerment session? What can you say for us? How can we, really take your cup that's so full and bring it into our lives? Dimple.
My message to all of us, to all of you, is take every segment of the day as a segment that is a blessing. Receive each part of the day. You can divide your day into various segments, but see, when you are with your children, like Rupa said, she's all there. I tell people, you are all there. Think that that is your meditation. I believe, as a mother, as a sister, as a daughter, as a wife, there is no need to sit and meditate when you have too much to do. You'll never be able to get aligned to your own self. So all the mothers, all the daughters here and otherwise who are not on screen at the moment, the message is receive every segment as a blessing and ensure that even if negativity comes, don't be harsh and unkind to your own self. It does not matter. If it is a contrasting situation, that contrasting situation is a guidance. Please remember, like I'll give a small example. Do I have some 1 minute with me, Seema?
Yes, of course. Okay, please carry on. Please.
Like, for example, a lady who was taking a session with me, she said that if she had not joined our group, which is called God's Consciousness, which tells us to be aware, alert, conscious of everything, she says she would have messed up everything. Her jacuzzi in the washroom was not working and she was all anxious. A very, very mundane example. You can replicate it with anything which has broken down in your house. And she says she started thinking the mason will not come. It's COVID. If mason comes, my children are there. The water will go in the foundation of the house, etc., etc., etc. She says because she is a part of God's consciousness, she just looked at the jacuzzi and said, I trust jacuzzi that you'll be all right. and good experienced people will come and put you on road. Behave well because I need you. And she says, lo and behold, 42 days of anxiety and fretting and fear of COVID and masons coming, she gets a call from her husband that he's laid hands on good masons, they'll come and they'll repair it in 3 days. And she says, how come this jacuzzi is on road? I said, you gave it to the environment, you gave it to the universe. So trust the process. So all mothers and daughters, believe that good is there. Only thing is you got to receive it. And how do you receive it? Simply, simply, simply by feeling good. Howsoever you do, please feel good. The brain, as I said, does not understand whether you are feeling good because of the present, past or future. You feel good, universe will give you better. You feel better, you will get the best. Is it not a simple, empowering tool? And for me, this is self-care.
And so powerful when you give 100% to yourself. Like Rupa said, when you give 100%, you receive 100%. And what you're saying just synergizes in the context of when we give 100% to ourselves, we will receive 100% back. But we have to make that conscious decision. Dimpleji, such powerful words, and so empowering for all the women out there. A beautiful, beautiful session with you. Thank you so much. You have so much to share. We'd love to have you back on Healing Our Earth, but do stay on with us for our panel chat at 3:30. And I'd like to thank Rupa, who was with us earlier, and Dimpleji, who's with us now on behalf of our founder, producer, and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Thank you so much for coming on board with us and being with us today and sharing all your wisdom. A very warm global namaste to you, Dimpleji, and thank you so much. Such powerful words from none other than, Rupa and Dimpleji on women and how we can be empowered and be in the state of gratitude. And now we're traveling. We've been in the UK with Rupa. We traveled all the way to Jammu in India. And now we're traveling to one of the most special places in my heart, which is my country of birth, with an extremely empowering, very lovely lady known as Tabitha Mugai Karanja. And she's from no other than my country of birth, Kenya. And it gives me so much pride to introduce her today. So let me tell you something about this lovely lady. Tabitha Karanja is the Chief Executive Officer of Karachi Breweries in Kenya. It is Kenya's leading homegrown brewery and the second largest in the country. Her heart is in entrepreneurship and leadership, and she is the only woman in Africa to have founded a beer company. This is actually an industry that is largely considered to be the big boys industry. She's passionate about accountable leadership, supporting women and youth and persons with disabilities, and ensuring that communities have sustainable ecosystems that empower women in business. What a dynamic lady. Today, the soft-spoken mother of four is an accomplished entrepreneur at the helm of a grand multi-billion world-class brewery. Karachi Breweries has firmly cemented its position as the first and only brewery in Africa to use cutting-edge, ultra-modern and high-tech techniques. The 21st Century Brewing Technology Brewery produces high-quality premium beers that are natural, sugar-free, and have no hangover effects. A very warm global namaste to you, Tabitha. Jambo, that's
Jambo
hello in
san.
Swahili. Habari yako and karibuni, welcome. And I see also Mina Ben Kangrang here. Jambo, so
Jambo.
lovely to see both of you.
Thank you.
Double Jambo to you, Seema. Nice to see you all the way from Kenya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful to see you. And whenever I see people from Kenya, Tabitha, Meenabin, my heart just explodes and I get bubbles of joy. So thank you both, and thank you, Meena ji, for introducing Tabitha to us here at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Tabitha, it's such a pleasure to have you. And I was reading on you and your journey. You started in 1997, huh?
Yes.
And quite a journey you've had in the big boys industry. Tell me all about the challenges that you've had to face.
Yeah, because of hi, how are you? Fine, thank you. And I say hi to everyone, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you for loving Kenya. It's a lovely country, and we love it. But yeah,
Yes.
so I started. I'm the co-founder of Greenwich Breweries, and the most hard part was to break the monopoly that was there for 80 years. So because of the big company that was there then trying to break that monopoly, I think that's what has been going through a lot of challenges. But we are here, happy that we are here. We are here today.
And you've had quite a journey, right?
Yes.
I can imagine, your journey. And what I wanted to ask you, you're a mom of 4, okay? And you have this brewery in the Rift Valley, and you have your children with you, and I'm sure you've got the traffic in Nairobi and the traffic in Kenya, and you've got so many things going on. How do you balance your work-life career? This is a question I really needed to ask you because you have done so well. And Summit Lager is found everywhere now, and I believe you've delved into the world of wines as well now.
Yes.
Yes. So that's very entrepreneurial, and of course that's the true Kenyan spirit, as I like to always say. We're very enterprising people. How do you balance your work-life balance? How do you do it? Or is there any such thing as balance?
Yeah, so because of being a woman and knowing that family comes first, so I try to balance this from the beginning. And I'm happy that I've managed. And every time I tell people is to really try to balance. It's not easy, of course, because if it's men, they don't have that time for the family. The women take care of the family. But you being an entrepreneur, business person, and on the other hand, you're married, you have a husband, you have children to take care of. It's always like you have to work 5 times harder than men. So it is challenging, but at least I can say I've managed to balance the two. And that is the most important part for any entrepreneur, to remember that as you start the journey, always to try and balance the two. Because the result at the end of it, it's fulfilling when you've done both and you've managed to balance at the end of it. Nothing has been left behind. Thank you.
Amazing words of wisdom from you, bring your family first, but, bring it into balance. And as the woman, if you have to balance it, you balance it. The true Kenyan spirit, speaks from you. Now, how do you, in your very busy schedule, Tabitha, how do you stay grounded and how do you take care of yourself? I look at you and you look amazing. How do you do it? How do you take care of yourself? And just stay grounded and,
Yeah.
cope with the busy schedule.
I think it's remaining focused. You remain focused so that you're able also to take care of yourself. And the most important part, I know I was told by the doctor, is just to ensure you do a bit of the exercise and then ensure that you eat well. I mean, you eat a balanced diet. And this balanced diet is not the most expensive. It's about the vegetables and the fruits and a lot of water. And of course, ensuring that you sleep enough. Of course, sleeping enough as a co-founder and having a family and all that, you may end up sleeping only 6 hours. So even up to today, I only sleep 6 hours, but I know the doctor says 8 hours. But the 6 hours, that's what I normally manage to do. But the exercising, and it's not a lot, maybe 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. I was advised by the doctor from the day one, and ensuring that a lot of vegetables and a lot of fruits and taking a lot of water. And of course, remaining focused so that you're not driven out of your path by many things that will be thrown to you, especially when you are climbing that ladder of the entrepreneurship.
You know, when you speak about the fruits and vegetables, I can't help but get transported back to Nairobi or to Kenya because we have
Yes,
such beautiful produce in our country, the
yes,
freshest, you know, we have the best vegetables, we have the best fruits. And if I'm not mistaken, Nairobi comes from a Maasai term called Enya Karobi, which means land of sweet water or something in that context. Am I right?
yes,
Yes, so Nairobi means land of sweet water. For those of you who didn't know, Nairobi means
yes,
land of sweet water. You
yes,
know,
yes.
now when it comes to your career, you know, and you started quite a few years ago, did you ever imagine, you know, that Keroche breweries would bring you into this huge, great big role? What a great role you have, and what a fantabulous business you and Mr. Karanja have built, you know. And I believe you mentor a lot of, you know, the younger children and students in entrepreneurship, and you train them through your foundation. So tell me more. Did you ever imagine that you would have this big, huge brewery, you know, with Summit Lager all over Kenya and more and beyond?
I know. Actually, no. Okay, when you're starting, you never imagine where you'll be. But the minute you understand what needs to be done so that you can grow big, that is ensuring that you work with the professional, the right people, you build a team. Because even as I've done that, I'm not a brewer, I'm not an engineer. We have the best brewer in the brewmaster. Actually, among the 10 best brewers in the world, you pick one of them. It's from Keroche Breweries. So when you get the right team, the right people, so you just remain now as a strategic manager, and you lead in that angle. You let people work, and then you manage them well. That is all that you need to do. So the sky now becomes the limit, and then you know whatever you put in place is that something that will compete globally. So meaning your plant, your brands can be put anywhere in the world and they can compete. So meaning you're competing with the big boys. So they will not be look like you're making brands that are of lower standard, but even they are more premium than what was you found in the market. So after doing that, now you continue growing, you continue influencing more people. And then after realizing how you've done it, you also give back to the society. And we started a Keroche Foundation where we give a hand to the upcoming entrepreneurs.
Amazing, you know, and being a woman in the big boys industry, you know, you have to be very brave and very strong and have that true Kenyan entrepreneurial spirit, which we do have in our country. And I take great pride in it now. What was the most, if you're willing to share, the most significant barrier in your career, and how did you grow from it?
Yeah, I've had many, but it's when you get into a business, you are very naive. You don't know the big boys that were in the business and just regarded that market. So you get in, you find that you're being given a lot of smear campaign on your products and all that. You find yourself you're not floor of the house or the parliament being discussed, and you didn't know all this. So to fight that and to get punitive taxation sent to your products and all that. So to fight that, and you're fighting a whole government and a whole multinational, that was amazing. But putting God first and asking God to intervene for you, I think also this has helped me. And then having worked and shown people what I've been doing, working with the people, with the Kenyans, to understand what I've been doing. So they all came again to support me. And so that's why I'm here, is with my God and with the people of Kenya, and of course having the best products. That's what I can say. But there's a lot of challenges, actually. If you read about our managed, you wonder, how can somebody survive in such an environment and in such I mean, to break that monopoly that has been there for 80 years with big boys, with money, and then you just come very innocent, you're a woman, without a background of engineering or brewing, but you put the right team together, and we are here where we are. So I'm willing to write a book one of the days so that at least people can learn that it can be done. And not necessarily whether in Africa or in Asia, anywhere we women, we can also do it.
We need that book and we need it fast.
Thank you.
Because it's
I
going to
agree.
inspire so many, because you have, I'm sure, in the industry you're in, there would be, I mean, numerous challenges, and you've climbed your mountains. You've climbed your mountains, you know, and sometimes they've been really, you've needed a lot of hiking gear to climb them, you know, to get on top, you know, but if you were in charge, what would you do to empower women and make their place better in the workplace? I mean, from a woman who's in the boys' industry, you know, what would you do as a woman to empower women and make their position better in the workplace?
Okay, it's just to ensure, because women and men have different roles. For you as a woman to understand, as a woman leader, you understand the roles of men and women. If I was in a position, I'd even give women lesser working hours, and ensure that you understand that they'll be having more offs than maybe the men, because to take care of their families and all that. And of course, here in Kenya, we've started to understand that even women need to breastfeed their children when they are in the working place. So we're building rooms that women now can be brought their babies and breastfeed them even when they're working. So those are some of the things that you need to understand. And they are emotional, you take care of them and understand them and listen to them, give them an ear more than the way you'd give a man. Not that we are weak, but I know that there's a lot that you need to help women and work with them and understand them more than you would understand a man.
Well, coming from a woman's perspective, a woman will always understand a woman. I mean, no offense and nothing, but, you know, we are mothers, and, you know, the Kenyan woman is a very powerful woman. There are many powerful women, and I give them all over the globe, and, you know, we celebrate you. You know, we say you're doing so well, but I speak from the Kenyan perspective, of course, because I am Kenyan, and I know that the Kenyan woman has so much on her plate. She has so much on her plate, you know, and you know, the way we manage it, you know, we do work hard. We're, you know, it's a very hard working community, like many other or most communities all over the world. And you know, what is it, the one thing besides, you know, exercise and eating the right vegetables and you know, eating the right food, that you do personally for your own inner self, you know, just it could be your connection with God and going to church or meditating or yoga or going for a massage. What is the one thing you feel that you really just, or just kicking your legs up at home and listening to soft music that you, or having a pint of Summit? What is the one thing you love to do for yourself, Tavita, that we as women can take inspiration from you?
It is trusting God in everything you do and remaining true to yourself and enjoying every moment with family, his friends. It is if you're married, your husband, and ensuring that you have good friends around yourself. So that's what I can only say. But at least staying true to yourself and trusting God in everything you do and enjoying every moment, especially with your family, your husband and your friends, I think is the best. And being happy, not remaining, never remain negative, just always be a happy person. And the minute you're happy, your home will be happy, your business, your working place, also the environment that you create in there is happy environment. And you're happy. That is the word that I can say, and putting God in everything that you do.
Well, we can really see the happiness in your beautiful smile, Tavita, indeed. And what I would like to ask you is, you know, you have this foundation What a beautiful foundation, the Greenwich Foundation, where you mentor people for startups and entrepreneurial spirit. How do you advise them to stay motivated for you to have carried this business forward from 1997 to now? You need to constantly be motivated. So what is your message out there, especially for the woman entrepreneur? How can she stay motivated? Life will bring challenges. There will be mountains to climb. There will be blocks that come your way. How can she stay motivated to just climb up and be on top of the mountain the way you guys have done it,
It's to think big. It's to think big and to think of how you can build a business beyond yourself. So there will be a lot of work because the minute you reach at a comfort zone, I think that is the minute that you need to get out of that comfort zone. So the minute you remain focused, you're building businesses that beyond yourself, you just end and retire knowing that that business will continue and other people will take up. So there's no day that you remain like, I've reached, nimefika. I'm sure you understand the Kiswahili, that I've reached.
Yeah,
so you'll always be waking up. You always be waking up looking forward to something bigger than where you are. I think that's all that I can say. And I keep on telling them that, to think big and build businesses that are beyond themselves. Like the way I've done. Yeah, the way I've done, meaning maybe think even go Africa, build breweries that are across Africa and all that. So there's no day that you stay there thinking you've reached. You just be moving, Yeah.
Very strong. As Tabitha said, nimefika, for those of you who don't speak Swahili, means I have reached, and it's in a good way, a powerful way. I have reached with the big I have, and I can see that you're very confident and you're very resilient, and you've been like this throughout your career from 1997 to now. Your journey has been one of confidence and resiliency. And I know you build that in the team that, you mentor, through your foundation. How have you done this so amazingly? Namnagani, how? Mambia, tell me, please.
Yeah, I think it's remaining focused. I can just say remaining focused and knowing what you need to be done. By creating that team that will work for you, the team that we work together with, and the right team, and putting people in the right places. It will always, even then, they keep on motivating you. You create a team that will keep on also motivating you and give you the reason even how you need to move forward. So that I can say, and then of course, as I putting God in everything you do, and putting people around you, even if they are friends and all that, that will make you happy always. You're enjoying your life, because you need to enjoy your life. Even as you're working hard, you need also to get that time to enjoy your life. But remaining focused, that is the main I can say, and being thinking big. That's all that I can put it. Yeah.
So if you were 25 years old, I'm going to ask you a question. If you were 25 years old, and I've been wanting to ask you this question for a long time, what would be your advice to yourself?
Come again, what you did?
If you were 25 years old, what would be your advice to yourself?
Or to myself? I think I've been asked that question. And I remember even when I was 25, because I got my 4 kids in 4 years. There's nothing that I would say that I would have done better than what I've done today. But I only advise the young 25 not to think that they are young, to know that life starts at an early stage. Because if you start at an early stage, you'll achieve your goals when it's too late for you. Like now for me, I know in the next 3 years, maybe I'll be retiring. I'm 57 now. I'll be retiring at 60, so that I get the right CEO and all that. So it will be nice to see your work, what you've put together, continuing when you still have the energy. To see if nothing is going on the way you'd want, you can still get back and and do so whatever. So I think that's only I would advise the 25, because you've seen that today they think they are very young. But for me, getting married at 22, at 26, 32, starting the Greenwich breweries. So you can see now you have the energy, enough energy to get out of the challenges and all that, and remain focused and still have that energy to even get time to work, to motivate others, to create this foundation and think about you're straight, you're thinking straight, even at that whatever age. Yeah. So I would advise the 25 year. But for me, I think maybe because of the nature of my business, it has really made me like run. And I even say when I was 40, I thought I was 80 because of what I'd managed to do. So that's what I would say.
It's truly incredible what you've managed to do, Tabitha. I mean, you make all us, I have to say it's on behalf of all the Kenyans, she makes us all very, very, very proud. It's so touching. But on that note, Kalpana, who's originally from Mombasa, and she's now in Manchester in the UK, she wants to know, are your products available here in the UK? That was my next question. Are your products available here in the UK?
Not yet, but
Not
that
yet.
is but in plan. Yes, not yet.
Okay, so we will be
Yes.
seeing Summit very soon in the UK.
Yeah, very
All
soon.
right,
Yes,
wonderful.
yes.
Now, in Kenya, and in many countries all over the world, there's a lot of gender bias with women, and like you said, now in Kenya, we're implementing rooms where women can breastfeed their children, I mean, how can we stop this, or how can we improve the situation? As a powerful woman, as a CEO of a company, we mentor and look after so many people. We really need to ask you this question, how can we stop gender bias in the workplace?
Yeah, I think it's the men needs to be trained. The men needs to be trained to know that women are even better managers than them. And if they are more even empowered, they can help grow the economy of any country. So it's men needs to be trained. I've even seen, I can even give an example of where you see the Maasais, where young girls are married at a very high age. I was looking at a girl trying to fight that, and I saw her say, the next move now is for her to take these old men and train them to show them how these women, if they are let to grow and they are allowed to release their full potential, what they can be, so that they can understand that they need to support these women to grow. So that's only whatever. But if there's a lot that for us to push and to keep on pushing as women, and the more we push ourselves, the men will continue now knowing they need to give us that respect that we need.
Absolutely. What strong words, and so pertinent, for what we need to do for all societies all over the world to stop gender bias, because this is a huge problem. Now, I would like to delve, did you have a role model or a leadership mentor?
Where I grew, it was a small village, very small village. So we could only think about teachers, being a policeman, that's all. And then even coming out of the village, going to the secondary and all that, it's the same. It was not like today where you could see now today they can see there's a lot, you can see the CNNs and all that. So you are informed. That time we were not really informed with the world and what is happening. But after now growing up, of course, and being in the business, I want also to be among the best entrepreneurs of the world. And we know them. They're in the Forbes, the list, the Forbes, whatever. So I wish one day I'll also be in the Forbes list. So that's what I can say. For now, I know, I've seen them, I read about them, and I know I can reach where they've reached. But at our age, that time we were growing, we were not really informed like the way it is today. So I didn't have a role model. I've said it many times. Our role models were our teachers, the policemen that we could see there, and our mothers when we were growing up, because we could see the way they took care of us with very rich resources, and they managed to take care of us, educate us, and all that. So and I think that's why we are like hardened, and we are able to take all challenges and manage even our lives. I think that's also hardened us as we were growing up. Yes,
For
thank
all
you.
of those watching from Kenya, our role models, and I couldn't agree more than this with Tabitha, our teachers. Yes, such powerful role models in the schools we grew up in. Our policemen, absolutely, and our mothers. Our mothers have been great role models for us, but we're not going to let you go so fast. We're going to ask you now, how do you encourage women not to give up? Apana, no ways, you can't give up. Keep going. And Alea too, keep going.
I know, yeah. And and to believe in ourselves, because we'll be discouraged, even when you're starting your business, maybe you don't have a collateral and you want maybe financing from the bank and all that. So it's only to believe in ourselves and to keep on moving, because we are better managers, may I believe, more than even men, and we can do better than even what men can do, and we've proven it can be done.
And your message to all the ladies out there, what advice do you have for women who want to start up or grow their own businesses? What are your powerful words of advice to them?
It is to believe in themselves and to remain focused and never give up, and never to give up. And always, they can always ask a woman, a friend, a woman entrepreneur, and every time a woman will be willing to give an advice. It doesn't matter somebody's coming from where and where, but they'll always be willing to give, because they understand the journey of a woman to grow up and to keep this balance, the family and the business and all that, and even to grow their career. We understand it takes more harder than the way men will. So in short, it's just to remain focused and to believe in themselves. And that belief is so key, because when you're walking, you'll be told like you're a woman. So you think because you're a woman, you are lesser than the men. But the minute you understand that you need to believe yourself, remain focused and never give up, you get to where you are meant to be.
Amazing journey, Tabitha, and amazing words of wisdom, and so empowering and inspirational for all us women out there who are listening. Thank you so much for coming to Healing Our Earth today. But we're not going to let you go so soon, because as you can see, we have a whole panel of wonderful inspirational ladies here. We have Rupa Parmar from the UK. We have Hasmita Solanki. She's a banker here in the UK. We have Dimple Anil from Jammu in Kashmir, India. She's very inspirational, and she's an inspirational speaker, and she wears so many hats. I could go on and on. We have Gayatri Shambo from Mauritius, which is not far from our very own Kenya. And of course, I'm Seema. I'm here originally from Kenya, lived in Hong Kong, and now living in the UK. And of course, go back to Kenya at least once a year or twice a year. And on that note, speaking of Hong Kong, before we get into our panel discussion, for our viewers in the Far East who are watching us right now and have been watching earlier, we'd like to wish you, coming up on the 1st and 2nd of February is the Year of the Tiger. And here on our discussion, we're going to unleash our inner tigresses now with women's empowerment. A very, very happy Chinese New Year to all of you. Gong Hei Fat Choi. Now let's get back to our panel discussion, and let's all speak about unleashing our inner tigresses. We have Tabitha here, very powerful lady Rupa, who's into financial trading and financial education. We have Hasmita, who's a banker. And we have Dimple Anil from India, who's totally, truly inspirational, fully in the positive thought process. And we also have Gayatri Shambo from Mauritius, not so far from Kenya. Welcome, ladies. And let's start one by one. Rupa, what an inspirational, beautiful talk you gave us on Forex trading and financial education. And you spoke about, believing. I would like to ask you, You heard Tabitha's talk, of her journey from 1997 to now. They've built a
Yes.
beautiful brewery, etc. And
Mhm.
I think the one element I see woven together, as Dimple says, weave with me, woven with all of us,
Mhm.
is belief,
Yes.
believing and achieving.
Yes.
So, what did you think of our discussion on the brewery in Kenya and how Tabitha is empowering so many lives?
I think it's amazing, and it goes to show how much the time has changed and how the world has evolved. It's no longer a world where the men are going out to work and women are just sitting home as housewives. Yes, that's still very common, but not only are women looking after their families, they're also taking care of their finances, they're also taking care of health, they're also taking care of so many different aspects. And it just goes to show that with more and more women empowerment calls like this, with more and more associations where women feel uplifted, it will 100% unleash so much more of their power. So belief is a huge thing. And again, for me, I come back to just your surroundings, believing through your five senses, seeing, tasting, touching, hearing, everything, that goes through your five senses. So that's what increases your belief system. That's what's helped me to increase my belief system.
Amazing, amazing, And Tabitha, you have had true, real, deep-rooted belief that what you you believed in what you could achieve and you've done it. And on that note, I'm going to come to Hasmita Solanki. She's a banker here in the UK. And Hasmita is a single mom and she has had to climb her mountains, and has had to carry a lot of hiking gear. Hasmita, what would you like to share about this women's empowerment session and how has it inspired you? And any words of wisdom you'd like to share with all of us?
Wow. Global namaste to everybody. Seema, thank you. It's been fascinating listening to all the guests and so inspirational. And I think the key message is believe in yourself. And the question is always asked is that how did it change you as a person, or did it change you as a person, and how did it change you as a person? And I think when you believe in yourself and you have a vision and a goal, it's very hard to actually reach it without obviously the obstacles and the challenges that everybody generally comes across. But I think with women empowerment, it's changing the face and the page of the world, recognizing that women do empower in different ways and different levels. And yes, we are mums, we have responsibilities, we have challenges, we have families, but we embrace all that. But also, as you said, it's that hiking that takes you to where you want to. And it's individuals, where you want to go to, what you want to achieve, but believing in yourself and the spiritual values. And as we've all kind of covered all this, that's been important for me, certainly. And the other thing I think people do forget is to enjoy the journey. Enjoy it while you are, the challenges do come, they're hard, but enjoy them as you go along. And that's what has kept me going, is that, be positive and believe in yourself, as you've all said.
Dimple Ji actually really did very powerfully share in our session together that, speaking to yourself, reprogramming your mind, motivating yourself, being kind to yourself, taking that rest, taking that time out, if you're not having a good day, lie back in bed again, how many of us do that? How many of us actually think and say, okay, let me stop and let me just lie back and relax for a few minutes. I'm not feeling so well today. I have a backache. I've had a heavy few days, It's either I find myself saying, oh God, I've got the children, I've got my husband, I've got the house, I've got my work. There's so many things to do. Do I really take that time to lie back? And she said, start your morning slow, just be in the flow of things and Rupa powerfully said, be present, and Tabitha also said, be 100% there like Rupa. I mean, we're all weaving the same thread with the same messages, that be present, be there, and as women, we do carry many hats. And I do feel that the social expectations in some communities are very high from women. They're expected to be a mom, run a home, live in a joint family, work, and then come back home exhausted after work and run the home, you know. And on a day when she takes a rest or a day off, she may be told, well, what have you done the whole day? But I mean, I'm just saying in some situations, it's not generally true for everybody. I must be very, very cautious here with my words. But how do we nourish? Dimple, you spoke on self-care. Tabitha, you said you exercise 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. Rupa, you like to go for a massage. I know, Asmita, you like to do something good for yourself, which brings me to Gayatri Shambhoji. A very warm global namaste to you in Mauritius.
Global namaste, Smaji.
And not far from Kenya at all, with all your beautiful beaches and all your palm trees and I feel very jealous. I have been to Mauritius. It's a beautiful country.
Yes.
Please do
True.
share your views. I know you're very active in many social organizations. You do a lot of social work. You speak at several events. What are your views on our session on women's empowerment today? I'd love you women to keep on talking. This is wonderful. I could go on till eternity.
I mean, being here today, seeing you and seeing all the beautiful, inspiring ladies already who have already spoken, and I feel greatly inspired, of course. And today's topic is one of my favorite, meaning profound. It has been very profound in my life, and that had pushed me to really come forward and try to make a difference in the lives of the women, because the world is divided. I mean, the countries are divided. There are those countries which are underdeveloped, developing, and the modern ones who are already developing and developed countries. So that word women empowerment will differ, and it is relative to the different countries. Like when we speak about Malala, when we speak about the countries where she comes from, or maybe also from the underdeveloped or developing countries, we have to empower women on education. Yeah. But when we talk about the Western country where we have everything, we are already financially independent, we have everything. So what more are we thinking of empowering? What is it that we're talking of empowering at this point? So this is where my question is, what are we going to empower? Do we want more status, more power, more authority, more finance? Then it triggers that power. Are we talking about the power which is outward, outside, on the worldly stage, or are we talking about the inner power? So this is my point. Then I'm going to speak more elaborately at in a few minutes. Speaking about that inner power, now it's time to really empower women for our inner strength, developing that, empowering that inner power. Every Shakti, like we have a Shakti right there behind me, Annapurna Shakti. And we realize, we're aware that we already possess all the Shaktis. Why are people saying that we have to empower women now? Another question mark triggers. We already have the Shakti. The power is inherent. So why should we empower? What has happened? So these are the things that, I would like to share when we are going to have more time later on. Yes.
Wonderful words from you, Gayatri ji. Thank you so much. And I see over here we have Dr. Nasiba from South Africa, and we have Dr. Nora Vyas. I would like to start with you, Dr. Nora Vyas. Please do share your views on this session so far on women's empowerment.
Well, thank you so much, Seema. It really is a pleasure to be here on Healing Our Earth. Global namaste to everyone who's tuning in to today's session and all of our viewers. I think it's been a wonderful session so far. I've been watching quite a few of the videos so far, the live ones. And Seema, I thought I was reflecting on, the amazing, because I was looking at some previous ones as well, where you've done some incredible kitchen episodes. I think a lot of times when we think of women, we think of women who are handling the household duties. They are juggling not only whatever's happening in the house, but also what's going on outside, so their jobs. And I think that we have that Shakti, we have that power, and we don't really talk about it. So when we discuss things like women empowerment, I think it's about evoking those inner treasures and highlighting them to everyone, so that we can actually grow as individuals.
Absolutely. This is so powerful. And, I think when I see so many of you women out there, I see women like Hasmita and Rupa and Tabitha and Dimple, who are doing so much, on such a large scale, on different avenues. Some may have the spiritual angle, some have the financial angle. I can't help but speak for all the other women out there and say, we feel totally inspired. And speaking about inspiration, I know there's Dr. Nasiba in South Africa. A very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Nasiba.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys are so amazing. When you just tune into one of these meetings, the energy is always so positive. I want to start off by saying the last time I was on one of your meetings, I had a bit of a crisis with my daughter. I think I remember saying that so I just wanted to let everyone know she did get a place. It wasn't even her first choice or her second choice. It was her third choice. And it was what she ended up wanting to do, and she just didn't know it. And it's all the positive energies, and with her finally getting that place of turmoil, the 2 weeks of turmoil, she actually settled so nicely into what she's doing. Not so much me. I have to say, I've spent the last 2 days crying. So that's why I've got puffy eyes, because she's studying 1,500 kilometers away from home. So I had to send her off yesterday. It's a big crying. But when everyone was talking about women empowerment, for me, there's two things. The first thing is, there is this Japanese concept of the things that you put out there, you'll feel them in the universe. And, it's like when you're pregnant, you'll go to a mall and you just see pregnant women and prams and then diapers. And then when you're getting married, all you suddenly see is bridal magazines. And when last did I see a bridal magazine? I can't remember. But when I was getting married, I saw them everywhere, and people were advertising wedding rings. And it's the same thing. It's the energies you put out there is what you get in. And so I was watching something, and because, there's lots of changes going on in my life at the moment. And I was watching some random TV thing. So I like to watch something that's not too intense, so I can always do some work, because we like to multitask. So I was designing a new logo for a big new project I'm working on. And something just caught my eye. And this guy was talking to the two characters were speaking. And he said, you only can take care of others when you take care of yourself. And, that hit just like that, because as much as I'm trying to sort my kids out and do everything, I can do nothing if I'm sick or dead. And I said this the last time. So that's the first thing about empowering women, is about teaching them to look after themselves. And women, especially Indian women, and this is just an observation, and I see it across countries, Indian women are inherently brought up to feel guilty when they do things for themselves, because they are supposed to be just serving. I know when I came at 20th in the country in my matric year, I got into every single medical school here in South Africa. I started studying medicine, and I was married, and I'd go to my mom's house for a meal, and my ex-husband, I was married then, he'd get up to warm a plate of food, and my mother would be like, go, make his food hot. And I'm like, but he has two hands. And then she'll say, no, but you must do it. He was working the whole day. What was I doing? I was like, I was working just as hard as him. And for me to get my mom into that mindset, eventually we had quite a few conversations where she expected me to work, expected me to be a wife, expected me to be a full-time mother, but she didn't expect him to do anything. And he wasn't brought up like that, but she still expected me to do that. And it took a while to change, because we need to do that with what we do with our kids. So I tell my kids, my ex-mother-in-law and I have a wonderful relationship. I just spoke to her a few minutes ago. I learned so much from her. I learned so much from my mom. But there were so many things that I picked up that I will never do to my kids. And somewhere along the line, when we see the cycle that's not right, we need to fix it. And that's the second part of empowerment. We need to empower starting with our kids, and not just women. Women empowerment comes from empowering the men as well. So when you have sons, you have to teach them to treat their wives with respect. And that will only happen when they see their husband, their dad treating their mom with respect. And if something isn't right, it's up to you to fix it. So you make that change, and and that's how I brought up my girls. I was so proud of them. They called me just before this, and that's why I took a while to get on, because a lot of crying. They showed me how they set up the whole place and all of that. And my daughter said to me, "Mom, you taught us well, don't worry." And that was so nice, the way they set up their cupboards and the way they did I bought them an apartment there, and they both staying together. But that's it, There's certain things that my mom did to me I will never do to my kids, because it's things that broke me. Like no matter what I cooked, it was too dry, too salty, too spicy. There was always something. And with my kids, no matter what they make, I always compliment the effort. And that's what we need to do. And that's how you empower. It's small things. It's not big things like, making them run for president or making them run an organization. It's not things like that. It's those small things. So those are my 2 key points for empowering women. The first thing is to look after yourself and to teach other women. And that's why a platform like this is so important, is to tell other women that you are amazing. And we can't be that person that puts that sticker up, the meme, that says, be that woman that straightens another woman's crown without telling her. You can't put the meme up, just do it. Stop telling other people to do it. Start with yourself. So that's the first thing. Start with yourself. Tell other women you're amazing, you look good. Well done for the day. You did such an amazing job. Women need validation. We give it to each other. We don't need to eat. That's what we do. We fill a hole when we eat to fill that hole. That's why women are mostly overweight, right? Because they eat to fill a hole. And the second thing is start with your own family and your kids and empower both of them, males and females, to treat women equally. Because there is a saying of the Prophet, which reminds me a lot. And he said in his last sermon, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, nobody is superior over another except by piety and good actions. Thanks so much, Seema.
Thank you. This was very powerful what you said, and it brought me back to memories of a friend of mine, which I must share. They were living in Germany, and of course, she was cooking and cleaning and washing and looking after the home and the children, picking and dropping them. And her husband had a full-time job. And in all fairness, it was a hard job for him, and he had his challenges. And she did share with me. She said he came home one day and he said. And she said, I'm so tired, I'm exhausted. Can you, just heat up the dinner in the microwave? And he said, well, I'm tired and exhausted too. What have you been doing all day? And she said, she paused to herself and she said, how could I gently bring him into realize, how much goes into that one day?
Leave him alone with the kids for the whole day.
How much effort goes. I think she was very skillful in her technique, and she was able to. But a lot of cultures are very men. Again, I don't want to come across as a feminist over here. Please forgive me. Are men centric, because men are the breadwinners of the family, and they go out and women produce children in their home. But I think as difficult as it is and challenging, and rewarding it is for women to look after children and the home. And now, of course, have careers. It's same for men too. And I think that level of appreciation for both, a lot of us women dwell on, oh, poor me, I was home, I was cooking, I was cleaning. But what about your husband as well? He's been out, he's been working the whole day, and vice versa. She's home, she's cooking. It's a joint, it's a unit, it's a joint effort together.
Seema, I just want to make a comment here, if I can. With us as Indian women in South Africa, we came from India with a lot of traditions, cultural traditions, and a lot of things that are religious. And every time there's something contentious, it's easier to make it a religious thing than it is to make it a cultural thing, because people will listen if it's religious. So here, there's a general consensus out there that Muslim women are very oppressed. Do you know that according to Islamic law, a woman is able to charge, rightly, she can charge her husband for every single thing she does for him or his family, except for breastfeeding and for intimacy. For every single thing. Hi, honey, how was your day? I made you a cup of tea. That'll be $5. I ironed your pants for work. That'll be $10. She can charge him for everything. She can charge him monetary value, because that is how much the Quran and the religion values women. And yet the rest of the world thinks that Muslim women are oppressed. The only two things a woman cannot charge for is for breastfeeding his children, if it's her child, and for intimacy. For every other thing a woman can charge. And that is what the message we need to put out across them, is because when men look after a woman that's looking after the kids at home, they give a housekeeping fund, or they give a fund to run the household. It shouldn't be like that. There should be a housekeeping fund, and she should get a salary because she's entitled. Because I can tell you, I've worked nights as a doctor. I ran my own company after medical school. I run my own company now, and I've got all of the other things that I do. And I can tell you unequivocally, the hardest thing I've done is look after a kid for 24 hours. And when you stay at home and you're stay-at-home mom, your job is much harder. Those of us that go to work and we have that time away, we spend quality time with our kids. And when you do quantity time, it is so much harder. So, you know what, big ups to all of you who stay at home moms, everybody out there who's listening, I salute you and I respect you. It is the hardest thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. Nasiba. Such lovely words. And now, you know, the beauty with Healing Auras is we've been here in the UK. We traveled to Kenya. We traveled to India with Dimple Ji. We were here with Rupa and myself in the UK. We've been to South Africa with you, Dr. Nasiba. And we also went to Mauritius. And now from my very own Asia, I see Julie Tai. A very warm global namaste to you, Julie Tai. We can't hear you. Could you unmute yourself, please?
I am unmuted.
There you are. And Konge Fat Choi.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, we're coming into the year of the tigress. Am I right? The year of the tiger.
That is right.
Yes, and for all of you globally who don't know what Konge Fat Choi means, it means Happy New Year, and in Cantonese, because that's a little bit of the language that I speak. And this year, February 1st, February 2nd, we're coming into the Chinese Year of the Tiger. And on this Women's Empowerment event, we're all going to be unleashing our inner tigresses. Julie, you've been listening to us in our forum chat and our panel discussion, etc. Do share your views.
I'm moved by all the women that have done so much in their life. And thank you, Dr. Kat, for acknowledging the stay-at-home mom, because I was that for quite a while during the pandemic. And I would say I totally agree that it's so much easier to just go to work. It's like going to work for me is like having an off day. So I guess what I wanted to say was that despite everything that's been going on, being able to find things that give me meaning, to find connections with other women has been so important. One of my dear friends, a fellow coach, I'm also a health coach. Even though I'm a medical doctor, I identify more as a health coach. And she said, don't go to the hardware shop to look for milk. So sometimes we need other women so much because we need that type of connection that we cannot really get from our more masculine counterparts. And so it's that energetic sense of someone who really, really understands what it's like to go through life as a wife, mother, and a daughter-in-law, a daughter. So it's such a complex thing. And I was just at a reunion dinner, and I've had very difficult, strained relationship with my own parents, but they invited me to a reunion dinner, and I allowed them to, well, in a way, I allowed myself to feel that connection again. And my kids, they had such a fun time running around the house and being crazy. But I could see the difference between my relationship with them and my relationship with my parents as working parents. And that was quite profound for me to just recognize my value, even though I'm not paid, but I pay myself these days by remembering over and over again how incredibly valuable I am to these two little beautiful beings.
What wonderful words from you. I think behind every successful, whole and complete woman is a tribe of women, who support her and urge her to be the best version of herself. And they say behind every successful man there is a woman, which I do agree as well, and behind every successful woman there is a man, which is a lot of the cases is very true. Lots of our husbands, our spouses, our boyfriends, our partners, supporters, our brothers. And having said that, on this day of women's empowerment, let us celebrate women. But before I begin, let's speak about our future events. On the 6th of February, we have our vegan vegetarian kitchen coming up. It's from 2 p.m. GMT to 8 p.m. Going on to Valentine's Day, the 13th of February, let us spread the love, the joy, and the happiness that our family, Healing Our Earth here, loves to spread. It's on the 13th of February from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. We have another event coming up after that. Yes, this is our 114th event after the 13th of February. On the 20th of February, we have a COVID special event coming up again, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. GMT. Let's all collectively get together and see what we can do and how we can manifest true healing for our planet. And we will celebrate dance on the 27th of February 2022 from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. with healing, joyful, and creative dance moves. And now we have not ended our session. We're going in for some more wisdom, some more exciting views on women's empowerment, and some more inspiration with someone you heard earlier on, but let me introduce her, Dr. Nora Vyas. Dr. Nora Vyas is an associate professor of mental health at Kingston University. She completed her PhD in psychiatry at the University of London. She has published her research on child and adolescent psychosis in international peer-reviewed journals. Wow. She has a special interest in understanding the influence of meditation on psychological well-being and is the principal investigator on several projects focusing on the impact of brief meditation and long-term meditators on emotional wellness. Right up my alley. In the early stages of her career, she has been the recipient of several awards, including the Fulbright Scholar Award, Young Investigator Award, and the Winston Churchill Fellowship. You can follow Dr. Nora Vyas on Instagram at her handle mental health and mentalhealth.connect. And welcome once again, a very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Nora Vyas.
Thank you so much, Seema. It's such a pleasure to be on Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. Thank you. The last few talks have just been amazing, truly inspiring. It's been great to hear from women who are entrepreneurs, business and being in business and finance, academia, but also within STEM, in science, technology and mathematics. So yeah, truly honored. It's just been always a pleasure to be on Healing Our Earth. And what I've been reflecting on is that we know that women can bring so much uniqueness, so many unique experiences to the table. And so it's important for us to bring out those qualities by talking about the significance, the impact women bring in any walk of life, whether it's in the household or whether it's at work or any other areas. I find that women bring a lot of balance in the workplace. they're quite good administrators because they're able to find that balance in terms of juggling various things. So thank you so much, Seema. It's been an amazing few sessions, and a global namaste to you.
Thank you very much for having me. From all of us here at the Healing Our Earth family, I want to thank all of you for coming on board. And on behalf of our producer and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, I'd like to thank everybody who came on board, Rupa, Dimple, and of course, the wonderful, wonderful lady who owns the brewery in Kenya, Tabitha, everyone for coming on board. Thank you for having me, and handing it over to you now, Nora. Thank you. Global Namaste.
Thank you so much. So a warm welcome to everyone. It's afternoon in the UK, and so a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us, maybe just now, or maybe they've started from the very beginning a couple of hours ago. My name is Dr. Nora Weiss, and I'm going to be hosting 2 segments within today's session. The first speaker will shine a light on the significance of women empowerment in different walks of life. And our second speaker, who will be joining us in half an hour or so, will be giving us a practical experience of the power of the Shaktis and how to embrace divine energies. So I'd now like to introduce our first speaker, Gayatri Ramchan Shambhu. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste, Dr. Nora. It's an honor to be with you on Healing Our Earth tonight, and especially on this very special topic theme that I love like anything. Yes.
Thank you so much. Today, Gayatri will be talking about women as inspiring leaders, architects of the nation, and true global peacemakers. To introduce Gayatri is a founder director of the Indian Ocean Center for Education in Human Values. She holds multiples and diverse competencies. If you go back in terms of her history, also she graduated in performance arts, post-graduation in the field of values-based education, youth leadership, and human excellence, as well as airline customer care and excellence in terms of media and broadcasting. She's also an author, a composer, a choreographer, an actor, and a lyricist. This is incredible. She has written and produced several values-based teaching and learning resources, materials, posters, brochures, TV clips, short movies. She's a talent. Gayatri has actively coordinated the UN Habitat Training Workshop during the SIDS conference in 2005, which was in Mauritius. And she's the recipient of national and international awards, including the Ambassador of Peace by the International Inter-Religious Federation in Seoul, the Archana Ratna Awards for her contributions for education based in Oman, and she's also one of the top 100 most inspiring women of Mauritius 2008. That's incredible. So a global namaste. I'm really, really looking forward to your talk, Gayatri. And it's such an honor for me, actually, to be sharing this platform with you.
Global namaste again, Dr. Nora. I feel really humble. When you were going through that, I said, I'm just nothing. I've just been that instrument. And when you were saying all these, and I said, it can't be me. It should have been a special cosmic energy, like, flowing through that bamboo and then, giving out this melody. It's only His grace. And I pay tribute and gratitude to the Almighty God, because without God, we would have been nothing. So thank you again, God. And yes, thank you very much, Neil G, who is our director and producer, founder of Healing Our Earth. And I think he must be given or bestowed one of the greatest awards, because creating this platform of Healing Our Earth, it is a witness, a global witness, how much he has been empowering women on healing our earth. So what our great tribute, gratitude to Neil Jisa and of course the whole team of Healing Our Earth. And especially special words of appreciation to all the speakers who have been talking since the beginning of the program today. And with the blessings of God, I would like to just present to you a few reflections on how women, when we talk about women empowerment, that is, we mean that we need to empower, we have to give power to the woman. So what is that power that we have to give to the woman again? Why should we empower, and why should we empower women now? Okay, so these are the little questions, question mark. So may I share my PowerPoint? Just give me a second. I will try to, yes.
Yeah.
Are we able to share it? Are you able to see it?
Not yet, but I think it should hopefully come up in a moment.
Okay, I'll just try once more.
No, I don't think it's coming.
You give me a second. By the time, while we are getting it done, my daughter is giving me support. You see, we need another woman to help another woman to do it. Right. Okay. So, like we say, that the topic today is women, inspiring leaders and architect of the nation. C'est pas correct là. Yes, can you see that?
I can see that, yeah.
Yes, okay. So Dr. Nora, all of you, please bear with me with this little technical issues. All right. So when we say we are going to empower women, just have a look at this matchbox. Can you see that? Okay. And if you can see this here, in the matchbox, we have many sticks, match sticks, isn't it? And if we say that each matchstick has the spark, has the inherent potential, isn't it, to light, to give light, isn't it, right? So in the same manner, when we're talking about the inherent values, competencies, potentials, power of women, it is like the metaphor of the matchbox we are talking today. So when we see, let us see about the research published in Harvard Business Review article in 2012, that when we see about, you just see how we rate women's leadership effectiveness, that is, women actually received higher effectiveness ratings than males, even in the traditional male bastions of sales, legal, engineering, IT, and so on. You can see it's 54%. But the leadership competencies, when you see, you can have a look at the details, that we women have really been surpassing the men. Again, we have another rating here, the competencies with the largest positive differences, demonstrating the inherent competencies of women. And those competencies with the largest positive differences are taking initiative, that we have been talking. We have been already speaking about all the inherent, and now it has been proved how we are already having it. It is inborn, I think. The women already possess this. Okay?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
And when, yeah. So women, when we look at that, we see that if we are already having these, that is the inherent potentials, so why is it that we have to empower again? And in the 21st century, we have to empower women. So this is the question mark. what has been going on through all these years that have we forgotten our potential? Have we forgotten our strengths? And do we have to not really empower, but remind, to wake up, to jago, as we say, to jago in our women today, their inner Shakti, make them, remind them of their inner Shakti. For instance, when we look at this, for instance, on the 18th of October 2013, the United Nations, when the Security Council, the officials, when they spoke, women play a more prominent role in conflict prevention, resolution, and post-war peace building, and acknowledge that there will be no peace without women's leadership. This is where, that's why I'm saying again, that women have the crucial role to play in nation building and to restore peace, because we are all looking for peace. Anywhere of the world, we're looking for that peace and for that happiness, right? And even Mahatma Gandhi has been saying that every woman must ask, as leading lights of tradition, culture, virtue, nobility in the institution, the family. And we have to ask ourselves, have we been swept off our feet today, that we have forgotten our inner power? Right. So women's participation, leadership is crucial towards, bringing about the peace processes. I think you have all seen that there will be no peace without women's leadership. That's why I try, and we're trying as well with the Mauritian government and the different authorities and NGOs, try to remind our Shaktis, remind the women. And now, of course, we have the platform to remind globally that we need to take up these mandate of leadership. Of course, women. Just a moment. I'm just having an issue of the technical issue, and I'm just getting it back in a few seconds. Just give me a few seconds and get.
Sure, that's fine. So Gayatri's been talking about the role women play in terms of conflict resolution and bringing peace within the UN, one of the images that she shows. So clearly it's really very inspiring, and hopefully we'll have her back, but I think it really does shine a light. Those numbers are speaking for itself in terms of the effectiveness, the role and the significance of women. Gayatri also spoke about the fact that we don't really need these women empowerment. We don't need to be, it's not about re-empowering, it's just about reminding ourselves that we have these qualities and sharing that and just acknowledging it. And that's what allows us to, forge ahead without any level of anxiety, because often women do face a lot of that when we're out in the workplace, but it's about we have that inner strength. So we have Gayatri back on.
Yes.
Hi, thank you.
So I'll be back here. So as we see that women, when we're talking about empowerment, it's not really empowerment. It is like we have to wake up those inherent qualities, competencies, potentials, right? Because when we talk about, from women are born all the leaders, isn't it? All the leaders of the world, be it spiritual leaders, be it state leaders, at every level, they do have a mother, isn't it? So the mother has been creating and bringing out, has emerged the beautiful, whatever leaders or whoever we're saying, the leaders have been positive qualities like Mahatma Gandhi, or we have leaders who have negative, who have played a negative role like the Hitler, right? So we should look into the woman with her inherent Shakti. That's why I wanted to show you more of my PowerPoint, but I'm not able to make it, go online. So I want to just tell you that Are we talking about giving a woman the power and positions of status, of authority, of economic power, or symbol of beauty, beauty queen, being one at the top of the beauty contest, and we are said that we have empowered women? Or are we saying that once we are really somebody great with the beauty, status, fame, glamour, is that power are we giving to the woman? Is that empowerment are we talking about? Or there's one point again here. Sometimes we see that women have been projected in a way that they become objects of desires and symbol of sex and lust. Isn't it exploitation? But in the mind of these women, they are being empowered. When we see on the big billboards and so on, like all these, sometimes we can say indecent, how do you call it? Undressing. We undress the woman and we say we're empowering women, isn't it? Because they get more finance. And so these are the points I would like to, bring forward on this debate, on this platform, to see whether we're going in the right direction or we have gone off track. Of course, what is that power that is going to be permanent? That power that nobody can snatch it from women. When we talk about status and about finance, about beauty, about all these things, about the political power, we can snatch it. At one point of time, people snatched it away. But we should be in a term that when we talk about empowering women, that the woman is already at that level, to reach that power, that nobody can snatch it from her. What is that power? So this is where I would like to share with you. Does woman in the 21st century trying her best, struggling, juggling in life to make her best, to perform her dharma, as we say, to perform all her duties as a wife, as a daughter, as a mother-in-law, as a social worker, as a person working at the office worker. All these, she's trying her best, and to play the role of motherhood. All these, when she's trying to play that, why is she not reaching to the top? Again, I'm coming back to the worldly, because we have about 190 statesmen, countries, but we have only about 9 to 10 women at the head of the states. When we talk about CEOs, how many CEOs we can count on the fingers when we go each country, when you look at that? So is it that they're not empowered? No. Or maybe they drop and they have other priorities in life. Or maybe they're giving priorities to the motherhood or to the home or to the peace. So when the men are reaching to the top, when men are reaching at every level of state and of office anywhere, we have to remember and remind the world that it is of that woman, that is the woman have empowered the men to reach that point of level of that, whatever we can say, the peak. So here, another point I wanted to share with you is that does woman get the dignity, honor, when she's trying her best to follow her dharma, her track, T-R-A-C. Track meaning the tradition, her tradition, her religion, her aspiration and culture. Does she get that respect, that dignity? Does she feel dignified? and respected when she embraces her track. So that's why many a time when we talk about empowerment, we are talking only about the worldly empowerment. We're talking mostly about, getting to every field of work that women have been able to reach the stars, have been able to reach the fields of medical or engineering. And yes, that's very good. But at the same time, please, it's very important that we empower women, that they feel dignified and respected even when they follow their dharma, their culture, and their spirituality. Do we give that? Does woman give the other woman that dignity? Let alone about men. Do women give other women that dignity? Because it happens many a time I've seen when a woman being trying to follow her dharma and spirituality, sometimes other women call her like she is a bit backward. She's a bit, like, oh, she's from the old days and so on. Oh, she does a lot of meditation. She's in the spiritual life. She's not in. And we have to empower her. Does that mean it is a question to trigger? Okay. Another point. While I was talking about the matchbox. The matchbox has inherent potentials. Do we have to remind the woman today about her Shakti? To remind the woman about her inherent Shaktis? And Shakti, and when we see the Durga, the goddess herself, has all the Shaktis. Of course, women, we do have them. But how do we unleash that? This is the type of empowerment that we need to give to our women today. The Shakti, unleashing the inner power of women as peacemakers. Because if women are able to be peaceful themselves, to vibrate at that energy, that frequency of peace, definitely they will become that good leader. And they will become also the very good and best architect who can build a nation. So let's see what are the Shakti, that inherent powers that women already have, and we have to unleash Shakti, Shakti. S for the strength. Woman of virtuous character. She has to be reminded of her strength, of her inner strength. And that inner strength is the inner power we're speaking about. And of course, I know we have our respected sister GMT, who will be speaking more about that inner strength. And we have the heart, the edge. We must empower and unleash women to have a heart of compassion, a heart full of love, a heart with the love, unconditional love. And A is for a positive attitude. Knowledge. Give women an education. Yes, an education which is the right education that would lead women towards nation building, and not an education that will destroy the world. And we have the T, the talent. Each woman has inner talents. We have to give her the opportunity to express those talents, and the talents that can help others as well. And we have the image of that woman. What type of image do we have to present? That image of beauty, yes, the image of of a leader, yes, but an image that radiates positivity, that radiates so much of light and love that can bring about transformation. She becomes a symbol of transformation, an agent of transformation, that whoever comes in her arch, like we say, comes near, she touches the heart of everyone towards positivity. So women, that is woman, my daughter had written it, woman is creation, woman is purity, woman is divinity herself. All women should invoke the energy within them, create the collective intrinsic power, and evoke the pristine excellence of mankind. We have the strength to trigger a paradigm shift of consciousness and for a world of unconditional love, a world of peace, a world of truth, a world of nonviolence, a world of righteousness, and a world of gold towards the golden era. So come on, all ladies, all women, come on together. Let us all welcome and embrace ourselves within others, the softness, the refinement, the perfection, and the excellence. Let us all bow down humbly with allegiance and gratitude to the cosmic unifying power, whereby we, a golden spark, have got the golden opportunity to join in the golden dance of the universe and heralding the golden age. Woman is oneness, woman is energy, woman is liberation. So let us together help and remind and make other women around us to make a difference and to become that agent of transformation, make a difference in another woman's life, that she can bring peace. She becomes a leader, the architect of the nation, and also to bring peace. So thank you so much. Like, I'm eager to hear our sister GMT as well, because she will tell us the practice, that is the spiritual sadhana, our spiritual sadhana, that is the strategy of how do we unleash that inner power, unleashing that inner inherent power in woman. We have to practice, we have to put into practice our meditation, prayer, positive affirmation, service, seva. And I think Dr. Nora, who is here, has been doing so much of research on meditation, and she's very well versed in it. Unleashing that inner power is, of course, more important than the outer power and authority. So let us all together help and be part of that cosmic dance, become that agent of transformation, and we bring peace in the world. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was so beautiful. Thank you so much, Gayatri. It was so beautifully discussed. I loved your points about the significance of women empowerment, in the sense that we just need to bring awareness of the qualities that we all possess as women. We already have those qualities. We already have those Shaktis, like strength, having love in our heart, having that attitude of positivity, having the knowledge. I would sort of associate that with motherhood as well, teaching our kids, raising them to become good human beings, but also having this talent of juggling lots of different things all at once. I think women are just incredible administrators. And also having that image. We often have the image, like we've got an image of Durga. And I think you're in the temple at the moment as well. Yes. So I could feel the vibes of where you're at the moment, and it's so positive. And I think the work that you've done as well, Gayatri, just reading about it and the things that you've discussed today, it's not, you can feel that it's unlimited. And that's what women are about. There's never any task which seems difficult to do. I think we have that ability to say, let me give it a try. And at every moment, women are able to succeed, if given that dedication, the hard work they put into things. So thank you so much. It was such an honor to be, in the same space as you are, and to be able to listen to all the, beautiful sharing that you've done. So thank you so much.
Be here. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Neilji. Thank you to the whole panel of Healing Our Earth, which is, I think, one of the best platform empowering women. Would you like to have a look about to the temple?
Absolutely.
Would you like? I'll just take you. I'll take you around to the. Yes, as I reach there, I will get back to you, because I know we would not like to have Sister Genti to wait.
Yeah, sure. That would be great. Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So now it really is a huge honor for me to present our next speaker for today's session, Sister Jayanti. Global Namaste and a warm welcome to you, Sister Jayanti, to Healing Our Earth. How are you?
Thank you, and namaste, global namaste to you and all others joining this session. And yes, it's a joy to be on Healing Our Earth once more.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to introduce you to Sister Jayanti. I know she's been a wonderful panelist previously. She's really given several talks as part of the Healing Our Earth family. So for us, it's a great opportunity to have her back on Healing Our Earth. Sister Jayanti is the Brahma Kumari's additional administrative head. She's also the regional director for Europe and Middle East and a UN representative in Geneva. And she's the CEO of the Brahma Kumaris within the UK. With over 40 years of experience of Raja Yoga meditation and its practical application in daily life, Sister Jayanti has a unique ability to impart the deepest spiritual truths with the utmost clarity. Her prominent lectures theme includes health, education, racial harmony, women's needs, religions of the world, sustainability, peace and international relations, all of which have generated a lot of media attention. Sister Jayanti is an author of several books. I've read many of her books myself. She travels the world as a speaker and a broadcaster, sustaining people spiritually, as well as fulfilling her role as a director of the Brahma Kumaris Coordination Office based in London, not too far from Dollis Hill, and all of the activities which happen across 28 European countries. Sister Jayanti has received numerous awards, one of which is the Poet Gaurav Award. And Sister Jayanti, it's such an honor to have you here. I'm just reviewing and reflecting on some moments we've shared together. And for me, it's just so beautiful to have you when I can actually speak with you. And I've got so many questions. I'd really like to reflect on your topic today, which is it's time for the Shiv Shaktis. Like truly it is time. And I'd just love to know more about how we can evoke these Shaktis within our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I also want to thank Sister Gayatri for having introduced the concept of Shakti in such a lovely way. And so, yes, it is really that time. In India, we believe in a cycle. We believe in the golden age, the silver age, the copper age, the iron age. And if I were to ask anyone, where are we now? Probably most would agree that we're at that point, which is the iron age. But it's not just that. It's also actually a transition point between the Iron Age and the Golden Age. And so this is that very special moment in history when it is the time for the Shiv Shaktis to carry out the task that they have been remembered for. Cycles repeat. And so we are remembering the history and the cycle of the last period when we've worshipped the Shaktis, but we've forgotten that actually each and every one of us is a Shakti. And yes, I know that we're referring specifically to women today, but I want to also remind our brothers who might have tuned in that that Shakti lies within them also. Because in fact, the very first step to be able to allow that potential of the Shakti to emerge is something which might be a little surprising, and that is to forget. Forget I am a woman, forget I am a man, and to come back to that eternal awareness of the inner being. Because when I think I'm a woman, I carry a huge amount of baggage. Cultural, social, gender issues come up, and this applies everywhere in the world. But the same thing applies to men. There are things that men are told, no, this isn't for you, you shouldn't be doing this. The same thing applies to women. No, it shouldn't be something that you're doing. So we get locked into gender positions which are absolutely unreal. They're not the truth. And to get back to the truth, I have to find a way to let go of my physical identity. And so, yes, to the women who have joined us today, I want to say the first step, forget that you're a woman. Why? Because you're more than that. You became a woman later, but first and foremost, you were that eternal being of light. And you see that image of light behind me. This is the being that I am, a being of light, a being of love. And when I come back to this awareness, and the location of the inner being is here in the center of the forehead, when they've described the third eye of wisdom, they've always shown the third eye being here. And the eye of wisdom definitely is there within the soul. And so the awakening of the Shakti begins when I let go of the traps of gender identity and I come back to the awareness of the inner being. And in that awareness, I'm able to connect with the Shiva, the Supreme, the being of light. And I'm able to draw from that divine source all the power that I need. This is why I say that men and women can avail themselves of this. But somehow, last time in the cycle, it was women who did this more than men, perhaps. And this is why it's women who've been remembered as the goddesses. And so it might sound a little bit strange. We're living in the 21st century. I am in London and so are you, and probably a lot of the people who are watching are also somewhere within the Western world. And so why am I talking about ancient things like the Shaktis? Well, I think that that awareness of my own spiritual identity of who I am transcends generations and time and distance. And when I come back to this awareness of the inner being, the spirit, the soul, and I connect with the divine and I feel this light and might and love reach me, then something that is awakening within me takes a very practical form in the work that I do and the activities that I'm engaged in. I remember growing up in London, and in the 60s, London was a place for fashion, for music. It was a capital of the world. And yet, within all of that, there was huge divisions within gender, huge, huge gaps. And I remember going to one particular university, and I was told that only 20% of the places were reserved for women in medical schools at that time. 80% were for men. And I won't tell you the detail of the conversation that I had with the dean of that particular school at that time, but it just gives you an indication. Even in 1967, London, the capital of the world, still had so much discrimination. And I don't think that that's actually gone. I know that you yourself have reached the height of your career, but probably you'll still go even further, I'm sure. But yet I know that probably you've had to fight more battles than you would have had you been in a masculine body. And so, yes, discrimination is rampant everywhere, but I think it's because we've forgotten ourselves. And I'm saying forget it even more, in the sense that don't get locked and trapped by the feminine identity and what people tell you. Yes, a woman can do this, a woman can't do this. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. I am a soul, and I can do whatever it is I choose to do, whatever is my goal, whatever is my aim. I can draw that power and use that inner strength and power to reach my goal. But apart from my personal little goal, I think collectively as women, there's a larger task that's in front of us at this moment. I was speaking about this transition. And this transition is a very, very important period of time. We are moving from darkness into light. And I don't think Brahma Kumaris are the only people who are talking about this. I think you'll find clusters of people across the globe who actually have this consciousness and awareness that this is a time of great transition and transformation. And we've hit rock bottom. We're already there at the bottom. And so it's not that we're going to get any worse than the things that are going on today. At least I don't think so. But once you hit bottom, there's only one other way to go, and that is to ascend. And so I think that women, once they awaken to the power and the capacity that they have within themselves, they're going to be able to lead that way and make that transition themselves, but also become the leaders for many, many others to follow. And so how does that happen? I mentioned coming to the awareness of the eternal identity and letting go of the position and the limitations of the physical one, and connecting with the source. But what's the mechanism that's going on? Well, the reality is that within every soul, there is peace, there is power, there is goodness. But when I forget I'm a soul and I think I'm the body, I become restricted and limited. But coming to that awareness of the inner being of light and connecting with the source and being able to draw that power allows that which is the highest potential within myself to emerge and be expressed in my life and in everything I do. Whether you're a scientist, whether you're a mother, whether you're whoever you may be, whatever your role in the world, fine, play that role and play it to the best of your ability. But the time that you give yourself to go inwards for reflection and allow that spiritual power to emerge will give you the highest power that you can possibly have, so that you can truly achieve that for yourself, but also open the way for many others. The thing that the Shaktis are remembered for is this transition, this transformation. For example, Kali has been remembered as the one who is even able to conquer Kali, the one who conquered death, the goddess who is able to help us conquer death. How does that happen? Well, it comes to the awareness of I, the eternal being. And in that awareness of my own eternity, death is not a factor. Then I know how to live, because I'm not scared of death or anything connected with death any longer. Durga, Durguna ko mitane wali, the one who's able to remove all the negative qualities, the Durguna. When we come to human life, it's a combination of a little bit of good, a little bit of bad, a little bit of something in between. But the power that I draw from the source can be such that I'm able to really cleanse myself of all the demons of weaknesses and negativity. And so the Durgun, the the evil that is there within me, that's removed completely, so that I can come to my own highest pure state. But also Lakshmi. And Lakshmi is not just the goddess of wealth, she's actually the goddess of generosity, because Lakshana, the goddess of all the virtues, but her hands are always shown sharing, giving. Her hands are not holding anything tight in her fingers, but the one who's actually the one who's giving. And so can I have the development of all my own highest qualities and then be able to share them, Lakshana, the goodness, the virtues with the world. That is truly the treasure, the wealth that everybody needs today. There's at least 108 goddesses. So I'm not going to take you through that whole list, but each one of the qualities of the goddesses describes the things that the Shaktis have actually done in the human world, not somewhere up there on the astral plane, but very much down here on the physical plane. And so how can I become that Shakti? Simply a question of pushing the button and coming back to that awareness. This morning we had a very lovely lesson, and I'd just like to share one sentence from that. And I'll speak it in Hindi and translate it in just a minute. And the lesson was about smriti. And smriti leads to vritti, vritti leads to drishti, drishti leads to kriti, kriti leads to sanskriti, and sanskriti leads to shrishti. And so awareness, my inner awareness leads to my attitude. That creates my vision. My vision will transform my behavior. My behavior will create a culture, and that culture will create my world. But when it's many of us doing this inner work together, it's not just one you, one me, etc., but it's a very, very powerful minority that's going to be able to transform the world. I truly believe that it is the time for this. You know, if you expect strawberries to grow now in the winter outside, artificial means and heat is another story. But try growing strawberries outside and it would be impossible, really impossible. But try growing strawberries in springtime. And in a few weeks, you'll have beautiful, sweet strawberries emerging. It's the right time. It's the season. And so the season makes such a difference to everything. And so when we get to that period of darkness of Kali Yuga, which is around us today, it's that period in which we get locked into negativity. We don't want to, but it happens. But can I rise above that negativity? I can. And it's a very simple way. Just press the button, come to that state of awareness of the inner being, and that power is actually able to emerge. And I heard something very, very powerful from somebody who's done research in Harvard. And he said that they were researching on the subject of kindness. And I won't go into the detail of the story that he explained, but essentially what he said was that one person performing an act of kindness is able to inspire at least 125 others. Now, my little world suddenly becomes a bit bigger. I alone can inspire at least 125 others. And you and I together, plus a few, or even all of us together who are watching and listening, it's still a minority, but that's okay. This minority can bring about a transformation so that truly we can remove the negativity that's around, the darkness that's around because of the negativity, and we can move together into a world of light. And yes, when there's light, there's truth, there's justice, there's beauty, there's peace, there's all the things that we want to have. And all that it requires is a little bit of time. Women are not very good at giving time to themselves. It was coming up earlier. We have to think about others first. Even our careers get left behind because we are thinking about those of our partners. When COVID was rampant, then it wasn't women who were thinking about their careers. At that time, it was women who took on a new career, that of becoming teachers for their kids. And so multiple roles, multiple tasks. Yes, we're very adept at doing all of that, but is it possible for us to give priority to the self, not in a selfish way, not in an egoistic way, but simply giving attention to the inner being? And of course, my time, me time, is early morning. The rest of the time, my family takes up every moment. And so if it means sacrificing a little bit of sleep, well, try it. Give yourself a trial, a challenge. Give yourself a challenge. Can I give myself time for 1 week, 7 days? For 1 week, 7 days, can I start my day a bit earlier? Can I have time for self-reflection? What is it that I really want? Ask myself that question. And second question, how am I going to be able to achieve it? And if you really ask yourself the question, then probably what you'll find is that, yes, externally, I might want to go further in my career. I might want to have a higher salary, a higher position, all of those things. But ultimately, what is it that we really want? We want peace, we want love, we want happiness, we want truth. These are the things that people really, really want. But let me ask myself that question by going deeper and deeper inside. And when I understand what I really want, then I can also make it happen. And that power is available. Time is on our side. It's the right season. But also together with that time for silent reflection, let me give myself time for spiritual study, to be able to feed my mind something positive, something uplifting, that's going to be the moral compass for me for the rest of the day. It's a daily practice, so try it for 7 days and see where it takes you. And at night, again, a little bit of reflection time. And in that particular reflection, let me ask myself, what did I learn today? Not what was wrong today or what was good today. What did I learn today? And another question. Is there something I could have done differently? Again, not better, not worse, but is there something I could have done differently? And if I do this for 7 days, I'm sure that it's going to be very, very helpful for each one in their own personal life. So thank you for giving me this time to share. And I believe that there are some questions that you have that we can look at.
Thank you so much, Sister Jayanti. I really was quite intrigued by some of the things that you talked about in terms of the transition period between the current period we may be at in terms of the Iron period, but also what is to come, the Golden Age. And you mentioned also quite interesting things relating to the different goddesses, Kali Ma, Durga and Lakshmi. And we often do a lot of puja for these various goddesses. But one question I had was about how we can try to embed some of these qualities that we often do puja for religiously. So often we go to the temple and we evoke all those good qualities from each of these deities. But how can we actually embed this? And you mentioned like pressing the button and maybe doing meditation. And it would just be wonderful, like maybe before we do the meditation, just talking about the various stages that we need to go through in order to get to a stage where we can actually bring and sort of reflect on those various virtues. Thank you.
I believe, and I'm sure there must be many others who will join me in this belief, that the original qualities of the soul are filled with all goodness, purity, love, and truth, and joy, peace. But what we've done is to think that they're outside somewhere there. But reflection time and going on that inner journey makes me aware of the qualities that lie within the self. And they're there. But it's like, you know, when you plant the seed in the soil, it needs not just the nourishment of the earth and the water, but it needs the warmth of the sun. And so think about the source, the supreme, the being who is the source of light and love. So first step, I come to that awareness of the inner being. I myself am a point of light, a soul. And I think of the divine, the supreme, and that light and might that comes from the supreme is the trigger to allow that which is within me to flourish and emerge. And the more I stay in this awareness that these are my own original natural qualities, the easier it is to allow them to manifest in my life. So not so difficult, but yes, maybe a little bit of an experiment, a little bit of faith, and see where it takes you.
Thank you. Another thing that we know is that for things to change, we've got to change ourselves. So some of the suggestions you were giving earlier about, let's say, waking up a little bit earlier than we would so that we can find time to practice some of this meditation in our life. Often we find ourselves running around and, you know, putting our alarm on snooze multiple times. But if there was a way of being able to do this in a practical way, like you said, I think waking up in the morning a bit earlier. Is it also about setting the scene? So in the morning, you feel quite empowered. So the rest of the day, you feel a lot more powerful, like the Shaktis. How does that work?
It's like a recharging of the battery. You can't say to your phone, well, I don't have time to recharge you now. I'm going to recharge you later on, because your whole day would have passed by and you would have had a phone that's useless for you. But when it's time to recharge the battery, you recharge it so that then it's there for you to use in the right way. Same thing, the recharging of the soul, the battery, has to happen before I begin my day's activities. And yes, it's fine to have reflection through the day, in the afternoon, in the evening, no problem, carry on. But the actual recharge process happens first thing in the morning so that I start the day with my moral compass straight. I've started the day filled with that light, that might, that goodness, the Shakti has awoken within me, and it's going to stay with me through the day. And there's less likely to be the sense of pressure, of stress, or feeling insecure or inferior, or all the limitations that human beings are prone to. We think that it's only women who have these things, but in fact, it's all human beings in today's world who carry all these insecurities and fears. And so I'm removing all those demons to start off. And so I begin the day in a very powerful consciousness, and that stands me in good stead.
Thank you so much, Sister Jayanti. I think I'd like to sort of invite, it would be really nice if you could potentially do a meditation with us to give us an experience of evoking those Shaktis. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Sitting quietly, coming to the awareness of the inner being, the being that I am, the spiritual being, the eternal being, the being of light, the being of might. I hold this awareness and allow my thoughts to connect with the divine, the source of light, of love, of truth. I find myself surrounded by the qualities of the source. And in this presence, I absorb that light and might from the source, and it allows the highest within myself to emerge. Peace, love, truth, and joy. And this light and might doesn't just stay with me alone. This light and might radiates out into the world, and all those in need and all those who are ready are able to feel this. And something shifts within them also. And their thoughts and feelings are touched. And they move into a higher consciousness, leaving behind darkness, sorrow, and negativity. And the power of this light and might surrounds the entire planet. And renews and transforms this world. I come back to the awareness of this moment, here and now. But now, with this awareness of my eternal form and the role of the Shakti, here and now.
Thank you very much, Sister Jayanti. It was a wonderful experience, and just to share, I felt like I didn't really want to return. So we can imagine it was so beautiful. Thank you so much. And you know, when we have a practical experience like this, one thought that came to my mind was that often we go for, and look, my voice has changed as well, and this is by listening to your meditation and going, I don't feel like I want to raise my voice in any way. And I think just upon reflection, sometimes we look for noise, and actually it's when we go within ourselves and we connect like we've just done here, we feel that inner peace, those inner qualities. So we often go out for things, but actually it's all within us, and it's just beautiful. So thank you so much for that experience. And I'm sure that many who are tuning in today on Facebook, YouTube, and also on Zoom may want to know a little bit about the sort of meditations, and whether, you know, if they want to sign up. I don't know, I know it's free, everything in the Brahma Kumaris, but if they wanted to, can they do that quite easily on the website?
I'm sure that they can contact the Brahma Kumaris website, and they'll be able to find us and the meditations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Jayanti. It was such a pleasure and honor to have you here on Healing Our Earth, and a global namaste to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Om Shanti to all my friends.
Dear Sister Jayanti, I was just joining in there, and I have to say Om Shanti first of all, and what a beautiful meditation. Really, really enjoyed it. And also, again, your pearls of wisdom that you always share with the rest of us. You know, we always go back a little bit more enlightened than before. So it's such a pleasure to have you here on Healing Our Earth every time, every single time. Thank you for that.
Lovely to connect with you again, honey.
Thank you. Well, global namaste. It looks like I'm going to be taking over very shortly now after that beautiful meditation. Is that right, Nora G? Hi, how are you, dear Dr. Nora?
Well, how are you, honey? It's lovely to connect. We've had two wonderful talks and two previously, and it's just been an amazing, very empowering session on Healing Our Earth.
Absolutely. Oh, wow. What wonderful women we have in this world. And we all talk about women empowerment, etc. But look at the amount of talent that we have, whole bundles of it, you know, and so much wisdom, so much love and compassion that these wonderful women show through their work. So yes, and you've done an amazing job as well with all your sharing.
No, thanks so much. I mean, I know that you're taking over. But we've had Gayatri, who's been at the temple, and I just, while the talks were going on, I could see that there were quite a few prayers going on at the time. So Gayatri, thank you so much for your time and the energy from the temple that also came through. And of course, I'm also
yes, Gayatri ji, all the way in Mauritius as well. We love having you as well all the way through. And I love, you know, the bindis and look the part as well. I wish we were there in Mauritius with you.
Yes, you're always with us. You're all with us in our hearts. Honey G, I'm so happy to see you, always smiling, and you empower everybody. Dr. Nora, it has been such a beautiful connectivity with us and with you, and hope to have more sessions with you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Gayatri ji. And both you and your lovely daughter, you know, Saivani, both of them super talented, you know, top women. And you should be having the best women in the world award, you know, for the wonderful things that you're doing. No, the value-based training and the value-based teachings that you share is one of the best things that you can do to, you know, to share with the world. You're literally transforming lives, and especially young children, etc. So you're doing amazing work with the work that you're doing. But you know, thank you for sharing. And I know that very soon we're going off and meeting some other amazing women and finding out a little bit more about what they're all about very shortly. Is that right, Nora Ji?
Thank you so much, honey. Yes, you know, it's an honor. It really is. We have Anita Goyal next, and before that, I'd like to introduce Honey Kalaria. So Honey is a multi-award-winning dance professional, media presenter, and mind-body-soul expert, offering online training and coaching to global audiences to help develop creative hobbies and performing arts careers, providing education and inspiration through power of creative arts. Amazing. Online news sites and empowering audiences through Keys to Life Mastery interviews. Honey's achievements include receiving an honorary doctorate of arts, so Dr. Kalaria, and Best Bollywood International Artist Award. She's also on the advisory panel, and is an advisory member of the National Dance Council and an ambassador to the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. Well, it's such an honor, Honey, Dr. Kalaria, to have you on Healing Our Earth.
Oh, thank you. What a lovely little introduction there. Thank you so much, dear Noraji. And, we've thoroughly enjoyed having you here. And I'm sure we'll be having a few panel discussions shortly too. So if you're around, then we can interrogate our next guest with a few more questions, because we'll get a chance to get some really amazing information from her too. She's amazing. So I'm going to move on, of course, to introduce my next guest. Thank you, Noraji. We'll see you very shortly. And we have the one and only my wonderful dear friend, Anita Goyal. A global namaste to you, Anita.
Massive global namaste to everybody. Thank you, honey. It's a pleasure to be here today.
I'm so super excited to hear about all your latest adventures. But before we do that, let me do just a little introduction about what you're all about. We'll try to summarize it very short with the amount of work that you have done in the fields of charity work and all sorts of things, business. So let me tell you a little bit about my wonderful friend here, Anita Goyal, who I would say is not Anita Goyal only, but it's Anita Goyal MBE. That's right. She's going to be running through a wonderful topic called Learn to be Happy and Successful. And let me tell you a little bit about her background. She's the chair and a trustee of the Hemraj Goyal Foundation and the Hallmark Foundation as well. She's the vice president of Barnardo's, a patron of Binti, and an ambassador of the Alzheimer's Society. In 2021, Anita was invested, so I would say honored, with an MBE in Her Majesty's New Year's Honours List for services to diversity and female empowerment. She's an award-winning philanthropist. She's a community champion and an author of Voices from Punjab and Voices from Gujarat, which are lovely books that you must read. She's the Vice President of Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the UK and chair of the Care Sector Fundraising Board in championing social care. So she's been really super busy in all these various lovely philanthropic work that she's been doing. Anita spent 20 years teaching science and was an assistant head teacher. She also completed her MA in special and inclusive education and is now pioneering personal development workshops in schools across the UK. She's committed about making a difference and believes in doing everything with passion and purpose. Oh, wonderful. What amazing, amazing lady we have here. Thank you, dear Anita. Congratulations for all the wonderful work you've been doing since we spoke last. You're going from strength to strength and so much good work being done in the community thanks to you. First of all, what does it feel like, to have an MBE? That's what I want to know.
Thanks, honey. Thank you for that. Well, my investiture is next week. So I guess, 2021, with COVID lockdown and everything, there's a huge backlog. And I haven't really had a chance to celebrate so much with my family and friends. We had a little garden party in the summer, which was nice to bring everyone together after being in lockdown for so long. But it's a real honor. Honestly, it really is. It's encouraging me to continue with the work and to bring even more to our communities and think of more ideas and how I can help, to help others in their lives, and especially in the charity sector.
I mean, you've got such a big heart, Anita. What are we going to do with you? You've got such a big heart. You're always doing such amazing work for the communities. You're doing charity work all the time. You're always transforming lives in a positive way. I know that you were also running some nice relationship workshops. You were doing so many different types of coaching programs to enhance people's lives and transform them in a positive way. So you must have a super positive mindset yourself, right?
I hope so. Yeah. I mean, I have to work on myself, and self-awareness is a huge thing. You have that inner voice, the inner critique, and you have your inner champion. And often it's like switching the inner critique off, the negative talk that goes on in your mind, and really honing in on the positive talk that your mind can give you. So it's just having a lot of self-awareness. There's so much noise in this world. There's so much distraction, disruptions, and negative influences that you've got to be aware of that, I guess. And I've just tuned into that a lot more, I think, self-awareness has been my best friend right now for the last few years.
I think so. I think it's one of the top things all spiritual masters also teach people about, don't they? They always say to make sure you stay aware of everything that you do. You can make better decisions. You can, understand people better by being more aware. There's so many good positive things that can happen by becoming more self-aware. And you also always believe in passion and purpose, and that gives me a really good insight into the way you feel, the way you work, because purpose, you always worked with purpose, always. There's always been some good that's happened through your work that you're doing, either educating people, either transforming lives, either passing on positive knowledge to people, or bringing out the best in them as well, of course. So this passion and purpose, can you tell us a little bit more about it? How do you live by this, and what are the kind of examples you could perhaps share with the world out there to maybe encourage them to combine these two?
Wow, that's an incredible question, honey. I could answer it really shortly, or I could just, try and just share what my journey's been like. So life's not always been very easy for me. I was involved in, I had a very challenging marriage. My first husband passed away almost 10 years ago now. And I've remarried. I'm married to now a niche girl who is honestly my champion, my support, my guide. He is just an incredible man who has given so much to others, and he's given me such an amazing life too. And through that, I've been able to really grow myself, take care of myself, and really give back to communities and add value to other people's lives. And I loved what the lady prior to me, Sister GMT, was showing, that you can inspire 125 more people. And I'm hoping that I've been able to inspire a lot more people than that throughout the years. And I live by a really wonderful model called Learn, which I kind of created. And it starts off with L, standing for loving yourself, ensuring that you're spending time on your self-care, your self-development, and your self-awareness. And when you start to enrich yourself and nourish your soul through just the self and loving yourself, it opens up a whole new world. So for me, I was on a journey of discovering what I love doing, who I want to spend my time with. And self-worth is really important throughout all of that. And then moving on to that, if I may talk about this a bit further, is enriching your life with great experiences. Because when you start to have open up your mind and engaging with the right kind of people, exploring the world, having an adventure, because your world is your playground, and enriching your life with these incredible experiences, you can really have a fabulous life. And then very quickly on to A. A is about appreciation and gratitude. And it could be appreciating the smallest things. And I know throughout the day we've been speaking a lot about that gratitude and appreciation. And that's a hugely empowering thing if you can start to just take a moment, sit back, pause, and just in that present moment to appreciate, and also reflect on what you're proud of. Say one of the exercises we do in our goal setting and vision board workshop every year that Avnish and I both host together, normally at the end of January, we get people to think about what they've achieved or what they're really proud of in the previous year. So for example, 2021, what are you really proud of? So I think asking yourself these powerful questions and just taking time out to write these down in a journal is really important. And then moving on to R in Learn, relationships. Take a look at all your relationships, your family, your friends. How do you spend time with your relationships? How do you nurture those relationships? How do you grow those relationships so that they can become stronger and more loving? And again, appreciating the people that are in your lives, add value, and how you can also contribute to their lives as well. And then finally, moving on to N, networks is very important. Growing your mindset around people who can inspire you, being around people who inspire you, who can elevate your thinking, lift your spirit, and also thinking about how they can help you in achieving your goals, the things you want to do in your life, the opportunities that can open up for you. It can be huge if you're really conscious of your networks. They say that your peers are hugely important to you in influencing your life and and looking up to, learning from those people around you. So I always look for expanding my networks and having high quality networks as well that can help me grow as a person. So those are the kind of things that some of the things that I live by, as well as many other things. Honey, I hope that answers your question.
That was amazing. Oh my God. So learn is such a good acronym, right? So making sure that nobody's going to forget that. And it's true, the relationships, the networking, all that side is also very important. And you mentioned about self-love too. Because until you don't fill yourself up with lots of wonderful energy, you can't distribute it to others. You can't share it with others as well. So I think that's a very good point as well. And of course, you mentioned Avnish as well, your wonderful husband, who's a lovely friend of mine who I've known for many years. And he's I would say a personal development guru. Because the amount of study, courses he's probably been on as well in the past, ever since he was growing up, passing it on to his children, and now being a coach himself, supporting others and transforming other people's lives. He's had this beautiful journey where not only his life has been changed and transformed, but all the people around him too. He shares this lovely energy, bringing out the best in everybody. I've seen the way he brings up the children as well. He's always taught the children to have really good positive mindsets, can-do approach, confident, young children. So you're absolutely right. If you have the right family around you, right relationships, right friendships around you, they can really pull you up and take you into a really positive direction in life. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. And it's important that you select your friends very, very carefully, and also seek to create new friends. So every year, Avnish and I, we set ourselves a goal on how we're going to increase our network, what new friends we're going to make together as a couple. As you know, Hani, we've been married for nearly 8 years, and we'll be celebrating that in August. I remember you were a huge part of our wedding at the time.
Absolutely.
With our dances.
Beautiful wedding as well. Both of you had just oozed with so much positivity and so much lovely, just made for each other, so which was lovely. Yeah. So when, as a woman as well, because we're celebrating women empowerment at the moment, you've also been, you're working on quite a lot of different organizations at the moment, charitable organizations, business organizations. You're part of many, many different areas. Could you tell us a little bit about that? So, why is it important, do you feel, that women should get involved in different causes that they care about, and how they can contribute to society? As a person who has skills, talents, knowledge that they can also share with others.
Hani, thank you for that question. So I embarked on different sectors. I was first in the education sector, which I still like to give back to or contribute to, because for me, having been a teacher for 20 years in secondary schools, teaching science and leading and transforming the lives of young people, as well as inspiring teachers around me, over the last few years, I've been designing a program called Enrichment Experiences in Education, which is simply just personal development workshops. I wrote a program which our Hemorrhage Goal Foundation is now funding, supporting schools. We fill the funding up so you can book a workshop, especially the happiness workshop with Jermaine Harris, which is one of our most popular workshops, actually. Young people absolutely love attending this workshop because it gets them to think about their physiology, the language, the words they use, their inner mind, their inner voice, the critique or the friend, the championing voice, and how to set goals as well. So what do young people want in their lives? Why do they want it? Who they'll become? What kind of characteristics do they need to bring out in order to achieve that goal? So it's all about, one of your speakers have previously been saying, is about being. Who are you being throughout this whole process? And you're doing that with hundreds and hundreds of children, week in, week out. That's just been incredible for, I think, the school, especially now with the pandemic and young people needing more and more learning to learn new skills, especially about mindset, life skills, and resilience, how to build resilience, and also their confidence and their self-esteem. And I think with these workshops, it helps us to support schools, especially schools in disadvantaged areas, in order to give the students in schools a different aspect, thank you for sharing this, but we've also been doing things on a vision board and goal setting workshops, which are something that Avnish and I do annually. And but the education program in schools has really grown. We've worked with around about, I'd say, 5,000 students now across the country, and we are hoping to expand our program even further this year. So yeah, one of the sectors is in education. Staying connected to that for me is very fulfilling. I get to contribute. It helps me as a person. I stay very fulfilled with that. And also it helps our foundation to grow. The other sectors I've been involved with, which you mentioned in my profile, is the social care sector. So there's various things I'm involved with the Alzheimer's Society, and just looking at dementia. And I think one of the important things that I think women need to be aware of is how dementia can impact you, and how even caring for somebody, for example, you may have a mother-in-law or a father-in-law that you're caring for that is living with dementia. How do we keep ourselves, our self-care in that environment if we have relatives around us that may be living with dementia? How do we ensure that we keep ourselves well, mentally and also physically well? So I think it's about engaging with charities like the Alzheimer's Society, who are doing a lot of work around South Asian communities and raising awareness around how we as a community need to be more aware, think about our lifestyles, think about ways in which we can change things, transform ourselves so that we have less of a chance of having dementia in older age. So I think it's important to look at that as well. So social care sector is again something which has become part of me with being with Avnish in Hallmark Care Homes, within the business. I've grown hugely from learning more and more about the different aspects of social care and championing social care. It's really important that we celebrate our care workers who are caring for our elderly within our communities. Especially I have my mother-in-law who's 80, she'll be 89 next week. And,
wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, what a lovely age. Yes.
She's living with us, and obviously when the carers don't come, there's something happens. If when that breaks down, that impacts Avnish and I, because we have to then care for mum, and that's really challenging. So it's celebrating the carers who give us the opportunities to have a great life. So that's the different sectors that you can be involved, and also the charity sector that we get ourselves involved with, and a whole range of charities that we've come across, we've been able to support. It's been a real privilege for us to support that and to give the best that we can give to.
Yes, I can see there are many charities. Is that right? So you do this through the Hemraj Goyal Foundation, which is of course your own family foundation, which Avnish and of course the family and yourself are working to do many good work with. So are these all the different charities that you're working with? Is that what it's for?
Yeah, so we support about 30 charities every year, and we have some long-standing relationships as well as some, we depending on what they need. We support them in guidance, in giving our time, our talent, our energy. We visit some of the projects as well. So the Outward Bound Trust is something that we've been working very closely with, and they've just launched a very big, huge appeal on Radio 4 around getting young people from disadvantaged areas into these centres, which are based in England and in Wales, and they get to experience an amazing way to exhilarate their life skills, because they get to do teamwork, they get to develop their leadership skills. So yeah, look up the Outward Bound Trust. In fact, look up any of our charity partners. They're all doing some amazing work.
Oh, this is really great. And also yourselves doing such amazing work. And you also were saying that today you were going to be sharing, some little secrets like you shared up with the Learn, that if you incorporate things like that, what do you think makes people happy? Because you said one of your courses is also very, very popular, How to Be Happy course. So I know it's a happiness course. But what makes people happy? Why do you think there are people who are just happy sometimes and there are people who really want to become more happier? What is this thing behind happiness, do you feel, that you could share?
Sure, thank you, honey. So I was reading a really interesting article in Psychologist magazine. I love Psychologist magazine. I think every person should subscribe to that. I know it's an article by Paul McKenna, and he shares about how some people are research shows that some people are naturally happier people than others are. And that's just their way of being, because they act in a way, or they bring out the characteristics which kind of fools the brain into thinking it's happy. So those people that, Hannah, you're like that. You're somebody, I've just been watching you. You laugh, you smile. That energy is contagious. And, the brain doesn't really know if it's a real smile or if it's a fake
just
smile.
put there, yeah.
And
I think it's like, when you say fake it till you make it, but you're always, when you're really happy and you're thinking, when you're a little down, you think, okay, I'm going to just give myself a smile, and you already feel good already, So I think happiness becomes like a habit, actually. And you have to really make yourself sad by trying to think of sad things, because everything you look at is always positive. You always find the best in everything. So it always puts a smile on your face.
So exactly, the trick of this, honey. I mean, if we were to smile more, just changing our facial muscles, and also having gratitude. When you have the gratitude, you feel like, actually, I have so much to be grateful for and happy in my life for. But there's something that I want to share with you, and I really hope this will help the listeners, the viewers who are listening on these workshops today. And this is from Anil Gupta, who's a really good family friend, and he calls it G cubed. Happiness is equal to G cubed, and each G stands for something really amazing. So the first G is gratitude. The second G is when you're giving, and the third G is growing. So it's a multiplying effect when you have gratitude multiplied by growing, multiplied by giving. That equates to happiness. And it could be times in your life where you're doing more of the great giving, the more of the gratitude. Well, it doesn't really matter, because it's a multiplying effect. It equals happiness. So do remember that. There's nothing you take away from today. Take this away. G cubed equals happiness. And this is attributed to Anil Gupta, who came, generated this. And I always share it. I love this. Nice and simple and easy.
Anil Gupta, well done for that lovely, simple yet very powerful teaching, because you're absolutely right. Gratitude definitely tends to increase your vibrations as well. They say that whatever frequency you're in, love, compassion, and all these frequencies are very high frequencies, and uplifts you. That's why you find the spiritual people are normally very happy people, because the vibrations are quite high. So what you're saying here with the gratitude is one of the highest vibrations you can have. And then you talked about the giving, because look at you're doing such amazing work for the community and doing so much charitable work, etc. It actually brings us joy too. Whilst we're giving to others, seeing that smile in a child's face brings a smile on our faces. I mean, I get really happy when I'm feeding squirrels in the garden. And the squirrels are all happy, and I'm thinking to yourself, oh my God, the squirrels are all like happy and hanging around, and I get all happy because I'm seeing them happy. So I can understand with the giving. And you also talk about the growing, because rather than stagnating, you're kind of developing yourself to the next level, learning new things. You mentioned something about experience as well, because by experiencing new things in life as well tends to open up your mindset too. Is that right, Anita? Before we ask all these panelists to come and ask you all the questions too, I'll ask my last question there.
Absolutely, I agree. So I went to Cambodia in 2020, just before lockdown, and I was on a delegation with women, with Pinky Lalani from the Asian Women Achievers, and I wanted to be around great inspirational women, and I said yes to this great opportunity. And honestly, I went to Cambodia, I saw the amazing temples, I got to go to the UN there as well, and just meet some incredible social entrepreneurs, as well as charities as well, making a difference in Cambodia. For me, that opened up a new world, new learning. Enriching your life with new experience is just a great way to grow your mindset, grow your networks. And I just feel that any opportunity you get, join groups of women, join, this is, for example, today we're together here and the self-care empowerment women's network. And I'm so proud to say that so much of that is happening. And look, globally, we can do this on Zoom, we can get ideas, we can share ideas. And finally, enrich your life through other means, like reading great books. You learn so much from reading articles and books and seminars and workshops like this. hugely
expand your mindset, isn't it?
Exactly.
There's a wonderful app called Blinkist. I think it's called, I listen to that all the time. So it's like an audio books. So anybody listening out there, all the women out there who are listening in, you can listen to a little 15 minutes or 20 minutes, a whole book, all the main nuggets of that book. And it's really, really brilliant. Just have to download. So before then, we've got these gorgeous other women as well, Anita. I think everybody wants to ask you questions. You seem to be very popular. We have lots of people, and my lovely co-hosts are all joining us here. We've got Seema. Hi, dear Seema. Global namaste to you, my gorgeous Seema.
Global namaste.
Yes, we also have Hasmita here as well. Global namaste to you as well, my lovely Hasmita.
Global namaste to you, honey.
And a wonderful a sister all the way from Ecuador, our Amalia, Dr. Whiting. Oh, thank you very much for joining us here. Global namaste to all three of you wonderful ladies.
Namaste.
Yeah, I thought, we've got wonderful Anita here. I thought, let's interrogate her with all our questions. let's get lots of information out of her. She's got lovely nuggets that she can share with the rest of us. So who's going to start off with the question? Seema, how about you? Would you like to have a particular question that you'd like to ask Anita?
I think what Anita is doing is fabulous. She's a philanthropist and she's very passionate, and she is a great role model for all of us, really, in everything you're doing, Anita. Fantastic, fabulous. And you put back very warm memories just now. It tickled a chord within me when you spoke of Cambodia and the temples, because I was in Siem Reap a couple of years ago with a foundation, a very large foundation that was doing a lot of work in pulling the mines, during the Khmer Rouge, the mines that are still lodged in the ground there, and getting the mines out of the land. And actually, for a lot of the people who had lost an arm or a limb, giving them a new life, a new lease of life, and how to play a musical instrument with your feet, for example, or how to paint with your feet, just bringing them into a whole new dimension. And I think what you and your husband jointly as a team are doing is just fabulous. And it really sets an example for us to really what we really all should collectively be doing, not only women, but women and men for our world.
And look at wonderful these charities, so many charities that they're working with, and so much, so much good work being done. And I think I heard Anita mention about 30 charities they help every year, work with, so which is fantastic. Thank you, Seema. I know that was really very, very inspiring, painting with the feet, and that's amazing. It's a really good thing to share that. It's really brilliant. And how about Dr. Whiting, all the way from Ecuador? Have you got any questions for us, Seema? I know you were all listening and tuning in.
Oh, yes. I want to thank Anita so very much because, especially with Cambodia, I was there with the sex trafficking issue, as well as actually I was on doing a documentary and on the situations of also the amputees and the mine situation, and was fundraising with the Princess Diana's project as well. So I would love to just stay in touch with you, Anita, with all this work, especially with the trafficking issue, and also any kind of legal issues that you might be involved in, because that's also the very most difficult part. So could you highlight some of your work in the legal aspects of this very difficult, controversial issues?
So in Cambodia, we haven't done so much work there. It's more, I was just around in a delegation, but in Nepal, we've been working with Mighty Nepal, which is led by an amazing inspirational woman called Anuradha Koirala, and she is just incredible. She has rescued so many girls at the borders. They have the border checks for girls that are possibly being trafficked, across the border from India and Nepal and other places. And we had the honor and privilege of visiting the home where she's created an amazing home for the young girls to live, and also with the schools that she's set up as well, keeping these girls safe, training them in various skills, and empowering girls and women to feel safe and to grow their world and their life. And we've worked with charities like One Family in funding so they can support and do their work. And there are, I would say, the NGOs that are doing the work are the magical people. They are the ones that are on the ground day to day, doing the groundwork that needs the intense experience and know-how on the ground. And I think that, I would just like to applaud them and commend them for the incredible work that they're doing, that gives us the chance and to know that our funds have been used in a wise way where they're needed, and to support these young people, because to enable NGOs to do their work, they need the funding. So I think it's about using your strength. So our strength really is in finding the projects, supporting the projects through for financial funding, and encouraging them to continue with their work. So that's been our journey as a foundation over the last 11 years now. And, we just want to carry that on and ensure that grows and grows.
Yes, but I think you've done an amazing job with that, Anita. Really, the Hemraj Goyal Foundation has been growing from strength to strength, really, really touching so many people's lives in so many good ways. And not just that, because you're a lovely couple as well, husband-wife team. There are many, many projects both of you work on together. So you have both the male-female perspective of supporting some of these projects, which I think is also very useful. Thank you, Amalia, for sharing that as well. And I was just going to move on to Hasmita, because I believe that Hasmita also had another, and then we'll be moving on to Julie Tay as well to ask any question that they may have. Please, Hasmita, if you'd like to ask any questions. Thank you for that, Amalia.
Thank you, honey. Amazing listening to you, Anita, and congratulations on achieving the MBA. One of the things I wanted to ask you is two questions, actually. So you mentioned about achieving your goals and having your vision and having the network and people around you. My question to you is, how did you feel in yourself? Did you have to change within your thought pattern yourself? And how did it impact your vision and your goals?
Yes, it impacts every moment I'm having a conversation with myself. And that is, is this thinking serving me? Is this helping support my mindset, my mental health? So it's about positive affirmations as well. I think as women, we may forget to give ourselves positive affirmations. And honestly, on YouTube, there are so many great, you can just Google in positive affirmations, and you can find some, you can put your headphones in and listen to them, and just remind yourself that actually you are wonderful, you are great, and you have so many strengths and so much value that you add to your family and your friends. So I think firstly, that's really important for you to be aware of the self-care. Take those moments out to do that. And I have had to work on myself hugely, because we can all be our own worst enemy. The critique, the inner voice that can overtake your whole life. It's about managing that. Or you could say, I'm reading a great book called The Chimp Paradox. The chimp mind and the human mind. Which mind are you letting dominate your thought patterns right now? Yeah. And which mind is having the conversation with somebody else as well? So looking at that, and being aware. So I highly recommend you reading that book, Chimp Paradox, by, I forget the name, it's a great professor who gives his research and wisdom around that. So I'm more aware of that. Is it the chimp mind that's thinking now, or is it the human mind? That really helps me, Hashmita. So I hope that helps. But making time out to self-care is important. Reading a lot, listen to people like Sadhguru. Sadhguru is great. He'll give you great 6-minute snippets on YouTube. There's so many amazing people out there who share so much wisdom and knowledge, and just tapping into them and changing them and taking knowledge from everybody, I think, is great to fulfill your mind and keep learning. Every day I'll pick up something new.
See that thread? That's a very important thread that you mentioned, Anita, and very good point, a very important point too. Hasmita, you have a really good question there, because one thing Anita mentioned is about the constant growth. There's always that ongoing learning. She talked about Cambodia, traveling. She talked about reading books. She's talked about, listening to other, spiritual gurus and other, learned people. So at the end of the day, there is that side as well as women. There should be a time where you should be always thinking about learning new things, growing as a person, looking at life in different perspectives by being able to be open, to learning. So because if you just go to, I find that people like Anita, women, wonderful, successful women, will always be very open-minded, will always be very, very inclusive, learning new things all the time. So I think it's a very positive thing. Thank you for that. Hasmita, did you have another one, or may I just move on to Julie Tay and I'm going to do a whole round again?
I was just going to add to that, Anita, is that I work with Prince's Trust, and one of the programs I run with Springboard for Women and mentoring programs. So what you've mentioned is actually, it really just resonates in the fact that, the importance of supporting and having that self-consciousness and self-awareness. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Hasmita. Thank you for that. Can I just add thank you, Seema, as well, for sharing about Cambodia experience with the Khmer Rouge and the work you've done there. That's amazing. So it's great that you're doing all this global work and with the Princess Trust as well. So I think all of you are amazing women.
We've got some amazing women like Seema, Hashmita, Amalia, Dr. Waishi, all of them very, very giving people, always there contributing. And you can tell, those souls are the giving souls, from the three you said, gratitude, giving and growing. They're definitely very giving people, I can tell you that, always grateful as well for everything that they have. So it's a nice thing. You guys are following Mr. Gupta's teachings. Ooh, there's a bit of a noise there in the background somewhere. Is there somebody? May I ask you all to mute just in case?
It's Gayatri.
It's Gayatri. Yeah, there you go. That's much better. So let's move on to Julie Tay. Global namaste to you. Hello, Julie.
Namaste.
Namaste. I just wondered if you have any special questions or anything you'd like to ask Anita while you're here with us, all the way from Malaysia as well. Thank you for joining us from there.
Thank you for having me, honey. Actually, about the issue of when we are speaking out and we are in a group of very outspoken women, what I came up this week for me is that one of the women that have spoken out for the issue of peace and for the issue of healing the divide that's been caused by what's happening in the world right now has been brought to has been basically in a very difficult situation right now where she's having to deal with legal issues. And so I don't want to give too much detail, but I was wondering if I wanted to hold a little bit of space for this issue of when we speak out, what happens when we come up against the law, and what if the law wasn't really on our side as humanity? And I wanted to invite a very special person, Dr. Jackie Stone, who has actually been in that situation and to speak about this.
So you're saying that sometimes, there are obstacles and challenges that we get in our lives preventing us from being successful, stopping us. So there could be legal issues, there could be other things that are preventing us, or human rights issues perhaps, for women to not be able to become the best versions of themselves, right?
So honey, if I may, at this time too, we are here to actually, if I could just call like a healing circle, because I know we are all such amazing, powerful women. For this particular woman who is speaking up and she's in hospital and not allowed contact with her husband or lawyer. And so without saying too much, I mean, maybe Julie, you can just put in the chat group what the website is, and so we can look into that. So we have to be a little bit discerning about what we say. So if we could just for a moment and just in our hearts, just send this light to Iris, her name is, and in the healing. And also then I love to, Julia and I would love to actually bring Jackie Stone on to tell of her story, so that if, with Neil's blessings, that perhaps Anita, Neil already has invited Jackie on, who will be on our COVID segment because she specializes in early treatment, and she's part of our Council for Health as well.
Oh, lovely.
So,
Thank you so
yes.
much, Amalia. Is Dr. Jackie Stone here? Because I can't see her
Yes,
video. If you would like to join us, if you wanted to switch
I
on
am
the
here.
video.
Can
Oh,
can
yeah,
you
we
hear
cannot.
me?
We can hear you, but cannot see you, dear Jackie. Is there a way to turn on the video, if
I
possible?
tell you what, one of the problems we've got is we've just had a cyclone come through. And so we've got massive power cuts. And if I turn on my video, I'll lose audio. I was on a Zoom earlier.
No
and
problem.
every time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. No problem.
Jackie's in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
So were you going to be sharing a story as a, is that right, Jackie? Were you going to be sharing something with us?
That's correct.
Please
that's
go ahead.
correct.
Yeah, please go
In the
ahead.
meantime, we will also send a light to all women who have not been able to speak up and come to their power. So we pray for transformation, and thank you, Anita, again for catalyzing this conversation and opening up and holding the chalice for so many organizations. So thank you for that, Anita.
Thank you. Seema, did you want to say something as well whilst we thank you?
Yes, I do actually. On this note, when you said for all the women, who have been in situations who don't have a voice, who find it very challenging to speak up, our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, it's so empowering to see men empower women.
Yes, I know.
It really is
Thank
empowering.
you.
And Healing Our Earth will be launching a forum of women for women's empowerment, and we'd like to ask all our viewers, and of course we have our Healing Our Earth family that's already on board, and we'd like to invite Anita, Hasmita, everybody, and all our viewers to please get in touch with us on our Healing Our Earth page. We have a WhatsApp number there. If you'd like to be a part of this forum, we would love you to be a part of this forum. And please do join in. It will be it's going to be very powerful and very magical. And I'm sure with everyone on board, it will transform many lives. And many of you have a voice that's not heard. And if you need your voice to be heard, or you just need someone to listen to you, we have very powerful people, life coaches, mind, body, soul coaches like Honey, who is here. And, we're a family and we vibrate on love, joy, healing, and just giving. So please don't hesitate. Get in touch.
Thank you so much, Seema. What a wonderful way to almost finish our little interview here. Very good point as well. We have some most amazing women who we've interviewed on our Healing Our Earth in the past 2 years. And, some of the top successful women, just like Anita's just joined us, and many, many more, who we've met, just wonderful people. So they will, they're all being invited to be part of this women's forum. So, I think it'll be a fantastic way to network, to exchange ideas, to help to make this world a better place. So fantastic. Now, I just wanted to finish off with asking Anita, if possible, we're coming to the end before we move on to our next interview. Is there anything that you would like to share? I know all the lovely panelists have asked you some questions, but is there any other messages that you'd like to finish off with, to share with our audiences out there?
So I have recently written my book, my second book, Voices from Gujarat. It's a charity book, and it's to all the funds we raise from that will be used to support a livelihood program for women in Gujarat. And please do buy the book on Amazon. And I've got 21 stories of some incredible women who have shared their adversity, their travels, their ancestors traveling from India to East Africa to the UK. And they've just shared their life, their story. They've been vulnerable, all the challenges that women face, from early menopause, all the way through to racism and marriage, getting divorced, as well as careers and unique careers, changing your career, all sorts of amazing women that share some really profound stories. So I do encourage you all to buy the book, please, to support the foundation and the livelihood program in Gujarat. Thank you. That's it really from me.
Oh, that's lovely. So everybody out there, you can buy those books on Amazon, and of course it's all going to go for a good cause. And Anita's an amazing author, so you'll find those really inspiring stories there. And these are all human interest stories, because we go through all of these different types of challenges in our lives. So by reading this, I'm sure you'll get some tips and advice from other people, sharing how they overcame these challenges. Is that right, dear Anita?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, a lot of the women are young women who share the stories of their mothers and their grandmothers and the challenges they have had to overcome from traveling across the 3 continents. So it's a heartwarming stories of the women whose voices have not been heard before. So I think it's about celebrating the women who have shaped our lives today.
Absolutely. And today I would like to also celebrate these wonderful women who've joined us here today. Anita, especially yourself, who's joined us. Thank you very much for joining us here today. With your, as always, a pleasure interviewing you and discussing and talking. And, best of luck with you and Avnish and with the Hemraj Goya Foundation and your books and all the rest of the awards and all the wonderful work you're doing. From all of us here, from Hasmita, Seema, Dr. Waichig, I believe Dr. Jackie Stone is here. Did you want to perhaps share anything before we move on to our next guest? A global namaste, Dr. Jackie Stone.
Would you like me to speak?
Oh, did you want to share anything? Yes, because I think we missed you out. So you're here now with us. Did you want to share anything while you're here with us?
Do you want me to tell my story with reference to the doctor that's been arrested?
Please go ahead if you'd like to share a short little summary side. Yep, please do. So maybe,
honey, if you can hear me, we can't talk about any arrest or any politics because it is sub judice. So please don't mention that. But we can wish the person a very good luck or something. So Jackie, you can wish them good luck, but don't talk about the case. Thank you. Over.
Okay, well, there you go. Jackie, next time. But the rest of us, we will share between the rest of us and see what we can do and how we can support you in this way. So if you'd like to share amongst us, our group, then please do so. It'd be great. So dear Anita, thank you very much for joining us here. Jackie, thank you for joining us here. Seema, thank you for joining us. And I'll be inviting you back again for our next panel discussions as well. A global namaste to you. And we're moving on to our next guest, who of course is another very amazing lady. We go from this wonderful Anita Goyal to Dagmar Smith. So if Dagmar is here, I would love you to come on there. Hello, a global namaste to you, Dagmar.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you look very smiley and all very warm. What a warm face you have.
Thank you so much.
This beautiful smile, right? Now, before we start with anything, let me do an introduction. Now, did you enjoy this wonderful Anita's interview that you just must have been hearing?
Absolutely amazing, because I coming from completely different field and listen to story is so inspiring. It's I need to have it more.
Yeah, we have to listen to more of these.
I have to buy more of her books.
Yeah, yes, we do need to buy more of the books. Yes. Now I know that my battery is getting low in my laptop, so I'm going to quickly plug it in because just in case I get stopped here. But before then, let me also do a little introduction to our wonderful Dagmar Smith, and she's absolutely a really interesting lady that you're going to hear a little bit about. Please give me a minute. Thank you. Normally my batteries are always set up, but today it's not. All done. So let's move on to Dagmar. Let me give you a little quick introduction. Now, Dagmar Smith is from the UK, and she's going to be running through a topic called perfection has no compromise. Such an interesting topic that I really am very intrigued to find out more. Now, before then, let me tell you a little bit about Dagmar. Dagmar Smith is a CEO and co-founder of Elegance London. The company is known for producing the world's rarest and most exclusive collection of ultra luxury perfume collections. Wow, really sounds amazing. And she holds a master's degree in water engineering and a bachelor's in land surveying. What an amazing lady. I already love this lady. What a really a vast amount of knowledge she has in different areas. Now, being fluent in Italian, she co-founded what was to become one of the largest importers of Italian building and construction, security and spa technology systems and products. She joined her husband, who as a couple developed the world-famous multi-award-winning Augustin Hotel in Prague. Wow, Prague is so beautiful. I love that place. Now, having achieved the near impossible by developing 7 historical buildings into a seamless luxury hotel and ending on a high by being awarded the world's best luxury historical hotel in 2013. Wow, this lady just goes from strength to strength in everything she does. Now, understanding what luxury really means, she realized as a collector of perfumes that she had to bring back the art of perfumery from the 19th and 20th centuries. Really interesting. And Dagmar will share her diverse and international experience and explain to us how she achieved the near impossible task of how any woman can achieve her dream. So let's find out what our Dagmar is going to have to say to us about how to achieve our dreams. We're really excited to hear about this. So Dagmar, first of all, wow, you won lots of awards for all the businesses you have done. You have an interesting background, water engineering and land surveying. That's really interesting, very different combination. And from there, you've gone into perfumery, which is completely different to that as well. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Just give us a little insight into your life before we can ask you some questions as well.
Firstly, thank you, Dr. Kalaria, to have me and to give me a chance to speak about what is possible and impossible. I, as a young woman, I had so many interests, and that time was my father had this vision that women should have a decent job, not to go to travel industry, not to go to anything. And I always had a fantastic marks in mathematics, and he said, "You are a clever girl. You need to do what is the future for this planet. So go and do something with water. Water is the things which will always be the issue." And I studied land surveying, and I was really always the best student, because always the drive was always there. And then I decided to start work, and I started to work in first year, and all of the engineers around me said to me, "You have to continue, you have to study, you have to study more, you have the brain, go for it." So I felt very encouraged by everybody around me. And I said, "No, I just don't, I'm not so sure." So they submit my form to university, and I want to continue to study land surveying, but that time under the communism, you had really strict numbers who can study what, and 1 year you could have land survey, next year you could study construction of bridges. And so they come to me and they said to me, "Because you had fantastic marks, we decided to put you into water engineering." And I was like shocked, because that is one of the biggest subjects at the university. And okay, I did it. And let's say in first year, 80% of women were eliminated from the university, because there was no chance to give them future. And then when I finished university, I again start to look for a job, but the communism crashed. And what is the woman for? When in free market, I had no value all of a sudden. So all this.
Just to get that right, so you're saying 80% of the women from the university were eliminated. So from
they crashed. They couldn't cope with this pressure.
Oh, right. I understand now. Yes. So that's what I just wanted.
It was so heavy in mathematics,
right?
Geometry, statics.
So you were a survivor. You were a survivor.
I was a massive survivor because. Everybody in the family said she will never finish it. Is it impossible?
Yeah,
and I did.
Oh, wow. That already shows me a bit of an insight into the kind of brain you have. And, you're very determined. You're persistent. You're making sure that once you've got a goal there, your focus is there to complete, etc.
Exactly.
So some really very strong qualities that you have that seems to be the same kind of qualities that people need to complete projects that they wish to do in life. So women who are out there, these are qualities that could be developed within you to ensure that you see your goals through to the end. So which is really great. So sorry, carry on, Dagmar.
So I think I did everything for my grandmother to impress her so much because she was so much for me. And the past is the value, and I just had to do it. And when I finished and tried to look for a job, nobody wanted me because I'm a woman. So I tried to use everything I learned because I never stopped to learning. So that is my message. Never stop learning language. Anything you can learn is addition to your life. It's something what you will always use. It's never lost.
Yes.
So I get all of a sudden 20 offers for a job because Prague started to change when the communism crashed, the free market, lots of developers came in to change the gray Prague into beautiful, colorful Prague like used to be. And I spoke Italian. So I got job very quickly. I became managing director of the Italian company. And then that started. I stayed with them for 10 years, generated about 12 million turnover for them, started from scratch.
Wow, that's a very congratulations from nothing to 12 million is amazing.
Exactly. And you are still treated as like third citizen because they thought she doesn't know anything. She has only brain, but she doesn't know the market business.
Yes.
So it was very difficult to start. And then I joined my husband development company in 2004. And he made me managing director of the company who developed this incredible property in Prague.
Yeah, it's a whole hotel which won an award as well, right?
For this. 27 international awards. And
how many? 27, did you say?
27. We had the best bar, best architecture, best. The final cherry on the was the best historical hotel in the world in 2013.
In the world? Wow!
In the world.
Wow, that's got big, huge congratulations. That's amazing. But that also tells me that, I mean, did you come in and use your own architects? Did you redesign the hotel, or was it that way? And then you put the hotel forward for awards. How did you end up winning these awards?
It was a monastery from basically 12th century, and it was another 7 buildings which were from different era, and everything had to match. And if you imagine that some of the building had floor this way, another one this way, so you had to. That was a massive challenge. Plus, preserve everything what was there. Preservation authority in Prague is very, very tough. So you had to comply with all the rules, and basically, I would be in charge of all the. Dealing with the building authorities because of my education. I could deal with anything and everything, and it was numerous and hundreds of meetings with authorities and try to convince them that we do things right.
Wow.
That
Yes,
is
so
perfect.
so that's another important point. Maybe we should share with our audience members. To get the 27 awards is not easy. People have to go through a lot of work behind the scenes to be able to get these awards as well. And also, like you said, to be able to deal with every matter one by one. You said you had to have many meetings with the local authorities and, legal compliance and all sorts of things you would have had to go through.
I had a wonderful team, absolutely fantastic engineers behind my back. And that's not my achievement. That's their achievement, and I just stand in front because I was a Czech person. I could communicate.
Yes,
but about 17 nationalities working on the hotel. So
really, different nationalities coming on board in the team. Why did you need different nationalities? Was there any reason for you to have different nationalities on there?
Specialization. You have somebody who knows how to do with air conditioning. Somebody who you have to have the best of the best. And basically, my husband was in that part of technical team, and I would be dealing with all finances and making sure that everything is right, because there's so many intrigues in the construction industry. So it's challenging. And when we opened in 2009, it was just a very difficult time to open the hotel, but somehow we pull it off, and it's still there and still
doing very well. We'll have to travel there. Prague is the most beautiful place. I've traveled there. It's a gorgeous place. It's got such beautiful traditional buildings there that are absolutely a delight to go and visit, so I do understand. And for you as well, what I find very interesting here is you're actually doing something that's considered as a man's job, man's work, a man's industry, where male-dominated place. But you seem to do really well. You've made a place for yourself, and it seems that you've made a place thanks to your self-confidence, your determination, your passion to make things happen.
and sometimes you even move away for inch because these men want to prove bigger power. You move inch, but you gain 2 inches back because you are quiet for a little while, and then you say something what is so important that they all stumm.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think it's really wonderful. And you also moved on to the perfume industry. So you've gone from this construction, you've got the hotels, you've done all your studies that you talked about, right from water engineering to all this other side, surveying, land surveying, completely different things. And now perfumery. Why perfumes, and why this area?
Well, I really always loved the spa industry. I visited probably more than 200, 300 spas around the world. We always traveled and gained experience. And we had this most beautiful spa in Augustine. And I just dreamt about, I was biggest collector of perfumes when I met my husband, and he said, "What? So many perfumes? Do you have so many lovers?" I said, "No, it's so much love for perfume."
No, me, I love myself.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to treat myself.
I reward myself.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, women love perfumes. There's something about women who, they always love perfumes, and it's a known thing anyway. Even in romantic situations, husband, wives buying a present or a gift for a woman, you will never go wrong by buying a nice perfume for them. Of course, a good quality one, of course.
Well, that's where it started. Where is the perfection has no compromise. When my husband went into field and studied intensely, researched the market, because he was investment banker for 30 years. And, you always think many years ahead, what is the life of the product? What is the unique point of sale? What is the so special that it will survive? And I, as a very practical person, I would just focus to get the best producer of the crystal. And top, from the beginning, we were set to have everything reusable, recyclable, refillable, everything sustainable. And maybe because we are already too old to think, we think with our past. So when somebody starts a new product and wants perfume and doesn't think about consequences for this planet, because it's just throwaway culture, it's not right. So
Right.
we built a very strong foundation. My husband is very, very, very detailed in his research. And we decided to go absolutely to the top, go back to tradition of perfumery, go back what is right.
So what is the difference? Because when we talk about traditional perfumery, because I remember going off to India to a place called Ajmer, and it was a lovely place, and there was little stalls in the side, and they were selling perfumes. And you know, normally we go to a shop here, like a normal shop, or you know, to go and buy your perfumes. And here there were little containers like this, and you just put a little bit of perfume there and smell it, and that's it. And these perfumes I bought a perfume from there thinking, let me just try this oil. It was an oil perfume. And the whole day from morning till night, I can still smell that perfume. It wasn't very expensive. It was like, you know, if you convert it to pounds. And so I don't know how they make these perfumes. And it was so nice and soft. You know, you don't get any kind of like eczema or any kind of allergy. It's really nice and pure. So what is the difference? Because you said you must have studied many, many different ways of creating perfumes. Tell us a little about how you make these pure perfumes.
we research so much. And my husband had in past the history of floating body shop on stock market. And there was the most successful float. And it was just amazing that he knew every single perfume company in the world, because he was working very close with Anita from
Anita Roderick?
Yes.
Oh my God, I studied in my master's degree. I studied she was my case study.
Amazing.
All the studies for Anita Roderick. Yeah, she was amazing. What a wonderful woman she was. She had very good foresight, you know, she made sure it's cruelty free. She had, you know, equal pay, and she had all sorts of things that she would ensure before she made her products. So I used to find that fascinating. Yes, absolutely.
So my husband was her advisor for many, many years, and he fundraised for her as well. And then he floated the company. It was the incredible success. And so when I came with this idea, when we moved to Dubai, and I said, I think I would love to have the company called Elegantes and have this wonderful perfume as a part of maybe one day hotel collection. And he said, this is a genius idea. And she had this most successful perfume. I don't like to use fragrance, because fragrance is everything. Fragrance is everything. Can be washing powder fragrant. So let's go to perfumes. So we approached the most, I think, compliant company in the world, which is IFF. My husband created a brief of 40 pages, what he wants to be as a perfume. And then it was just like an open shock to the company, because they said, normally it's 1.5 pages of brief.
Yes.
What are you really asking?
Even I admire your husband, right? I think, wow, you know, he really is detail oriented, but he knows what he wants. That's the important part. You know, he really knows what he's looking for, which is really amazing. Clarity, they say. When you get clarity, you get exactly what you want.
They said they never, the 40 years never received any brief than 1.5 pages, timeline, budget, and that's it. And this was like a no budget, no timeline.
Yes.
Give me the best. And we normally don't even meet the perfumer behind that. But that time, the boss of IFF said, okay, I think I have to put you through. You have to talk to the perfumer. And I found one. So after, I think, 7 months, we met Julian. And he is as flamboyant French with nice hair and colorful dress. And he says, I think I got it. So we sit down and we start with first, I think, 4 perfumes. And we just look at each other with Thomas. And I said, oh my goodness, he's amazing. And then he stood up.
What did you find amazing? What was it? Did he understand what you were looking for? What was it exactly?
Because
that you found?
Understanding this luxury, we for a short while, I think about 1 year, decided to manage the hotel ourselves. So I would meet all celebrities, kings. We met Prince Charles. We met so many people. The King of Jordan. They all want to stay with us, and you understand their taste, their demands. That's what is so important for them. And Placido Domingo and Tom Jones and everybody want to stay with us, and it gives you such a lift of what is this personality of the successful people. So you want to create something what is for successful people, and if you are part of it, you can just lift yourself with this amazing perfume.
Yes, and you talked about the fact that it's a collection. So when you sat with Julian, as you mentioned, this flamboyant, wonderful gentleman, but it was a collection, because I understand there are different types of fragrances. You've got a wood kind of a sandalwood. You have musk smells, like more flowery smells. So they're all different styles of perfumes that you can work with. So how did you come about with this collection, and how did you know what was the right smell, fragrance for you to be able to promote?
Something very strange. We analyzed the personalities through MIT research, and that was giving you the most successful personality in the world. For somebody, can be rich, can be negative, because it would say but someone can be rich in the mind, not in the wallet. So it's very controversial, but my husband set up the algorithm and selected 56 most successful personality traits. And on the basis of that, we created the first collection. And I have to tell you, when I went to Italy, when we sell in Mazzolari, and then I trained these girls, and I said, just, don't remember every single ingredient. This is not important. Remember the smell and imagine who is behind that smell. And there was a girl, she said like that. She took a Royal Vetiver and she said, I see Richard Gere.
Oh, right. So each smell had a celebrity connected to it, or a face or a personality that was connected to that smell, right? That
to the success.
Yeah, the success. Yeah,
you can be sportsman, you can be whoever, but you have to go extra mile to achieve what you achieve. Nothing is coming if there is no hard work.
Yes.
There is no perfection.
Yes.
There is no result. So you cannot compromise. If you compromise, you don't go far.
Right. And is that what you mean by perfection has no compromise? Because of course your talk today was all to do with perfection has no compromise. Because what I liked about you as well, you mentioned a little earlier, I went for the best of the best to come on and work on the hotel project, for example. So the best of the best for me, just to share with our audience viewers who are watching right now, it shows a kind of a personality trait that you have. You find the best of the best to work with you because you expect the best from everything as well. And with that, having the right attitude, you end up getting those awards, and you end up, launching the best perfumery, businesses. Is that right? Is that something that is there a teaching that you could share with this? Or your little secrets?
I think just to have the background of engineering, you never go for one shot. You make triple times sure that everything is strong foundation. And I always had a fear of failure but inevitably if you want to reach the blue skies, you have to go through turbulence, and you have to be prepared for failure. And sometimes it's scary, but and when it's good times, we having very good times with my husband. When it's stress, then it's multiple stress, because it's two of us in the same situation.
Absolutely. And both you and your husband seem to make a lovely team together, because, he seems to have a background, which is, you mentioned an investment background. You mentioned that, is that right? He's got a financial background in a way.
He has a financial background, but when he was approached in Prague about this project, it was just new challenge for him. He just never stops. And he is, he loves challenges. The perfumery. He's just an amazing mentor for me as well, because I'm not on my own as a woman, and it's good to know that somebody is there to support you. And he says, you have a foundation, you run it, go and do your best. That's your responsibility.
Sounds amazing. Sounds really good. So well done to hubby there, Mr. Smith. I was going to say, well done, doing good work there is really great. So actually, women out there who are just watching right now and listening and tuning in right now, it's a really amazing, incredible journey of a person who is actually studying a subject which is not normal. It's like a different, completely chosen a different. Then you have this kind of a mindset to ensure the best of the best is done with whatever work you do. Then you move on to think that, okay, let's go for challenges, let's try something new, and bring in the historical side of perfumes, right? Not let's just destroy the planet, just let's destroy the skin by using anything. You went back. Yes.
If you just see this perfume, it's four pieces mold, which has been done last in 1920s. It's such a challenge. And when you go to factory, we have been on every single production to check that everything is perfect. And you see these people working so hard, and just polishing this crystal takes them up to 12 hours. And then some bubble comes out and they throw it away. That's the perfection.
Wow. This is a really good thing. So, and if there was any tips, let's say 3 top tips you could give to women to help them to maybe get a more of a success mindset, what would you say to people out there? What would you share?
I will definitely say, really, for me, works so well. I learn every single time. I work every single holidays. I even work in crystal factory. I was a kid. I was 18 years old. And how? Now there we are. And I have experience. I understand the glass, the crystal. And I don't know why, but everything comes together. So study the language, become the multicultural, understand the culture. It's so important. Tradition, culture, heritage, so important. Because that is the connection. That's how you can flow with others and get better and better and inspire. Get inspired and inspire.
Get inspired and inspire others. That's a really good. That's my tagline, by the way. My company, Power of Creative Arts. I say inspire and get inspired. So you also get inspired and inspire other people. But here, Dagmar, this is a really amazing thing what you just said. Heritage, culture, art is very important. You seem to like countries like Prague, which have a beautiful culture and heritage. You even with perfumes went backwards to the history of it, bringing in all the the background of it. You probably had to study about how perfumes were made and things like that. And now you're talking about these crystals, and you have perfumes that you put into crystal bottles. Is that how you package them?
Yes, this is a crystal bottle which is with you for life. It's refillable. It's honestly, it's just you don't have to go through throwaway culture. Like when I started to look for supplier of the crystal, and I went to Beauty World in Dubai first, huge. I spoke to every single producer of crystal, of glass. They just laugh at me when I came with this because we had sketches how we would like to look at. We didn't have anything concrete. And they said to me, oh, we now just choose from catalog and minimum order is 20,000. I said, oh no. So then I had this guy who pulled me on side and he said to me, Dagmar, I need to talk to you. You're wasting your time. And I said, why? You will never find anybody here who can come to your dream. That's it, finish. There is only one company in the world. And let's go for a cup of coffee. So we went to some place there and he said, this is my card. And later on, I will send you the name, okay? Don't waste your time anymore. So he sent me this name of the factory, which is the oldest factory, probably only functioning one in north of France. And there the journey started, the excitement started to be alive because we go to this factory with my husband and oh my God, you see this flacon, the molds for 100 years of coming from Boucheron to this and that. It's so exciting because it's full of dust and you just feel like you want to be part of it. And
I can see your passion all coming out. You know, I can see that you've been on a really beautiful journey. You know, even I'm getting excited. I love this. You know, because I love fragrances and I like perfumes too. So I do find it very interesting. I mean, we've got a little panel guests here as well joining us now, and they're going to be perhaps asking some questions. I'm sure they've been listening very this interesting interview. They've probably been. There you go. We've got Seema there. We've got Shivani Ji there, we got Judith there, we got Sharon all the way from USA. Hello, we got Wai Ching, Dr. Wai Ching there, and Hashmita. Oh my God! So you're going to get a real proper question things going. Interrogation time, Dagmar.
I will be grilled, right?
It's grilling time. Okay, look at these women all popping up. They've got lots of lovely questions that they would love to ask you, I'm sure. Let's start off with Judith. Let me say, hi Judith, a global namaste to you. How are you?
Global namaste to you. I'm well, thank you. And very cold.
And very cold, oh dear. Well, don't worry, we'll warm you up talking about warm things, right? Please go ahead and ask any question that you may have, you know, with our dear Dagmar.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing. I am one who is keen on education. Always keep yourselves educated and motivated. And I wanted to ask you, I have one young lady whom I invited, and she's such a motivator in everything that she's done, being from India and everywhere she's been. I wanted to ask you, what's kept you motivated through all the obstacles?
I think I just really think that is the fear of failure, to deliver always the best. And back of my mind was always, at the beginning was definitely my grandmother, because she was the one who had no fracture of room for mistakes. She would always be absolutely perfect set as a woman. She would even clean the house with high heel shoes because she felt good. And my grandfather was dead by 30 years, so it was not for him. But she was just amazing. So I think it's you always try to do something more, to work with. We work with so many young people in hotel, and it was amazing to inspire them it pushes you to do better and better and better, because they look at you and they become better people as well. They feel part of the family. Everything what we did was the part of the family. We are family business. Whenever you come to our organization or not to work with us, we are family business. So mama, papa, and you have to accept the rules, and we have to respect humanity, you human being, everything we it's reciprocal. It's beautiful, works beautifully. So that's I think it's something amazing.
Very nice there. Judith, lovely question there. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for the answer as well, Dagmar. Thank you. And I'm moving on to my next lovely panelist here. How about if I first of all say a very big thank you to Shivani while she's here. Shivani Vitlani, just wanted to say a very big thank you from all of us here at the Healing Our Earth team to introduce such an amazing lady as Dagmar Smith to us, and of course for her to be able to inspire so many people who are listening and watching right now. So Shivani, did you have anything to say whilst you're here and joining us today?
Yes, global namaste to all, and lovely to see you all again, and lovely as usual, honey. You make the show amazing, like Seema and everybody else. And Dagmar, wow, to see you after such a long time.
Amazing.
It's so good. I'm so happy you could share with everyone. And I met Dagmar when I was at Fortnum and Mason, always trying to help them. Elegantis was a lovely brand, very niche, and actually as humble as you, Dagmar.
Thank you.
And you look amazing, and thank you. I don't really have questions on perfumery at the moment
because you know everything about us.
But I'll come and see you sometime. And as you know, I love perfumes and everything. And it was nice to see Thomas as well on the background initially. So give him my love. And yes, thank you all. And enjoy the show, and hope to see you again. And thank you to Neil Kumar, of course, for encouraging everyone and making this whole global free platform to give everybody a chance. I think it's so amazing. It's so amazing.
Yeah, thank you, dear Shivani ji. Thank you very much. And, you know, we hope to, of course, you know, continuously see you now. Everybody here, we're all part of the Healing Our Earth team. They're all part of them, from Sharon to Amalia to Seema to Judith to Hasmita, yourself, Shivani, all of you are part of our Healing Our Earth team. And we're very proud to have you as part of the family here. Thank you to every single one of you that you're making so many other people's lives so much fun by bringing lovely people like Dagmar to inspire and educate and entertain and all sorts of different things for our audiences. Thank you for that.
Just to finish off, there was my school friend again from Uti, such a small world, Vimla, and I think she had done a wedding for her son at Dagmar's hotel. And it's such a small world. Like Dagmar saw my friends list and she said, oh my God, you know Vimla. So I think she was going to join in or whatever. So
well, very small. We've got a small family, everybody connected to each other. Wow, it's really good. Well, very nice. I'm sure they had a fantastic time with the wedding as well. Now I'm going to just move on to another lady to see if they've got a question here. Let's see if we can move on to Sharon. Sharon, you've just joined us. Hello, a global namaste to you all the way from USA, my dear.
Global namaste to all of you, my friends, my dear friends. It's so nice to be with you as always.
You look beautiful, my dear, looking amazing, and we missed you for a little while. And I know that now our dear Sharon, she's our coordinator in America, and she brings in lovely guests as well every single time here. And we're going to get a chance to meet a couple of these wonderful women later on as well. But Sharon, did you have a wonderful question for Dagmar whilst we have her here?
Well, my question is, you know, in the US now, due to COVID, there's so many women that have now seen the kinds of things that are being taught in the schools that are not in alignment with true, I would say, well, true values, traditional values, what we at Healing Our Earth really care about. You know, love for each other, acceptance of each other, etc. And there are many women now that are starting to speak up and say, raise their voice for their kids. They call them the mama bears. So are you aware of this? And what's your perspective on how do we really have that strength and courage to find that authentic voice to speak out in the midst of, you know, kind of repression?
Oh, there you go. A deep question there for you, Dagmar. So, if are you fine with that one? What do you have to say for that?
Well, it's quite shocking what is coming out now lately, and we all went through this kind of. I think everybody, as a girl, went through kind of harassment, and I don't want to go to the details, but we are very vulnerable creatures, and I think the most important role is it's back to the parents. And when you are a girl, you have a father, and that father is responsible to protect you, to explain to you. And when you are father and you have a child, little girl, you have to be aware how to bring her up in confidence, and so many angles, and because there's so many broken families, that what causes this broken society, and that the girls don't have protection because they perhaps don't have father, so that they become the part of the victims, and that is the biggest issue for me. I was, as a child, my father left me when I was 1.5 years old, and I was lucky enough that my mother met her school friend, and he became my stepfather. And he was always educating me how to protect myself, even in armed combat, not armed, but like to fight if somebody jumps on me, what to do. And all the time, I think it's important to educate these young women, to give them voice, to make them confident, like what is happening in London now with all this issue with attacking the woman. It's not acceptable. I
agree.
Worse than before.
To me, it seems like there's even more of a repression of the feminine than the one that we all kind of fought against. It's these poor, for me, these women athletes who have trained all their lives, all of a sudden being beaten by transgender. Now,
no, not acceptable.
Want to be that's fine, but why are you being allowed to compete against these women? Have your own category.
Yes, that's correct, and it should stay like that. It's why do we? I think we become too much diverse. We are accepting everything, but we are women, we are men, and it's a clear race. This is like an A and B journey, and some of them are here, some of them are here, but in middle is the woman and the man. So let's keep it traditional, and let's keep everybody in the category they belong.
Well, I also felt as a Kathak teacher, dance, Indian classical dance, I also felt that I've had, before all of this, years ago, trans men come and take my class. Well, at least they were learning about the traditional feminine, not some strange caricature.
Yeah. So Sharon, so no, thank you for all this. Thank you for the lovely, different views that we are sharing right now. But definitely, women need to be protected, and it's definitely should not be tolerated. If people are being bullied or all sorts of things that are taking place right now, everybody should be given a stance to be on the same equal standing, because that's what they are. People like Dagmar and lovely women like her already proved to everybody that they can do everything. They can be whoever they want to be. They can be extremely successful. They can qualify in subjects that people are not expecting them to qualify in, and all sorts of things. It's all there. You just need to give an opportunity. And one thing Dagmar said was very important, and that is, we're living in these broken societies right now. We don't have those father figures and the mother figures to protect you, to guide you, to give you the confidence and to feel safe. So, maybe our next stage would be to help people have stronger family values and help so that we don't have broken families.
Yeah.
Yes, and I love the historical. You like tradition, and I think tradition is very important. all the best of what was there before that used to work, we should keep. I think that works. Thank you so much for that. Let me move on to Seema. Seema, my dear, did you have a question? So patiently sitting there waiting.
Well, first I'd like to say a very warm global namaste, Dagmar, and Dobry Den. I hope I said that correctly.
Dobry Den, thank you, Dobry Den.
Yes, indeed. And thank you very much for your inspirational talk. You know, when you spoke of your grandmother, it unleashed very strong memories of my childhood. So I was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya, with very strong roots in India. And of course, our family would make it a very important part for us to go back, visit my grandmother, or have our grandmother over to Kenya to look, you know, just so that the family unit could bond and be stronger and have those values and those traditions, which we so hold on to, passed down from grandmother to granddaughter. And you spoke of your grandmother's cleaning the house in high heels. That is so, so lovely. I thought that was so cute, you know, and you said she was a perfectionist. And there was something really magical, I have to say this to all our viewers, about our grandmothers, about that generation. They were perfectionists in everything they do. Now, we are from a food background, we're farming background, traditionally. And all those traditions, you know, the food stories that have been handed down from grandmother to granddaughter are still being recreated and relived within our family. And when you speak of the perfume, you know, the journey of perfume and, you know, embellishing it with all this tradition and culture, I just find it so beautiful. It's new, it's different, it's a new dimension of light, and it's wonderful. But I do have one question for you. And you have such a vast, deep-rooted business experience with your husband and you. What advice would you have for women looking to start up or grow their own business in 2022 onwards?
The most important is set your vision. Really think about your vision. Think what is your uniqueness. How can you be different? Don't bring the same thing which is coming all over. Do something what is needed. And there was one of my friends who said the vision without execution is just hallucination, focus. And that was so much true. And that was always in my head when we started. So you are responsible to select your sustainable suppliers. You have to go to the bottom of the things. If you don't make the strong foundation, you're going to fail. You study and analyze your market. See what's there. See how can you be better and the best. There's no point to be one-off. If you're not the best, if you're not the leader, you are follower. And like my husband always say, if you are first, if you're second, you are just going behind the first. What's the point? So don't look at back, run, be first. And look what, you don't have to look at back, because if you set your standard, others will follow you. So when we came to this market of perfumery, which was very, very new, and everything what we have done from barcode to sticker to packaging was just challenge, because you don't do it with responsibility in your mind, because that has to be not for today, but for 10 years ahead, has to work. At least you have to have this dream, flying, not crawling. So that
very, very beautiful. What a wonderful piece of advice there. Thank you, Dagmar. Very, very good advice there. Seema, I hope you like that. I love that.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I made notes.
Oh, there you go, Dagmar. Look, transforming lives already. And we are going to be having a women's forum, as I think Seema was mentioning previously. And Neil Kumar is very keen to set something like that up, so all the women can network and work with each other and develop projects and just, grow, as individuals. So we're very, very looking forward to getting some support with that. So which is really good. So thank you, Neil, out there for supporting us for setting up our forum. Really looking forward to that. I'm going to move on to Dr. Amalia, Dr. Wai Ching. Hello, dear Amalia. Would you like to share whatever you would like to share, or ask any questions that you may have?
Yes, honey, I was waiting patiently. I was the one.
Very patient. Asmita is the most patient out of the lot.
Because I was trying to be my super Taoist Qigong self, but I was like inside just bubbling down.
Yes, we have a Qigong expert here, by the way, Dagmar. Just like, every single one here is their experts in their own field. So Seema, of course, she's a wonderful, she actually finds you medicine out of your kitchen, all the foods. She knows all the herbs and all the things that you can use to as medicine, using food as medicine. So she's really an expert in that field. Yes, and also somebody who comes from art of living. So her background is meditation, etc. So it's beautiful. Our dear Dr. Wai Ching, she's a master, Qigong master. So, and she's also a healer. So she's an energetic healer. So she's also a very, very specialized, wonderful lady, all part of the Healing Our Earth team here, but, all with their own individual strengths. So Amalia, whilst I'm talking, before I move on.
I didn't get the chance to say that this is so exciting, because that's what I'm here in Ecuador and putting together a collaboration of a spa project. I must go to Augustine and talk more with Dagmar about the healing properties of the essential oils. As you know, you and
please go ahead
about my work at the spa, so we have to continue with this, and it's so exciting. I'm just smelling my Gaharu Aga wood right now, Dagmar. So I'm just
amazing.
That's
brings you to another level, right?
Yes.
I'm like, and with you,
what's your question to Dagmar? Tell me, what's our question?
Oh, okay. The question, we have also like Anita Roderick and all that to thank. But my question is like, that we know as priestesses in ancient past of the healing oils, the healing properties, the ciskiterpenes, the polyphenols, the different frequencies. And are you bringing out a line perhaps of oils that are healing besides the perfumery, because we know we use it for ancient times to use in these times of epidemics, shall we say, for disease. And I just think with your experience and your precision as an engineer, that you could bring out something that would be incredible for viral infections. And I just feel that, because I use that when I'm in my work with healing. So I'm just wondering if you were doing that, because that would be such an amazing innovation.
We have another project coming soon, or having in it's still not, it's unborn. Let's put it this way.
It's coming soon. Watch this. Yes.
And this is Project Aura. Which comes to home fragrances and healing. It's a very interesting part, because I said kind of 10 of feelings. I don't like to call it with anything else than feelings. So, for example, you have the feeling of recharge. So you name you scent, and before you come home, you can program it on your app. You come home and your home is recharged, or your home is relaxed, and so on. We have different categories, but not a healing, which is quite interesting. And I don't know if we will not, with our existing technology, not destroy the oils, if they will keep the healing power. That's my question. If you
That's wonderful. That's really brilliant. What a lovely question that was. Really powerful question. That would be really, it would be something that would be very useful and a beautiful gift for humanity if that could be developed, you know. So very nice. Thank you, Dr. Wai-Ching. Thank you, my dear Amalia. Her first name is Amalia and Dr. Wai-Ching is the second name, and we know her with both names. So I normally say both names. So we're moving on to Hasmita, who's been waiting so patiently for her chance to ask a question. So it's all yours now. The platform is all yours now to ask whatever you want, dear Hasmita. What do you have in mind?
Thank you.
To ask our dear
Namaste, Dagmar. Phenomenal journey, amazing. So really interesting. So the question I have for you is, I'm in banking and finance, and one of the things that you mentioned in respect of, you know, your early days and how challenging it was in a profession that is very male dominated and similar to mine. So it was really interesting that you mentioned your challenges. But my question to you is how do you keep going? And what is it that keeps you going? I know perfume is something that is very inspirational, but also I understand that perfume is it's a positive energy as well. I think the whole idea of concept of perfume and the oils and things like that. So that's really quite an interesting concept. So, hey, what keeps you going, and what is it that really inspired you with the perfumes?
It's a very good question, because you mentioned as well, Dagmar, that you had lots of challenges and you have to keep going. You know, you mentioned that as well, because there's nothing that comes easy. You talked about the fact that you have to work hard as well. You work through your holidays. I remember you mentioning. So there are so many things that you have to go through. And I'm sure, like Hasmita mentioned, that you must have lots of challenges and things that come in the way. Absolutely. All these blocks, how do you deal with them?
You know, I tell you something. When I was as a student at university, we had this drawing rooms with had transparent window, and that time you do everything by hand, and whenever you make mistake, you start all over. And one morning was like 4:30 in the morning, and all my colleagues coming from the pub or party, whatever they did, and I'm still in the drawing room and still not making progress. And then one of my colleagues says to me, Dagmar, why don't you do it like that? And he took the pen and he says, you flip it like that. And that is the way how you have to do it. Just see it like that. Don't be woman. For 1 second, think like a man. And I was thinking, he's so right. I'm trying to do the crane structure. Is actually quite logical. It's so simple, but you do it so complicated. So I can tell you, I have such a peace of mind in perfumery, because there is no such a challenge in perfumery. You meet maximum buyers as a man, but there is a woman world, and then you have your client base. You pamper them because they all love perfumes. So I get messages every day. What you think I should be? Tell me, who are you? What you doing? How you perceive yourself? What you think? You're a sporty guy. You perhaps very elegant, or what? Who are you? And I have to advise these guys to say them what they should be, how they should elevate themselves with our perfumes. And I have a client in the States who has a whole collection of everything, and a client in India who is absolutely incredible. And he is buying this 200 ml perfumes, and hopefully we will soon open in India. And he loves our perfume, and he just walks, and he's the elegantest perfume. He has the status because he's strong. He can carry it, and they're looking for being something different, someone different.
Absolutely. Wow. So what you do is, I just understood as well, you do like personal consultations with each person and ensure that they get recommended with the right perfume that's perfect for them based on their personality, right?
Exactly. That was the case. And we had a kind of session with journalists, and I had two ladies on each side, and I could immediately read what they would be. And she said, oh, you will not find out what. And I said, okay, give me a piece of paper. I write down and I swapped the papers. And I said, now we do the session. And if I'm right, then you have to make me piece of article.
Yeah. Yeah, give me some coverage, right? Media coverage out of it. Very lady, very good. And you got it right, of course. I'm just assuming, right?
I got it right. And she was shocked.
Yeah, no, because you mentioned as well, you use personality tests, like your husband mentioned, that he went through a scientific approach of asking questions. So you actually come down to finding the perfect, personality that they're from. You know, which are they sociable? Are they like leaders? Are they stars? Or who are they actually? Sporty, adventurous. So you would find out from these kinds of questions. So it's a very good way, a very scientific way. Thank you, Hasmeeta. Very good question that she's asked as well. We've got a very creative lady, because Hasmeeta is also like she's part of an Antakshari group, which is a singing group. So you can tell that she's a banker as well, and she does all finance, and then she does all singing. She's amazing, lovely, and she does a lot of good work as well, all this contribution charity work. Okay, let me just, whilst we're here, dear Dagmar, if you are free next week, then please tune into this one. Next week on the 6th of February, we have the vegan and the vegetarian kitchen, where, of course, you'll get a chance to get some, an insight into some amazing recipes, delicious recipes, and all very healthy and yummy. So make sure you do tune in for that one. And that's going to be produced by our one and only Seema Bhatia. And we move on. That's again from 2 to 8 p.m. GMT. And Valentine's special is on the 13th of Feb. So all of you romantic people, anybody like who wants to perhaps send a dedication, a poem, or sing a song or something like that for your loved one, then here's the 13th of Feb. That platform is all yours. This is all for our Healing Our Earth audience members. So that's on 13th. We move on to the COVID special, which is on the 20th of February, where we will talk about many, many different subjects, all relating to COVID. Miscellaneous matters, we call them, because there are all unusual topics that are connected to COVID that we will be discussing. So do join us. It's again an online free event at 2 o'clock to 7 p.m. on that day. Then we move on to our celebrating dance event. Yeah, this is our wonderful, me and Sharon's favorite one. So, and of course, Amalia too. Celebrating dance, healing, joyful and creative. This is going to be on the 27th of February and 2 o'clock to 8 p.m. And you're going to get a chance to meet some amazing top dance experts from around the world, which will be a really amazing day as well. If you're interested in becoming a part of our team here, becoming a host, supporting us with marketing, social media, anything, perhaps technical support, then contact us. Here's our WhatsApp number, 0044 7712 77703. Oh, wow, that's an interesting number. So there you go. So those of you who would like to get involved in the Healing Our Earth projects and supporting the community out there, the global community, just contact us and become part of our team. We would love to have you there. Now, thank you very much, Dagmar. I just wanted to say a very big thank you. You've been absolutely amazing. We are now going to be moving on to another amazing ladies, I should say. And meanwhile, Dagmar, we really wish you the best of luck with a wonderful work that you're doing. We wish you many more awards for everything that you're doing. And I know for a fact that, you know, all the inspirational tips that you've given us today, people are going to definitely be able to make a difference in their own lives with your wonderful tips. So thank you for that. Have a lovely, lovely global namaste, my dear Dagmar. Thank you. And Shivani as well. Thanks for introducing our dear madam here. Now, moving on, we have Sharon. Thank you, Shivani. Now we have wonderful Sharon all the way from USA, looking gorgeous with a lovely sari on, and love seeing her there. Now, let me do a quick little introduction to our one and only Sharon, for those of you who may not have known who Sharon is. And the rest of you already know, I know, that she's our wonderful, gorgeous, beautiful, talented Sharon. Now, Sharon Rose she has an MA. She's a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong Tai Chi, Taoism, and natural healing. And she's also the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has lectured and performed and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was also a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She is the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and she's also currently completing a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. So we would like to say a global namaste to my dear Sharon. Hello.
Hello, Honey G. It's such a pleasure to see you again. You're looking so beautiful.
Oh, I was going to say the same thing to you. You look so stunning, and I love the flowers behind you. They remind me of you. Really, yeah, really beautiful and, gorgeous, colorful, and really, really nice, and very soft and nice as well. So, dear Sharon, today I know that you've got some amazing guests who are joining us today. So what I would like to do is I would like to pass on the hosting to you. And perhaps you can introduce this lovely Dr. Pamela Girali. Hopefully I'm saying it right, with that lovely, stunning smile. And I can see she's all pink like me. Women love pink, I can see. And I can see you as well, Sharon, with your black and pink. What's going on?
Rajasthani, I love, I feel like when I went to Rajasthan, I felt like I was home.
Yeah, oh, really?
Yes. I had lots of saris and lots of those big skirts.
Yes, the flowy skirts. Well, I'm thinking more about the fact that, being women, we've all gone for pinks, haven't we? Feeling all feminine. Well, it's all yours, my dear Sharon, and welcome, dear Dr. Pamela Girali. Enjoy the interview session. I'll be all ears and listening to both of you having a good little natter. So enjoy, and I'll be joining you in for the panel discussions afterwards.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
So everyone, it's a pleasure as always to be with you, and here with Pamela. I'm going to tell you about her. Dr. Pamela Girali. We're going to talk about how to dance like a divine diva. This is about her book, Dance of Ego and Essence, that I had the honor, really honor of writing the foreword for. So I'm very familiar with the immense, deep, powerful work that she has done, the courage that she has had and has to go so deep, take that feminine inner journey and really discover a blueprint for the human spirit that will be of great benefit, it already is, to all of us. Dr. Girali is a visionary and pioneer in spiritual growth and transformation. She shares life-changing experiences and insights with clarity and humor. She captivates readers and audiences with wisdom and practical guidance from the blueprint for the human spirit, her holistic model for conscious, compassionate living. She is an architect for the human spirit. Pamela is a registered nurse, excellent, very feminine, with a master's degree in public health and a doctorate in holistic health sciences. She is uniquely qualified to present teachings from the blueprint, since it evolved in harmony with her own personal transformation. She utilizes her creativity and amazing gifts to encourage others to live authentically and purposefully in alignment with their inner truth. Her transforming experiences and training background in nursing allow her to speak from the heart with authority.
That's probably more than enough.
It's wonderful to see you and have you here, Pamela.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm so grateful that you were able to write the foreword for my latest book. And what a delightful spirit you are, human, feminine, divine spirit. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all these amazing women. What a blessing.
It is. This is a wonderful community, and we welcome you not only for today, but to become a part, you and Kathy Mason, who will be joining us as well, to become a part of this global community that really speaks to the heart, speaks to truth, and we're healing our earth. That's our community. So let's begin by, please tell us about your own journey that birthed this book.
Yes, I am so blessed to have been given this amazing gift, the blueprint for the human spirit. It evolved through divine downloads in early morning intuitive sessions, and I captured it on over a 6-month period of time, which was an amazing process for me to be able to learn and grow as this beautiful model for conscious, compassionate living evolved. And in the process, I also realized that I was intuitive. And of course, being scientifically trained, rational, logical, skeptical kind of person, all of this was way beyond anything I could ever have imagined that would happen to me. But it has become my passion and purpose. And I left my public health and nursing career behind so that I could focus on sharing the blueprint with others. It is why I'm here, to put all the pieces together. And the amazing part about it is it helps us to discover our own divine blueprint. When we do that, then I believe that we can more consciously and compassionately and authentically show up on planet Earth as the divine divas that we are and make a difference. And of course, to me, it all begins within, because everything that is out there is a reflection of what is inside of us. So my focus is on helping women in particular, but everyone, discover who they are and why they are here, so that we can embrace those special gifts that we have received that are very particular for our unique purpose. And in the process of discovering who we are, then we can truly show up as the hands, heart, and voice of God on earth, so to speak. We are divine divas, and we all have this beautiful spirit about us. And when we embrace that, we just shine. And certainly we have seen evidence of that today, how women have used their unique special gifts and have embraced the truth of their being so they truly can live purposefully and make a difference, and certainly leave a legacy of love here on planet Earth.
I'm totally in alignment with you. We speak about these issues and these visions and the hope for humanity here on Healing Our Earth very often. You know, in your book, you talk about walking the path of true healing, of letting go of addictions, imprinted patterns, familial, religious, societal agendas, motives, and self-judgment. Would you elaborate on that for us, please?
Yes, Sharon is talking about my book, The Dance of Ego and Essence, Confessions of a Divine Diva. And I had been ill for quite a while with viral thyroiditis and wasn't able to do anything. And when I decided I was well enough to go back to work, so to speak, I asked the higher powers that be what to do first. And I was guided to come to my office early in the mornings and journal confessions for 40 days. Now, I had been a spiritual teacher for quite some time, so that was a little interesting, but I followed the guidance and realized that 40 is a very specific number. 40 represents rebirth. And we're all familiar with many of the sacred stories about the 40-day flood, and gestation is 40 weeks. You know, so there's many reasons why 40 was very special. So every day for 40 days, I came to my office, and after I sat in the silence for a short period of time, I received a word, and that word hit me with a ton of bricks, and it brought forth all these memories, some painful, some funny, some challenging memories about my past. And it showed me how I had learned and evolved over time with guidance from the Blueprint for the Human Spirit. So in the process, I discovered how important it was to be radically honest. And if we don't just get spiritually naked, so to speak, we cannot free ourselves from all the pain from the past, from all the suppression that we may have experienced, from things that hold us back, and old beliefs that no longer serve us. So in the process, I was able to release one more layer of all these things from my past. And in the process, I was flying. I felt so euphoric. I was so free to be all that I am. And for that experience, I am just so grateful. And I know also that this can be of great benefit to other people. I encourage every one of you to engage in your own divine diva dance and release all of those experiences from the past, all the pain, all the questions that we may have, because it truly is freeing. And that is what we want. We want to be free to be all that we are, free to express the truth of our being. And that is what dancing like a divine diva is. It is about embracing the truth of our being, discovering who we are, discovering that beautiful feminine essence, and expressing that, showing up every day as the love that we are, so that we truly make a difference in the lives of all of those around us. So this particular book almost wrote itself. It just poured out of me. And after reading a little bit of it, I shared with friends. They said, "You have to share it." And I thought, I really have to share my dirty spiritual laundry with the world? And it was like, yes, you do. Because in doing that, you give every woman permission to dig deep, to go through this beautiful deep soul cleanse and free themselves of anything that might hold them back. And what a blessing that is for all of us to know that that's possible.
To me, you really took this deep feminine journey of just stripping away all of the conditioning, all of the patterns. So many women, I know I'm experiencing this in myself, where there is this desire to help everyone, to take care of everyone.
Yes.
Right. And really right now, especially because I've been through an accident, it's really about going deep, especially in this time. And I think that's been the gift of COVID, that many of us have taken the time. I know many on Healing Our Earth have, and we've spoken about that, taking that time to take that inner journey and start to discern, have that radical honesty to discern the false from the true. Many years ago, I read, it was by a paper by Manly Hall, a great esotericist. And he talked about how every lie causes like a warping in your energy field. And I was like, is that really what I want? Yes. And so this radical honesty that you speak about, I think is like a really essential point.
It is. It is. And truly, it was a way for me to see firsthand exactly where I started as a child raised in a very small town, in a very conservative home, in a very fundamental religion that was very narrowing and very limiting, to the point where I left, went to college, had none of that left in my life. But then I was still searching. I still needed something. And so the search led me forward to a point where I discovered the blueprint for the human spirit. And I mean, it just came to me as this amazing gift. And in the process, I learned some amazing things. And you alluded to one of those things. Well, first of all, the blueprint has 5 dimensions: physical, mental, emotional, intuitive, and spiritual. And so most of us focus a little more on the physical because that's what we see, you know, it's kind of, you know, how we appear. But the physical, in that physical realm, I learned that the very first responsibility that we have, the first thing we should do is to take excellent care of ourselves. We have to come first. And as a caregiver, as a nurse and as a caregiver, I have my 90-year-old mother with me 6 months of the year. And other family members depend on me because I am a nurse. But I learned that you do have to take care of yourself first. We have to follow the wisdom of the heart. And the heart first pumps oxygenated blood to itself before the rest of the body. Otherwise, it would not be able to sustain us or itself. So we need to follow the wisdom of the heart. And second, we have to open our minds and be receptive to new ideas. If we are narrow-minded, you know, we will never be able to learn and grow and evolve and be all that we are. And from an emotional perspective, certainly, we have to love and accept ourselves. And as we are here, these beautiful beings, beloved, holy, and whole. And in the intuitive realm, we have to find our power. We have to stand up for ourselves and for our beliefs. And if we can't learn how to do that, if we're not empowered enough to do that, well, then we cannot, you know, be all that we are. And certainly in the spiritual realm, we want to discover and express our divine essence, the truth of our being, which is the sum total of all of that. So to me, those were some very critical lessons that I learned in life and from the blueprint for the human spirit. And I learned how we can be empowered. The blueprint includes the circle of power, which is a very amazing part of the blueprint that shows how we first have to find our own inner strength so we can stand up for ourselves. And then in the social realm, we have to empower others. We have to motivate and encourage and uplift them so they can also achieve their highest potential. And then we have to listen to and follow our inner guidance, which is very powerful. One of the things that I discovered in the process of learning about the blueprint was to just accept and receive all the gifts that come our way. And I did receive what I think was a very special gift called the prayer of empowerment. And I had listened to a gentleman who had been very ill. His doctors told him he would be in a wheelchair and that he would have a colostomy permanently, that he would never walk again. And he was so angry, you know, but the doctor told him, he gave him a copy of the Serenity Prayer, which has helped many, many people. But this gentleman was livid. He didn't want to accept what was. And he proceeded to, through visioning, to heal himself. And when I saw him, he was this big strapping man, you know, so I knew something was very special about him and his experience. So while he was talking, this prayer of empowerment came to me. Grant me the wisdom to embrace my abundant divine inheritance in harmony with all creation. The insight to passionately pursue my unique purpose as an ambassador of love, the strength to joyfully live my truth in a state of peaceful awareness, and the courage to change the world from within. And certainly that is why I do what I do. I think we can only change the world from within. We have to start within and change ourselves to be our best, to be as aware and as open and honest as the expression of this beautiful, feminine, divine divas that we are in order to change the world. So that's my message, to start within and make a difference.
So beautiful. Just lovely. One of the things that you wrote about that I know many women experience is this sense of unworthiness and this sense of guilt, that they're not good enough, that they're too emotional, too passionate. Could you speak about that, please?
I don't think we can be too passionate. If we are so committed to something, a vision that we have, we can't be too passionate. But I do think that we are often faced with unworthiness. I was raised believing I was unworthy because of the religion of my youth, where we were taught that we were all sinners, that we're going straight to hell. And, you know, nobody ever told me about our original divinity. All they talked about was original sin. Nobody ever said, you know, even though it's in the sacred text that we are made in the image and likeness of God, no one ever said that, anything about that. And so it took me a long time to realize this. It took me a while before I realized that any religion or teaching or activity that makes us feel more separate from the divine is religious abuse, so to speak. And when I first realized that, it was quite powerful. I cried when I first realized that was part of my background. But now I know that we are all worthy, and that the more we let go of these old limiting beliefs, the more we can show up every moment as love.
You know, what I find is that when, in my own personal journey, that there'll be times I'll be caught up in the outer world and being kind of thrown off by these waves of coming from the media, you know, fear and all of that. And then if I can just turn my attention back inward and then find the discipline to do all the practices, all the meditations, all the mantras, all those physical exercises, going out in nature, eating properly, that I begin to come back deep within the essence of who I am. And I know you speak in the book about the power of that kind of discipline.
Yes, that was the first word that came to me, discipline. And I had this visceral reaction because it's like, oh, I don't want anybody telling me what to do or how to do it, you know. And my mother used to stand me in the corner. Well, I'm hyperactive, and standing in the corner was torture. And I was sitting there writing in my journal as all these experiences were coming up. I looked over at my desk. My desk is in the corner. And I thought, oh my gosh. But, you know, I no longer have that charge. I can look out the window and see all these beautiful cypress trees in my backyard. And it's so beautiful. But discipline is something that is important. We would never be able to accomplish anything if it weren't for discipline. And I believe that discipline from our parents, appropriate guidance, we can then internalize and turn into self-discipline, so that self-discipline then allows us to say no to one thing so we can say yes to something more powerful and more meaningful to us. And in doing that, we choose our own direction. This is how we realize our highest potential. This is how we can embrace and achieve our visions, to make our visions become a reality. So discipline is very important in the process.
I find in my own work, and I've met many women as authors. You may have experienced this too. I meet many women that say, oh, I want to write a book. I want to write a book. And I say, okay, you need to take time, at least 5 days a week. Many years ago when I was in modern dance, I remember a friend said to me, well, this is what I do. 2 hours a day, I go to the studio. I go there, even if I'm not dancing. And I remember, to be there and experience what comes in. I remember when I first met some of the great Indian musicians, Imran Khan, he's a Surbahar player from a great family of Vilayat Khan, and our audience probably has heard of him. And every morning for 2 hours, he would do his riyaz, his practice, his focus, which would set him for the day. And I really feel that that is a wise way to accomplish this kind of, really devote yourself. Even my friend, he said, even I just sit there, I'm there.
Well, I agree. And at the same time, I think that we need to come to a point and a place where, say, we are living that, we embody that, so that it doesn't become effort. It is a part of our divine nature to be present, to be love, to be joy, to be peace. And I think the practice comes first. And then eventually we realize the truth of our being. And it is all of those things, that we are beloved, holy and whole, that we are no longer guilty. I talk in my book about the unholy trinity of guilt, shame, and fear, and how that suppresses so many of us. So certainly practice is a very important part of the process, and that requires discipline.
Yes, I'd like to bring in some of our panel here. I know they'd be very interested in asking some questions, because
sure.
I know Seema and many of us have discussed a lot of these issues. So Seema, do you have a question?
Dr. Gerali, what a lovely session you've given us, and very inspirational. A global namaste, a very warm one. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I loved this. I loved what you said about becoming spiritually naked, and letting go of all that no longer serves us, and your journey on how you actually literally shifted and began to shed those layers. It's very, very, very powerful. It isn't something easy to do.
No.
Because while we're doing it, we have to face up to some inner demons as well.
Exactly.
Yes. And it's only through facing up to all that doesn't serve us and those inner demons that we can transcend them. But it is a journey to freedom. And on this occasion of women's empowerment, I think it is everybody's, women's and men's birthright to actually become spiritually naked. It is our birthright to do that. It's the perfect prescription to living a euphoric and a happier and a freer life. Such powerful, inspirational words. I couldn't thank you more, and it's just amazing. Thank you so much. I'm sure myself and all our viewers are truly touched with your very powerful words, and it's a message to all of us. So I can only say muchas gracias. Thank you very, very much.
I'm blessed to be here. Thank you.
So are we to have you here. Thank you.
Yes, and all of you, I recommend her book. Is such an incredible blueprint. Her journey, and she also offers meditations and looking inward to help us. So, Pamela, how do we purchase your book?
Yes, I have a website, drpamelagerali.com, and this is it. And under products, I have a whole lot of various, there we go. We have a dance book. It's called The Dance of Ego and Essence. And then I have a companion journal that is also, it goes along with it, with the book, so that you can actually do your own experience. You can write your own confession, you can write your own experiences, and even then experience a meditation, which also came to me. And I'm in the process right now of recording the meditations with a gifted artist here in Naples, and we'll have those available soon. I have some wonderful cards that are affirmation cards from the book as well. So I would encourage you to engage in this. Now, the journal can be either downloaded as a PDF or you can order it from me. And the book is also available on Amazon. It's a bestseller on Amazon too, so I'm very happy to know that. And with help from my friend Kathy Mason, who you will also hear from a little bit later. Another thing that I offer to help people is what I call under offerings, spiritual blueprinting. And it's my intuitive healing work that came to me. And it's very powerful because I become like a mirror and I just open myself and I sense things in my body goes into motion, and I act out almost what issues people are facing. They can be past, present, and future, or about physical, mental, emotional, intuitive. And I just become like a mirror. And so that is an amazing gift also. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to bring Kathy Mason in, our next guest, but before that, I know that Wai-Ching really is really would like to ask you a question and speak to you.
Okay, yes.
Oh, I just like, my heart is so wide open. Thank you, Pamela. Such a beautiful time to spend with you and receiving. And I mean, with all your gifts, actually, Sharon, with the blessings of Neil and Pamela and everybody, I had a little request for a prayer for a woman who is exactly being suppressed right now. And she's in hospital. And she's not allowed to speak to her legal counsel or husband. And so she's speaking up for all women, and she's in Singapore. And so I would like to, on her behalf, ask for this prayer. If we just could have a few minutes for her. I will not mention her name nor the organization, but I think you all can feel into it. You all know, because this is really important for all women. And Pamela, as you were speaking about speaking our truth and really coming out, this is part of the test right now that we're all going through. And if for a moment, if we could just send her some love and healing and a protective shield. And then for all the, getting emotional here, for all that oppressive past that we hold in our cellular memory, to just be released. And this is our prayer. It's collective, it's not personal. And so if we will, and I will mention her name is Iris.
And may you bloom like the beautiful flower that you are, Iris.
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Pamela. We would love if you would stick around, because we're going to be great. And I know you might have some questions for Kathy.
Yes.
May we all bloom and grow like the lotus flower.
Pamela, definitely stick around. I have questions for you.
Okay, yes.
Yes. Well, why don't we, Judith, why don't you ask her and then we'll bring Kathy in.
Perfect. So as you're speaking, hi, how are you? God bless you. And thank you so much for being here. I hear a lot of my journey in you, which is why I'm like, I have to ask you this question. Coming from a Christian background and being guided to where I am right now, it's been such an amazing experience. And now I see the lies and just a lot that I'm like, oh my God. And every day something new comes up. My question now is, I know there is a divine calling. I know for a fact, because people have told me about when they're around me, my energy or whatever. So my question is, how do now I'm trying to zone in to exactly what the divine wants from me. And that's it. It's like I'm at that point, and I would love your guidance on how to do that, to zone in on what the divine wants.
Well, one thing that I did, in fact, what started the book that I just published was I wrote an affirmation in my iPhone before I went to bed one night. And I said, I'm open, ready, and willing to do whatever you want me to do. And so I just went to sleep. And the next morning I awakened knowing that I was supposed to get up and read this book. I thought I was supposed to go back to one of the many things in my incomplete projects, but no, this was something new. And so I think we have to affirm that. And when we ask for guidance and are open to it, sometimes I think we receive it. I think guided imagery, envisioning, and certainly a spiritual blueprinting can help bring forth some of that information as well. And sometimes just sitting down with a pencil or a pen and a journal and saying, write the question and then write the answer. Sometimes it is there. But I also know that every single thing that I experienced in my past led me to this moment, because without the nursing background, I worked for nonprofit health organizations for years in advancing leadership positions that led me to this place as well. I had many opportunities to learn how to express myself, to learn how to write, to learn how to engage and communicate more effectively. So everything that's happening, I think, brings us to this point. And if you want to compare your story to mine, I did a one-woman show called Confessions of a Spiritually Promiscuous Woman, and it's about my journey. And if you go to my website, on my About page down at the bottom, there's a link. But I will tell you that you have to go to about minute 12 to get past all the welcome and the introductions if you want to see my show. But it's my story and how my life evolved. And many people say, I relate to that, because it is a universal story of how we discover who we are and how we express the truth of our being. And you are doing that. And the other guidance I will say that I've received, when I've been doing healing work with people, it was like, it doesn't matter what you do, where you are, what your job is, or who you serve. Show up as love, as the hands and the heart and the voice of God. And that is all you have to do. Just show up as your divine diva self and express that beautiful, loving essence that you already are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. You look so beautiful today.
Oh, thank you. So do you, Sharon.
Well, everyone here. And thank you, Pamela. We're going to move on to Kathy. Kathy Mason, my dear friend.
Thank you, Pamela. That was fantastic.
A global namaste to you.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Thank you. This is such a wonderful opportunity to connect and grow everyone's network and get the word out now, where everyone's waking up and finding each other.
That's right. Well, that's been the beauty of Healing Our Earth. Kathy, well, Kathy is a very dear friend of mine.
Yes.
And she's watched my own blossoming from being in this community. Yes. So it's just a joy to bring you and Pamela in to meet our wonderful Healing Our Earth family.
Thank you.
Yes. And Neilji, we're going to introduce Kathy. I can just tell you from my own experience.
You don't have to read it.
Oh, Kathy. I met Kathy in about 2012 and was just taken by the essence of love, her just amazing ability to empower and see the essence, that true spiritual essence of everyone she meets. We're going to talk about magnetizing your conscious business in 2022. Kathy Mason is an Amazon best-selling author, speaker, host of the show, Conscious Business Zone, and online sales specialist who works with conscious companies to help them grow. She is extremely psychic and intuitive and can see your soul mission and help you create that vision now. Through her company, Mason Works Marketing, she lovingly supports her clients as a seasoned interactive strategy coach and implementer with a solid background in developing products and publicity across all digital platforms, internet, TV, mobile, in-store marketing, and social networks. Kathy is a high energy, cause marketing expert with over 20 years of expertise at rolling out cutting edge strategies for business building, communications, implementation, training, and book or ebook publication. In fact, she was the one who helped Dr. Pamela bring out her incredible book that we've heard about today. So welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Global Namaste to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's begin. I know we spoke about intuition. And one of the things in your coaching, which is incredible, and I want to hear about that after this, is that you really teach people to trust their intuition and bring out their innate gifts. It's like you just zone in on them immediately. So maybe we should just start there. Tell us about this gift you have and how you found it, of really seeing when you meet with businesswomen, businessmen, etc., in helping them really create their blueprint for their business.
So I think my skill is natural. I don't, I have done a lot of inner work and done spiritual training and spiritual work over my lifetime, but I was able to see clearly timelines and future probabilities for people from 8 years old on. So most of my life, I have been able to meet someone and see their divinity and then do my best to mirror it back to them. Because most of us, just like what Pamela was talking about, most of us have so many other programs running that don't allow us to see our beauty. See, we're divinely beautiful beings of light. And there's so many blocks that don't let that light shine. And so I feel most of the time people find me when their soul's been trying to tap them on the shoulder, and they can't drop enough books off a shelf to get their attention. They can't give them enough experiences. So they find somebody like me that can see and then help guide them to share their gift.
When you first meet someone, or someone comes to you, says, I have a book, I have I know you work a lot with healers too. I have a vision. What is it? How do you create that focus of how you're going to help them come out into the world?
Well, it's evolved. And I realized I've been on Zoom since 2015. So I've been using Zoom since 2015. I was a beta tester for it. But what happens is I actually open up the Akashic Records, which is my safety valve way of getting into the space that I know how to read their soul. And I'm actually shown a full color movie of their best soul fulfilling timeline that can come through for them. And then I'm actually usually shown milestones of what stepping stones they can do from getting from where they are right now to that soul mission timeline. And then sometimes the names come through for those stepping stones. Sometimes it takes more than one meeting. But usually the people that come to me, they've tried to do a lot of it on their own. They've tried to, they have parts of it, but they don't know how to make it flow. They don't know how to get to they can get one step, but they can't see. And so when I'm reading, I'm actually out of it. I'm so grateful for Zoom because I don't remember everything. In the old days, I used my whiteboard at my office and I'm writing everything and hoping I'll remember later. But now with Zoom, I can watch the recording. But what happens is I'm actually out and I'm watching the movie and I'm doing my best to interpret it so that it lands with the viewer, with the soul, because the soul really wants to fulfill this mission that it's showing me. Then if there is a recognition, some people cry, some people get shaky. I mean, a lot of times there's recognition about it. If there is recognition and they want to keep going, then there seems to be a big gift of energy that I'm given that looks very much like those bubbles, those soap bubbles that you blow through the hoop and it gets a rainbow type of color to it. I get that energy and I'm actually given that for each client to infuse that alchemic energy into each product. So when people say, oh my gosh, the cover, or oh my gosh, this or that, there's intentional alchemy put into each product to have it embody that divine beauty and divine love from their heart, from their soul.
You and I often speak about beauty. Beauty, it's something that is so much a part of the essential feminine. It's what the essential feminine brings to the world. In fact, it's part of women's empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little about your perspective, your perception of that beauty and what it brings.
Well, I think that again, what beauty is also authenticity. We just have, it's time for us to go back to the fundamentals of everything. Go back to the fundamentals of love, being love, showing up in loving kindness for ourselves and others, servant leadership. Women initially were intrinsically born doing servant leadership, but do it in a new way that we don't deplete ourselves. We are a leader that loves our customers, loves our employees, and loves ourselves. And I think Pamela's work would help anyone do that. The other thing is for divine beauty, it's authentic, soulful expression. And then the third thing would be the courage to share it. And that's where I think I come in. A lot of times the people that are coming to me, they're so gifted, but they may need the security of knowing somebody else has already done it in order to share, not you necessarily. You're a trailblazer, but but a lot of the people I work with, they want to have some confidence that there's a model to follow, and that they're not being exposed, because we're still, you know, we've our human senses, we want to survive this time period, and we're finding each other, but there's a lot of conditioning of being afraid to be stepping out first.
For sure.
Did that answer Divine Beauty?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, to me, it's also a kind of grace. It's also beauty, as we all know, beauty comes from within. And when you are in alignment with that light and that essence, then you magnetize. You know, you are emitting light. Often, as you know, I speak about in my book, I speak about the keepers of the light.
Yes.
Through traditions from, well, we'll go to the the Vedic times, and the consistent, caring, nurturing, nourishing energy of the women and men in all of these extraordinary spiritual traditions who have handed it down for generations and generations and nurtured it. The light, the warmth, the bliss, the beauty.
Beautiful. I think it's an unfolding. That's where what I was trying to express is that we are photonic light, but we have these layers and layers and layers of either self-talk or conditioning that we can strip off now and join each other, find each other, and play together. The other thing I wanted to bring up is there's a sense of glee and joy and bliss to all of this that you innately have. And when you start a new project, you're like a little kid. And and I think I want to make sure that people realize that's the energy that brings everything into form. That glee, that joy, that play, not taking yourself so seriously, but being love. There's a need for that now. That's how we're going to find the solutions to turn this concept around, I think.
Well, we often speak about the new paradigm.
Yes, you and I do.
The rising up of the true feminine, the true masculine, the true essence of who we are.
Yes.
In your visionary capacity, speak about that.
What I'm seeing, and I'm delighted, as soon as the lockdown happened, I actually got game on. Okay, we knew it was going to happen. This is the starting. And I can see we're 2 years into this. And here we're in an international women's event where we all can help each other at a quantum way, fulfill our heart's desires. I mean, who would have thought that could have happened back in 2015? It would have happened in an egoic way. This is not egoic anymore. This is a passion play that was designed for us to love ourselves completely and to gift that love to everybody and everything, and that we're not separate in any way. That love is in everything. It's in my cats, it's in the trees, it's in everything. And when we recognize and respect that, it's not, there isn't the high contrast. You're seeing this polarity that it has to be a crescendo, I guess, to wake more people up. But there's getting more and more and more people that want to go from being a seeker to being a leader. And that's what I'm really excited about this group for.
Yeah. I think that I feel that is our mission on Healing Our Earth, to really envision and birth this new paradigm. Because everyone here comes with a total open heart. And I want to express to all of you out there that you should, if you want to contribute, if you know anyone that you think would be a wonderful guest, in any way, please be in touch with us. I have to say that Neil Kumar, Seema, Wai Ching, Lakshmi, Mita, Meena, Girish, everybody is such a welcoming community. So if you want to get involved, please do. You know, you can be Kathy. Kathy is an incredible interviewer. I've been on her show, Conscious Business Zone. She just same thing. She intuitively just reads who you are and brings out your best. You want to help with creative things, want to help with social media, want to share your thoughts or comments, want to help promote Healing Our Earth, be part of our community. Contact us via WhatsApp 00447712177703. And I'm sure you can find that on the website. Our mission statement. Welcome all of you to Healing Our Earth. Our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. How'd you like that word, Kathy?
It's a real word.
I know some of our panel here would love to ask you some questions.
Okay.
So let's bring some people in. I see there's Judith and Wai Ching. I just saw Seema here. Yeah, everybody's here. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, everybody's here.
Thank you.
Namaste, Lata, Shivani. Yes. So
now I'm getting nervous.
Pamela, Lata.
Just kidding.
We have a question for my beloved Kathy. Are you here?
Hi.
Here you are.
Yes, I mean, I'm just so impressed with each and every one, because the journey seems to be so mirroring what I've been through in life, and trying to, how's the word? Reinvent myself from what onslaughts I've had to face and setbacks I've had to face. Yeah, it's made me stronger. So, to connect with powerful women who've been through similar journey is such a blessing, really, with humility and being wanting to give out and connect. It's just amazing. I mean, the previous speaker, was it Pamela? I really loved that as well, because you talked about your spiritual journey, where they talked about doom and gloom and punishment all the time, which, sort of blocks the vision of love and forgiveness and compassion and kindness and generosity. And that was so sad, when it doesn't become, when the other thing is always bombarded about being punished for something that you haven't even done wrong, and constantly kept in fear and control. It's a very sad situation. And I think this is where women are, given a lot of power now with going on social media, WhatsApp, Zooms. We're getting all these platforms now to learn and speak up and connect, don't you think? And link up and say, oh yeah, oh.
Can I say something? We always had the power.
Yeah.
We didn't have the courage. And us being more unified in a voice and finding each other means that now we'll have the courage. Because if we see this as a matrix, if you just bear with me for a second, if this is a computer program and we are running in a program, and all of a sudden we step out of the program and there are no rules, which is where we are right now, then you get to delight yourself with what you can create. It's about courage more than it is about being a victim of anything.
Yes, like you mentioned something on the lines of being conditioned with layers and layers of conditioning from our past generations, our parents, our spiritual leaders, whoever, teachers, and yeah, and that is now to shed off and take off with the strength of each other. We can take them off and be who we really are, which are divine divas. And we want to give to this world what we came to this world for, is to enjoy peace and calmness. Few years on this earth is a very great, it's just such a unique gift that one in a trillion that we get this opportunity, and we're here, and people can go through it and be beings of victim, and just never get the opportunity to see that and the daylight. So that is I think that's where our calling is, to help everyone to achieve that wonderful understanding and enlightenment of what a unique place we're in. Don't you think?
Perfect. Well,
Yes.
I think we can also hold a mirror up and shine their light back to them. So it's not just us being courageous, it's us actually seeing their divinity and reflecting it back so that they can hold it, because that's the key to when Pamela's talking about being. This isn't doing, this isn't reading a book or taking a lesson and doing something. This is being love, being respect, being kindness, being those beautiful attributes that are part of unconditional love. Be that.
Yes, I'd like to, Kathy, speak a little bit about the different offerings that you have for people as a publicist, as someone who really assists us.
Thank you. So my business is 21 years old. And so for 21 years, we've been doing strategy, which we do business planning and implementation after the planning. So we do full marketing plans. We also do marketing plans for authors. Then we also offer the, here you're back into services, yeah. And then implementation is where we help you implement those plans. Now, a lot of the magical supernatural marketing work comes in the strategy and the building the plan, and then the implementation, either we can do it or we can help you do it. Oops, looks like that one's broken. And then these are some corporate identity. This is, yeah, we could keep moving. Anyway, and then we also have a whole publishing arm. And most of the people that come to us for publishing we're a marketing company that publishes. And we started publishing as a hybrid kind of publisher back in 2008. So a lot of the people that come to us want a marketing company because most publishers don't know marketing. They know how to help you get the book out there, but then they don't know how to help you get your message out or how to build a business around your book. And then again, I love doing my Conscious Business Zone show. It's live twice a week. And I know I've talked to Amalia about doing it with me. Sharon's done it, Pamela's done it. So if any of you are interested in being my guest, hopefully if the times when we do it is too difficult for your time zone, we can always pre-record. But that Conscious Business Zone is set up to be a resource for these servant leaders that don't have time to go find resources for themselves. They're so busy doing everything for everyone else. And so I bring incredible resources that I know after doing this for 21 years. After 3 years, I'm still just amazed how much I learn with each one of these beautiful beings that are my guests.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Kathy and I have a bit of a surprise. She's a great, great interviewer. And as some of you may know, I've written a book called The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, coming out of the Western arts, music, dance, theater. You know, I made my way with the grace of the goddess to India to live with Sitara Devi, living legend of Kathak, North Indian classical dance and Tantra. And she was an early Bollywood star, and that shifted my life. I was looking for role models, feminine role models. And, you know, like Hillary Clinton and these, you know, politicians and hard business women who wanted to be tougher than men to prove that they could be, you know, the powerful women, just didn't resonate with me. And so I was blessed, extremely blessed, to learn an ancient tradition of embodiment of the divine feminine that is rare, especially for someone, an American, coming to India. And that has been my journey to understand that spiritual power of the feminine with India, the Natya Shastra, and all the great texts and all the great teachings of the Vedas, etc., and even the Sufi teachings that came into Kathak, that connection with the divine, that intuitive power, that keeping of what I call the psychic, energetic, emotional landscape of society that is part of our tradition. Oh, sacred mysteries. Yes, this is part of a company that my husband and I started in, when do we start? Really around 2000. To bring forth these ancient teachings. There's the and I am going to have in a bit before we close later, some meditations I did from my DVD called Yoga of Light. Oh, there's Adie, we've had her on the show. And Beth, we've had her on the show. So I've been very blessed also to be with very talented people for many years. So I would like, Kathy knows me very well and knows my work. So I'm thinking that'd be nice. We could shift it and you could ask me a few questions so that my great family here could get to know the work I've been doing and what's happened since I felt like the Zen master hit me on the head about 6 weeks ago when I fell, and it's really taken me back to the essence of what it is. And so not only am I finishing this music, The Nectar of Bliss, Amrit, for the Divine Feminine, but the book, there's a new book coming forth, and that's where I feel that I have to focus, because as many of you know, we've been very blessed. And someone like at this age, after being through so many experiences, it feels like this kind of integration of all the grace, all the beauty, all the knowledge, the wisdom that I've been really honored to receive, and from all of you out there too.
Okay, so I first want to let everyone know that Sharon's work with the Divine Feminine, which started right after her experience as a Fulbright scholar in India, has caused her to birth project after project after project. And she is so in tuned with what should come next that a lot of times these projects are way ahead of their time, like your book for the Divine Priestess. What I'd like to know is, how do you see the Divine Feminine? Back then, there had to be a little edge of a warrior, the historical warrior feminine. Now, I would like to ask how it becomes more of an integrative male, divine male, masculine, divine feminine. How do you see it now?
Yes, for me, it's all about that deep integration, taking the power, and as a Kathak dancer, I've had the honor of embodying both Shiva and Shakti, of the male and the female. And I just think that that's an incredible teaching for all, to actually feel that energetic, those divine energies flowing through you. And so for me, it's always been about embodiment. It's not, yes, there's this teaching of, and I'm going to show you a little of that, but of seeing the deity, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Isis, Tara, outside of you. That's the beginning of the teaching. Centering yourself and see whether, even if it's a male deity and you're female, you see them, you see their world, you're in their world, and then you bring them into your heart, and then you transform magically into them, and your Shakti, your power merges with theirs, because in many ways, as you said, with the mirror, they are a reflection of you. And so that energy starts to merge, and then that's how you begin to feel a sense of protection. The veils, which are veils that protect, and then the veils that cover. And we want to find that way of moving between the veils so that we can use them for protection, and we can at times really open them. It's one of the beautiful, when you're Radha, You might be Radha with Krishna, and you're like shy, and you have your veil, and you're like, but that embodiment piece of being fully who we are, present in this body, feet on the earth.
Yes, that's it.
Eyes in the sky, heart fully open.
Yes.
To me, that is the key. Oh, a lot of people talk about, oh, we're going to ascend. Well, in all the deep traditional teachings, that is through the heart.
Right.
And it's through this precious physical body.
Right, right.
And how do we bring those teachings in the world? I've been looking, at I always use the triple goddess, right? So we have the courageous, wild Durga or Kali, right? And we have the sensuous and loving and fertile, the goddess of wealth, Lakshmi. And then we have this very subtle, beautiful Saraswati, so refined in that the essence of music, the essence of sound.
Mm-hmm.
And this is part of a heritage that we as women have, and as men too. We look to Shiva, we look to Vishnu, we look to Brahma.
Right.
And to me, these became my role models. And then I looked in the Egyptian tradition, in the Tibetan tradition, in the African tradition, so many traditions, to find the place where it all meets. All these, the primordial tradition. And for me, that is what this new paradigm, where do we meet? The symbols that cross from culture to culture, the lotus flower, the awakened kundalini, you can find them everywhere. And it's just this blessing of our heritage. And children love it. I worked in schools for years, and it brought this whole reverence for different cultures through the arts, through the symbols, through the heart, through the meditations.
Perfect. Well, what I love about everything that you do is you bring in all of these ancient cultures and their archetypes. These beings all have similar but different archetypes that have a message for us to return to those archetypes, those I want to call them indigenous knowings for now. That they could be the platform we stand on to make our new decisions, to create the new world and dream it into being once we reclaim our power. Do you have I know right now you have Quantum Chi, and Quantum Chi is one of the most beautiful videos. It's beautiful in the people that are in it, the costuming that's in it, the videography that's in it, the music that's in it. It is an expression of beauty, and Amalia, you're in it.
Amalia is featured.
So where that still is birthing. That to me feels like it's still got maybe 9 more months.
One way or another.
No, and I think
it's coming out this year. It's coming out.
But you also have a project about music, which again, I'm still going to keep coming back to this divine beauty. That seems to be the missing. If we're making a recipe of what is now, this would be my suggestion, is that more and more and more music and fun and bliss and joy and celebrate. I mean, we stood in line to get these bodies to be here right now during these changes. This isn't a random act. We were some of the lucky ones to take human form during this time. So rather than be scared of it, this is the time to go for it. Do you agree?
Totally, totally. When you look at the outer landscape of society right now, you know, Pamela was speaking about radical honesty. And when you look at the lies and the deceptions and the greed, all the, what we would call kleshas, right?
Yeah.
Just flying all over the place. It's clear that we need to go deep in and get that truth, that virtue, and that integrity that I learned about, you know, from Sitara and from the teachings. We need to find that again. And I think that what's happening is that the beauty of what's happened with the COVID, because we always like to look at anything that happens to us as a means for growth.
Right.
No more victims. As our dear friend, Dr. Paul Hanna says, there are no more victims, only volunteers. And what are we volunteering for? To be the leaders, to be those conscious business women and men, right? Who really have true respect for each other, for our children, and have come back from this. I think for me, with what just happened to me, it was like I had to go inward, being injured. I had to go inward. And that inwardness, it just kind of cut through all the chaos, all the confusion, all the fantasy. I think many of us, and that's being taught out in the world, is like this constant out into these worlds of fantasy. You know, oh yeah, we're gonna like do the, and we're gonna get all these people and they're gonna do this and we're gonna, you know, and all of that really needs to be grounded into a real deep understanding of our gifts, how we can work together in the most positive way, and really nurture each other. In the work I've done in researching the divine feminine cultures around the world, women were always the healers, the nurturers, and the mediators. You know, in the I know in the Aboriginal societies, in the Peruvian societies, when the men would do their rituals, the women, and they might be involving sacred plants, and the women would sit there and not do that. They just sit there and intuit. And the insights that they brought, and I did this with children in the schools, where we started by sitting in a circle and we would do like ta, ta-kita, ta-kita, taka, taka. And somehow that rhythmic thing would bring them into a kind of attunement. And once we did that, we would go into like a story. I would tell a story, have them close their eyes and just listen and feel into a meditative state. And then they would draw what they saw. This is what we need. I know our friend Bill Douglas, he has this project he's come on called Global Transformation, of bringing these kinds of teachings of yoga and healing and Tai Chi and Qigong, et cetera, mindfulness into the schools. And for the feminine, for all of you, there's so many women teachers. Why don't we focus there? What do we have in common?
Right. Well, again, what I'm seeing, these times are coming, like the high contrast and polarity of subjects are almost, they're starting to burn themselves out. people are weary of the for and against. And I think you're going to see, just like in Canada yesterday, there was I don't know if you know, but there was a truckers drive all the way across Canada. You're going to start to see everywhere people are unifying, and it's not around leaders, it's around sovereign choice. And that's where your divine feminine work is going to be so important, because you can give a path to that sovereign voice.
Yes, yes. Seema, namaste. Seema, to me, is really the essence of femininity. Such beauty. I like every time I see you, Seema, you become more and more beautiful.
Such kind words. Thank you. I'm humbled. What a powerful conversation on unleashing your divine feminine, and on all this collective unity and the movement of the world. I've just been thinking so much. There's so much information. I'm still absorbing it. And it's very deep rooted. You went back to the Peruvian tradition, and women have been actually leading on so many avenues. And you spoke of, plant medicine and the men sitting back and indulging in the medicine, but the women were just there. And Kathy, you brought me back to very fond memories of anthroposophy, actually, which is the Akashic Records.
Yes.
I had my first experience of the Akashic Records with Ernesto Ortiz
Okay.
in Hong Kong.
Oh, wonderful.
This was many, many years ago. And, it is really an intuitive tool that can actually empower one to go deeper. And one thing I learned with the records is that everything has an akasha to it. Your cat, your dog, your home, yourself, your children, your relationships. Akasha is everywhere. And it is a very powerful tool that can take you to a more clearer and truthful perception. And I have experienced this in one session. It is so, so powerful. I've always been very, very intrigued with the mystical and the unknown. So that's what actually drew me to take a session with Ernesto. And I think he's written a book as well, which I haven't read, and everything you have spoken about is so empowering and so inspiring. Sharon, you're a Devi, a divine goddess.
She is a Devi.
You are a Devi, and you spoke of the Shiva and Shakti energies, and literally, you gave me a whole new dimension when you said in the realm of dance, you actually visualize the being in front of you, and then you actually absorb the being within yourself until you become that being. What a powerful prayer.
That's what I'm working on right now. I've decided to just completely focus in, because I have this really, the music, it's really global fusion for all these Davies from around the world. But the book, as Pamela knows, the book is calling me, and it's about that. I've been doing a lot of practice now of Kuan Yin. Amalia is kind of the embodiment of Kuan Yin, but I have a lot of connection now with that Chinese Taoist heritage, and applying the teachings of the mantras. I know she has 3 mantras that are going to be sung on top of each other. But what's coming is that I want to bring forth not just the music, and Girish, who is, namaste Girish, I love you, who brings forth, such devotional, divine singing and sound. It just always lifts me to these amazing planes of devotion. You know, so the sound, but also I want people to understand their true heritage in these different cultures and how they meet, and also the teaching of how to actually feel that transformation that I've had the great blessing of learning within the dance community and within the Tibetan community, because that started from, you know, with Sitara, I became Radha, I became Durga. And, you know, there I was in their realms, and I became Mahisha, even the demon that she's fighting. So then in the Tibetan, the teaching is of this particularly teaching that I've explored since '85 called Dzogchen from my teachers, Namkhai Norbu and Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche. And that is where you do the offerings, you do the purification and the pranayama and all that. And then you sound their seed syllable and boom, you are Shiva or you are Tara. And the mantra spinning around you and you're in their realm and you are like for Lakshmi, you'd be magnetizing wealth and fertility, but you get that feeling deep in your bones and your psyche and your energy field. And that to me is really, you know, an incredible step, you know, next step for us as men and women to actually feel that more subtle power that we've been attuned to in our teachings, but actually embodied it in it. And for me, that was a blessing of Sitara. Sitara Devi, my Guruji. That transfer.
There's, you know, on one hand, I see, like Kathy said, you know, this time is actually a gift, you know. I see that we're in the midst of this pandemic, you know, and I see that everybody is praying collectively or putting out positive affirmations for our world to heal through this very turbulent time. And it's somehow bringing a lot of communities, a lot of oneness together, you know. And you speak of embodiment. What do the scriptures say? What did the Lord God say? He said, and the Lord God say, let there be light, right? Let there be light. And our ancient Indian scriptures, which I have been brought up with, say, Aham Brahmasi, or Aham Shivami, I am that, I am Brahman, I am that, I am the light, you know. And it seems like that although the times are turbulent on one hand, there is some magical power that makes our heart beat, as Pamela said, or makes our blood flow through our system, as you very rightly said, Pamela, that is giving this world an awakening. We are raising up to another frequency. We may not be realizing it on the physical level. Some of us might feel the turbulence because we're rising up, you know, and many of us are caught up in our comfort zones. We don't want to rise up, you know, because we're challenged and like we have to face, as I said, I discussed with Pamela, inner demons as we want to free ourselves. And we want, how do we reach that light? How do we reach that frequency of light? We do it by shedding our layers, facing up to our inner demons and freeing ourselves. And we're so caught up in this world of being bound with materialism, with what we don't have and what society prescribes as what we should and shouldn't be doing, with our political systems of what we should and shouldn't be doing, you know, that we limit ourselves.
Exactly.
So we need this.
Can I just say, we allow ourselves to be limited. We need to take the control back.
Exactly.
That is the key. I think that's the secret.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And we allow ourselves, because these are the prescriptions that have been handed down to us in our process of socialization. So we don't know better. You know, that's why we find it challenging. Had we known them, and
But I'd love to say that look at Pamela, look at the people that have broken free from the constructs. Look at Sharon, look at Pamela, look at me. I mean, we don't, there's nothing we're going to do that's going to hurt someone else, but we don't have to follow those rules. And just by us showing our joy and our presence of being, more people find out about that they don't have to follow that. I think that's the inspiration we have the opportunity to share here.
And you're leading by example.
Right. Shivani, did you want to say something?
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, I'm just getting used to all this, but it's just amazing to hear you all with all the experiences you have. But as a person, as a being, as you said, I have these, I don't know, I used to work like where Dagmar was at Fortnum's and, and then for 2 years, I haven't been working. But as I joined Healing Our Earth in 2020, I've totally I just feel I know so many people and, I'm so positive. In fact, COVID, I've been praying for people who are suffering, etc. But for me personally, being at home, I thought, what am I going to do? I mean, I've got my grandchildren, family, lots to do. But I caught up with all my hobbies. So basically, my point in this to say is, I feel I'm very positive. I just take each day it comes. It's not easy with family and things going on around you. But I myself keep myself, if you see what I mean in short. I do what I want to do. I do all my duties, however it is. But I'm sitting here. I could manage at about 5:45 to join in. I came in between to watch Healing Our Earth. But obviously, I can't just sit there all, I don't have that time. So, but I do everything. So what I'm trying to say is it's you, as you said, your energy, your light, your vision, what you want to do. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm so happy that I connected with Healing Our Earth and all our team members, all our friends, new friends that I've made. And of course, Nil Kumar, who connected us all. And I feel it's like from past, we were meant to meet. And I'm meeting lots of new people outside, even without traveling anywhere. So what do you feel about me by just listening to me, Kathy?
Oh, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is that each one of us, when we get to the core of being authentically who we are and being joyful in that, because you get to choose every moment. We're not victims. We have been, that's the program that's really being shed at this point. And so you're the perfect example of what you don't have to have a big audience. You don't have to be on stage. You are spreading your photonic, joyful life, heart energy in your family on screen right now. And that alone will change. It's a ripple, it's a wave. It's going to infect. Let's infect that virus.
Yes, I feel good because it's not one field that I'm working in, perfumery or computing or anything. I'm everywhere now. And I feel very proud of myself connecting with you all and being part of the team. Thank you.
Well, but it's also that you're still learning. That's the other part of this, is that, a lot of the religious texts say, be like children. Well, children are excited to learn. Every morning they get up and what can I create or what can I do? That's the energy. That's what's going to create this new societies that we want our grandchildren and our children to inherit.
Yes, you learn from everyone and you share and you enjoy every moment. And thank you. And it's lovely to listen to Sharon, Seema. I mean, Sharon, I can just vision the whole the 3 Devis that you was talking about. So amazing. We want to come and visit you as a team.
Oh, we want you here in Crestone. It's an amazing place. I've been bringing people from Crestone and the ashram. And
I feel so good whenever I speak to Seema. It's so lovely. You're right. She's
such a deep,
everyone.
such a deep connection with Shivani, really. And it's written in Akasha from before, as Kathy would say. But on that note, when I see all these lovely ladies, I see Hasmita, such a dynamic woman. I see Meeta Ji, I see my sister from Asia, Kwai Ching, and I see Judith in New Jersey, and I see Pamela, and I see Sharon, and I see Kathy, and I see all these women who share this vision, this vision of oneness, of a bigger, brighter, more heart-open world. I do want to share with you that our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, is urging us to create a forum of women empowerment. And I'd like to invite each and every one of you to be a part of this sisterhood. And to all our viewers out there, please do come on board, join us, log on to our Healing Our website, Healing Aura's website. You'll find a phone number there.
And Seema, guess what? He's live here listening to each and every one of you and very proud of each and every one of you. I would like to remind our viewers who are watching us on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and the website. We are still live streaming to all the parts of the globe, and the live streams will become a recorded streams for the people in the country who are sleeping, who can watch tomorrow. Ladies, I want to say, first of all, a very big thank you to everybody who contributed as a facilitator, but also our hosts, starting from Seema, who started very early in the afternoon at 2 o'clock GMT, and Dr. Nora Vyas subsequently from there, and Dr. Hani Kalaria, and to Sharon Rose in America. We are connected at different time zones all over the globe at the moment. My personal desire would be that if we can create a very nice forum where we can help other women empower, and in empowering women, I believe we can empower humanity. My personal statement would be, I would say that women don't need to be equal to men. They are slightly and touch better than men. My simple logic is, you give birth to human being, you are almost next to God. So I will leave with this statement to say a big thank you, Seema. It was your idea. We bring it on. Sharon, you came on board and said, I'm going to bring some few fantastic speakers, and Dr. Pamela and Kathy. And I love the pink that you have donned, all of you, because even look, Judith has got a pink hairband. So it's so beautiful. So you women needn't be equal to men. You are slightly better than men. But can you create a forum where you can help other underprivileged people or people who need guidance, particularly after the pandemic? I love you all, and I leave it to you. And Sharon and Seema, carry on, over to you.
Neil Kumarji.
Thank you. Sharon, you actually brought up a point that was really, it's the truth. There's so much information out there, but there's so many misguided information, especially about meditation, especially so many people are taking opportunities of all these, and people are just, I'm needy. I need answers. I need answers. So they're just going left, going right, going left. And a lot of people are being taken advantage of, and so, yeah. And that's one of the even a lot of the experiences. I remember I had one of my friends, and he studied the monkhood, and I had to be the one to say to him, listen, it's not everything that you share. Some things are sacred. They're to be kept for your practice. And it's not everyone you share certain information with, because they're not able to handle it. So that's what's going on. And I would love for you, all of you who are more knowledgeable in this area. I'm not just being from Haiti. Spirituality is not a problem with me, but now that I'm getting in deeper and understanding the entire process and the truth of the universe, I would love for you to speak on that, on the clarity of how to meditate properly, of the great gurus and discipleship. And that's one of the things that the Church of Christ lost, was discipleship. We don't disciple anymore because they've taken out a lot of Christ's writing out of fear that what's going on now is happening now. People are leaving and they're like, okay, we want the truth. But there's no discipleship anymore. There's no discipling. But then the great gurus have discipling. They're discipling a lot of people. Can you please talk on that and how people should be, especially women, should be careful when it comes to the essence of spirituality, the truth of it, and how to remove the fanaticism that's now spirituality?
Well, not only that, but throughout these years and these traditions, I've seen where people, in this materialist, ego-based culture, that people will come to a teaching, and then the next thing you know, they're there for a weekend, and then they're putting up, because they have ability to put out, they must have some kind of money or something to put out this thing about, and they're teaching, like they say they're teaching the highest teachings, but they know nothing. But people, it's the same kind of, what are they calling it now? Mass formation psychosis. It's this, people are so cut off from who they really are that they're just led, through all of this fear and all of this, oh, I need that, out in the media. And, guru, I mean, in some ways it means, it's teacher. And guru is your mother and your father and your grandmother. And somehow in this crazy, in the Jewish in the Jewish tradition, we call it Meshuggah world, those things are being lost. And in the end, it's like we really, once again, have to, we as teachers, all of us need to really come out and speak our truth and teach, how do you discern? That's the big key. How do you discern the false from the true?
I have something to say here, if I may. So you very rightly spoke about mothers being the gurus, and our grandmothers and grandfathers, and gurus being teachers, but guru translates actually someone who takes you from the darkness to the light, and anybody can be a guru. Your sister can be a guru, your friend can be a guru. A tribe of sisters that holds the back of a woman who's strong. They are her gurus, on this occasion of women's empowerment. I have to say, I have a tribe of beautiful sisters who have my back, and they're my lifelines. Many of them are here on Healing Our Earth. Some of them I speak to quite often on the phone, and it is, you spoke about all this falsehood. I think what people really have to look for, personally, I won't speak for others, I'll speak for myself, is when you delve into a path that you feel is, needs to nourish you, you have to really introspect and say, how am I transforming? Am I growing? Am I, as Pamela said, shedding those layers? How am I going to free myself and become aligned with the frequency of that light? It's a journey. Beautiful. And there's no quick fix formula.
Pamela.
Yes, I remember my journey, and I was very fearful because I was raised in that unholy trinity of guilt, shame, and fear. And so I didn't trust. Although I read every book I could get my hands on, and I went to every holistic expo, I was so hungry. And eventually I was awakened, and my own inner teacher, so to speak, gave me the information every morning at 3:30 for almost 6 months. I received divine downloads. And so I think we can open ourselves up to that and trust that. I could trust that. And one day I said, well, but I need somebody to tell me that what is coming to me is true. And I thought if somebody like Deepak Chopra or Wayne Dyer or, you know, some of the masters, if somebody would just say, oh, yes, you got it, girl, you know, I would be so happy. And then this voice, I mean, an actual loud voice said, well, what am I, chopped liver? Like, it was like, you don't trust me. And here I am, you know, it's like this inner voice just told me to trust this. And I knew because it feels right when you know when it's truth, because you have goosebumps and you feel it, you light up. It's like, yes, your whole body says yes to the truth. And so I think we have to trust that. We have to be able to open ourselves to receive that divine guidance and inspiration, that revelations that come direct to us. And certainly having teachers is part of that process, but there comes a point in time where we have to open ourselves to receive those that divine guidance directly. And then we know it's true.
You spoke of 3:30 a.m. That is a very auspicious time,
3:30 in the morning, absolutely.
3:30 a.m. in the morning, my grandmother would share. We called it Brahma Murta in the Hindu tradition. It is the time the gods and goddesses or the angels walk the planet, and that's when they come near you.
Exactly.
That's
and
when they become the
goosebumps.
the messengers of light.
Yes.
And yes, that is a time you will get your goosebumps. And your downloads. Amazing. What a beautiful journey. What a beautiful revelation.
Perfect. Meeta, you're here with us.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying everyone's reflections. During session, you know, they connect everything to their journeys. I was writing in the chat box that last year during lockdown, when I produced some Facebook programs, there was one which was on the female leadership in religion. Can that make a difference? And that's where Sharon, you were talking about these three Devis, that, you know, how Hinduism has given importance to Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Durga. And if you know, Durga Puja is celebrated during the Navratri, Sharad Navratri time in the West Bengal part of India. And the diaspora everywhere as well does that. And that's where you see how female divine has been incorporated or imbibed in the social culture of today's world as well. The priest has to first go to a prostitute and ask for the soil in front of her house so that he can start building the idols of Durga. So the prostitute, you know, prostitution is the oldest profession, as they say. And even a priest has to beg to a prostitute. So this is, you know, how feminine is still respected, because there are so many taboos in the societies everywhere that you can't build a divine structure of Goddess Durga until unless you have that soil from the, you know, front of the garden or whatever house of the prostitute. It is still practiced today. So it's so important. And when, you know, you're coming from the field of dance, and there is a laboratory, particle laboratory, physical particle laboratory in Geneva, in Switzerland, and they have a structure of Nataraj, and you must be knowing the importance of Nataraj, the dance which Shiva did, you know, embodying Shakti. And what they have written over there, I mean, this was a gift from India to celebrate its association with sun, which is the full form of sun is Conseil Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire in French. I probably didn't pronounce it properly. But in 1960, it was given, and it's still going strong. And as many of us probably know, that in Hindu religion, Lord Shiva practiced Nataraj dance, which symbolizes Shakti. or life force. And this deity was chosen by Indian government at that time because of a metaphor that was drawn between the cosmic dance of the Nataraj and the modern study of cosmic dance of subatomic particles. So that's where physics comes together with art, and together with culture, together with consciousness, together with soul. And, I would like to add one thing to what Pamela was saying about spiritual, what was it? Nakedness. And I would like to add to that spiritual shower. Once you are spiritually naked, you have the spiritual shower, and which should touch your soul for divine growth. So it's just amazing to listen to every soul over here, and it's great that we are meeting like this. And as Neil proposed, it should be an ongoing platform for women to come together and have the confidence in themselves, because what is, I think, marring us today is not having self-belief. Not because we are mostly grown in patriarchal society where even women believe that men is more knowledgeable. And luckily I was brought up in a family where even the male figures like my father, my brothers were feminist. So that way I was given all the freedom to whatever I wanted to do. Or else I wouldn't have been able to fly. I did that as well. So it's no boundaries. We shouldn't have any boundaries. Mom never went to university, but in her dictionary, there is not a single word called impossible. So she says, there's nothing is impossible. And we should have at the same time our own grace and divinity, which is generation we give birth. That is what we need to be proud of as well. So yeah, thank you very much for giving me the chance to be here and to share my thoughts.
That is so beautiful. You brought up two subjects that are very dear to my heart. One is the spiritual shower. As I've been in my healing time here, I've been doing a long life soul retrieval practice out of the Tibetan tradition, in which you are transformed into the goddess Mandarava, and she holds a vase, and then you imagine that all the goddesses of all the directions, which are her, are going out and collecting all the energy, all the Shakti that's been lost, stolen, or dissipated in this and former lives in the form of light, and collect into the vase. And then you say a mantra and you pour it down your central channel, and it spreads through your body. So it's a soul retrieval practice that is, if you see many like Kuan Yin, and many of the goddesses are holding these vases full of Amrit. And the other subject is, which we could go on for a long time, and we should do a forum just on that, is sensuality and sexuality. That is a very, very, women were the keepers, as we're speaking. Women were the keepers in the temples of these, the mysteries of sexuality, sensuality. In my research, what I found was that they were like the Devis that gave this transmission. They were trained in Egypt, in India. They were really trained in music and dance and adornment and and sensuality and poetry. And so in the temples, though, they would come and they would be the guru for these men. And the last piece that would be taught was the actual physical union. It would be that they would refine themselves, and then into more and more subtle levels of light. And then they would be the transmitters of that to the men. So that kind of shifts it around. And Pamela, what do you have to say about that?
Mute. You're mute.
Turn your sound on.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking about how divine union is an aspect of oneness, and how we can truly experience oneness in many, many ways, and oneness within, so that all aspects of ourself are blended into this perfect sense of wholeness and allness and an authentic being that we are, one with everybody in our social realm, one with everybody in the world, one with God and all that is. And certainly it is an aspect of oneness. In some of the healings that I have done with people, I have, people have said, well, is my a soulmate going to be coming into my life? Well, I don't do that kind of healing work. But the guidance is often that we want oneness. We want to sense that aspect of our being, and we can do that in partnership with other people. And so that's what I've discovered. And certainly I have an amazing husband who has supported me. He's just helped me to such a great degree. And once when I was kind of saying, well, I was feeling really good about having learned what my higher purpose is, I says, well, do you know why you're here? Thinking, because he's retired and hits a little white ball around. And he said, yes, I am here to support you so you can fulfill your higher purpose. And I thought, how awesome is that?
Yes. Yes. And that's why I love, for many reasons, but Neil Kumar, I can't even praise him enough. How giving he is, the whole team, but he's a friend, he's a mentor, he's a great joy, and we're so grateful to him. We're grateful, very grateful. And well, it's been a long journey here. We've stayed longer than normal, and I'd like to speak a little about what's coming up, and then we'll do some final discussion. And what I'd really love is our dear Girish, if you are available, to sing to us. His singing, I pray for the day that I'll be able to be around and dance to his beautiful music and devotional singing. So let's talk about what's coming up. We have our wonderful vegan vegetarian kitchen coming up on the 6th of February. And then after that, and of course, that's Seema's domain. And I want to give some updates. We're about to start planting now in our greenhouse for this year. And I want to give some updates on that. And then our Valentine's special, dedicate a song, poem, or message to your loved ones. That is always, I remember last year, it was beautiful, beautiful. And that's on the 13th of February. And then COVID special, miscellaneous COVID matters. And actually right now, I think it's even more important that we talk about our experiences and what we can do individually and collectively to really help us through this time that we've been living in. And as we move forth, bringing, as Kathy, we spoke about these visions of how to heal our earth. And then, of course, one of my favorites, celebrating dance, healing, joyful, and creative. Honey G and I will be doing that, leading that. We'll bring some singers in, and today I'll be speaking with my Gurubai, Antonia Minicola. I want to bring her on, and some amazing scholars of Egyptian and maybe even a hip hop dancer and dance from all around the world, and look at what is it? What's the special thing in dance and music that we all have in common? And how do we use that to bring joy and connection? So that's what's coming up. And It's just been an honor to be with you all. Girish, I would love for you just to speak about your experience before you sing of the feminine, because I know in my heart, I felt it, your power to transmit your love.
Well, what can I say? I am absolutely touched and moved listening to you all. You are truly blessed, divinely blessed. And I'm very blessed that I have such a wonderful partner. And that is my beautiful, dear, lovely wife, who is my inspiration, my strength. And I always call her, she's my spine. I only stand. And today, where my journey and my life, she has been shoulder to me through and throughout, with smile, no expectation at all. Always smiling, supporting me unconditionally. And this is what I call true love. And she has given me so much of understanding, the meaning of being together. Yeah, being together, being one strength, learning from each other and moving on, and bringing the platform, standing together like a still, supporting each other in our weaknesses and our strength, helping each other. And I cannot say enough. All I can say, I'm so blessed that she's my partner, my love, my happiness. And God has given me everything that I cannot ask anything more. All I say, my dear Lord, you've chosen such a wonderful person in my life, and she's a divine light. She brings so much joy and happiness. And again, as I said repeatedly, unconditionally, never ask for anything. Whatever comes in her life, she's so happy, always. And I think having her in this house in my life made me realize the value of her, that what a warm person she is. And that also reminds me that I am so blessed that I was born in a beautiful home, in the arms of my beautiful mom. Today, whatever I am, everything goes to her and to my father. But my mom, what can I say? My music has come straight through from her. She was very musical. She used to love music, very devotional, very peaceful, very calm, very understanding. Never demanded anything from her children, nothing at all. All she wanted us to be happy, just happy. And our happiness was her happiness. And that's what I felt, that she was such a beautiful, divine soul. She put the family together in such a way that no word can describe. All I can say, my beautiful mom, I love you. No words can describe at all, no words. But today, I am very fortunate to be part of you all, my beautiful divine sisters. Again, I'm very blessed to be connected with such a beautiful souls. And you all have given me so much love and care and kindness. I don't know how I will ever repay you all back, but I'm sure my musical journey will pay you through the divinity, through the journey with my musical blessing that the divine Ma Saraswati who resides within me. And every time I come forward, I come to you when you invite me and when you give your blessings to me. I feel I'm getting closer and closer to Ma Saraswati. And Ma Saraswati is giving me all the strength to bring smile to you all. So I'm very blessed. I thank you and I love you all so much from bottom of my heart. Thank you for giving me this chance. And without you all, the world is empty. The world is empty. As I said, my home, I feel when my beautiful love is around, I feel with so much joy and happiness and warm. The house is complete. So thank you.
Do you have a song for us? Is that possible today?
Yeah, I can sing one beautiful song from film Kajol. Very devotional song, very meaningful song. So let me sing that beautiful song. And this was sung by one of our finest legendary singer, Asha Bhosle ji. And the next one, again, is the legendary one and one only, Lata ji. So two beautiful songs I will dedicate today. तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए, भले बुरे सारे कर्मों को देखे और दिखाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए। मन ही देवता मन ही ईश्वर, मन से बड़ा न को। मन ही देवता मन ही ईश्वर, मन से बड़ा न को। मन उजियारा जब जब फैले, जग उजियारा हो। इस उजले दर्पण पर प्राणी, इस उजले दर्पण पर प्राणी, धूल न जमने पाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए। भले बुरे सारे कर्मों को देखे और दिखाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए। सुख की कलिया दुख के कांटे, मन सबका आधार। सुख की कलिया दुख के कांटे, मन सबका आधार। मन से कोई बात छुपे ना, मन के नैन हजार। जग से चाहे भाग ले कोई, जग से चाहे भाग ले कोई, मन से भाग ना पाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए। भले बुरे सारे कर्मों को देखे और दिखाए, तोरा मन दर्पण कहलाए। And the next one, I really love this, such a beautiful poet. ज्योति कलश छलके, थैंक यू शिवानी बहन। ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, हुए गुलाबी लाल सुनहरी रंग दल बादल के हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके। घर आंगन वन उपवन उपवन करती ज्योति अमृत के पूजन, मंगल घट ढल के, मंगल घट ढल के हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके। पात पात बिरवा हरियाला, धरती का मुख हुआ उजाला, सच सपने कल के, सच सपने कल के हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो। लाल सुनहरी रंग दल बादल के हो, ज्योति कलश छलके। उषा ने आंचल फैलाया, फैली सुख की शीतल छाया, नीचे आंचल के, नीचे आंचल के हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके। ज्योति यशोदा ज्योति कलेशा, धरती गाए नील गगन गोपाल कन्हैया, श्यामल छवि छलके, श्यामल छवि छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके हो, ज्योति कलश छलके। Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Girishji. That was so beautiful. Every time you just put me, the sound, the tone of your voice, the subtlety, it just really puts me into a state of bliss.
Thank you so much for your blessings. Thank you so much for your blessing.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank
Everyone
you,
who
everyone.
contributed today. Thank you all so much for being with us on this day of women's empowerment. And we look forward to more from Healing Our Earth, all of the wonderful teachings we can bring, ideas and visions for the future. We love you all. And I have to say, Jai Ma. Thank you all for joining us. See you next week.
My wife had written a beautiful poet on Ma. When